You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Hi everyone in the Poindexter Lounge. I hope you enjoyed Legends of Tomorrow, and thanks for watching. Thank you. Nicotina's mom! Oh yeah! Nicotina's mom!
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet, and it is good to have you each and every one of you in the lounge today. Now, look, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my crew can get together and talk about the things that we love, things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, the Snyder Cut especially, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited in the morning or in the evening or in the middle of the night and you ain't too proud to beg, then hey, you have found the right place. All right. And so we would love to have you here. So please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell so that you're here. Join this growing group of nerds. All right. Come along for the ride. Come along on a fantastic voyage where we say it best. We say slide, slippity slide. When you're living in the city, it's do or die. And that's what we're doing here. We are living it up and having a good time doing it. Nerd life. I often say the nerd life chose me. I didn't choose it. It chose me. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I'm surrounded by nothing but toys and nerd pop culture. This is my life. This is what I live. I want to show you guys something. I pulled out a watch today. Now, this watch has got the wrong time on it now because I still have not. I realized just now that I had not changed the watch since time changed this last weekend. But look at this. Look at this watch that I just pulled back out. It's an old Action Comics 10-cent watch. Whoops. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I haven't worn this watch in a long time, and I love this watch. And so I pulled that out. The watch that I normally wear on here is actually, it's very low key. I once, this is how nerd I am. I once, I used to work for FedEx, and I went to apply for a different position within FedEx that I was in sales, and I wore my Superman watch. I had this really nice, I still have it. It's a nice silver Superman watch with a nice bright red, or excuse me, that's actually bright blue face with, you know, the Superman symbol on it. And they really liked me. They liked they liked the way that I answered questions. The sales managers just looked at me and said, but you know, Enosh, you are going to be in front of, you know, serious potential customers and things. So, you know, we're going to need you to get a different watch. And I said, well, hey, I've got like 5 Superman watches. But the one that I usually wear, the black one, is very low key. It's Henry Cavill. It's got an S on it. I've got 2 of those. It's actually back here. I got to get the wristband fixed because Harley Quinn went and jumped up on me the other day. That dog is amazing. My dog, Harley Quinn. I got 2 dogs. I got Wookie and Harley Quinn. And Harley Quinn can catch a Frisbee in the air. She's amazing. She's really cool that way. Wookie, he's the older. He does a ton of tricks. I mean, he can roll over. He'll play dead. You can sit there and go bang bang, and he'll drop and roll and do all kinds of fun stuff like that. They both shake. They both spin. They both speak. They both, you know, like I said, shake. Harley will do it either as shaking, like give you a paw, or give you a high five. They do a lot of different things, but Harley will catch a Frisbee. And I didn't have to teach her or anything. I literally just took her out. I tossed a Frisbee, and next thing I knew, she caught the thing in midair, and I was blown away. And then Wookie, he won't do that. Wookie will just look at you like, what the heck is your problem? Why are you throwing that over there? I ain't going to get that. You going to go pick that up? Because I ain't. But then if you go to pick it up, he likes to play keep away. That's his thing. Um, but yeah, nothing really important. Just stuff about my dogs, I guess, and my watches. And so, anyways, like I said, it is good to see you all here tonight. It is time. It is time for the show. It's time to do something that we haven't done in a long time. It's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to get things started on the call-in show tonight. All right, tonight's going to be a little different. I am soon going to be putting a link in the chat, and I will just tell you this. I'm going to pin it to the top of there, so I'll pull up the stream. A couple of rules for this. First of all, just a reminder to everybody that the ability to come into the lounge is a privilege. It is not a right. So I reserve the right. If somebody's getting crazy, whatever, I reserve the right to boot you. I don't like to do that, and I haven't really had to do that. I haven't had to do that yet, but just want to make sure that we're all in the up and up. Even if we have a differing opinion, I do, ask that you be respectful to others, respectful to me, and to this channel. I'm more than happy to hear your opinion about something. If you can voice that in a, if we have a differing opinion, that's absolutely fine. I have no problem with that. But all I ask you that you do is that you voice that opinion in a positive way, in a respectful way, and allow for us to have a conversation, right? Also, I ask that you keep any harsh language to a minimum if you can. I know that sometimes things slip, but that's fine. I'm not going to be the language police, as it were. But I will ask you that that you do try to keep it to a minimum, because we don't want it to be all about that. We want to be able to have a conversation. And then also, depending upon how many people jump in right away, I may have to limit the amount of time. Okay, but even that being said, I will. I'll bend my own rules a little bit. Don't take offense if somebody is in a little bit longer than you or a little bit less than you, whatever. I will. My whole thing is to keep the show moving, right? And if we're having a discussion, look, if I'm talking, if you ask me a question and you ask what I think about something and that's what you wanted to talk about, and I'm giving you an answer and I'm a little long-winded, I'm not going to necessarily hold you responsible for that, so I may keep somebody in a little bit longer, but it's my show. So I'm going to go ahead and put the call-in link, not loink, link. I just wrote loink. And like I said, all I ask is that you remember those rules, and that we have a good time. Now, if this is your first time, if I do notice that this is your first time in here, oh man, I gotta see it. I know there's a way to. I know there's a way to do this. I gotta remember how to do this. There's a verification system on here. I can't remember how that went. But so we may, we may. Yeah, here we go. There is the guest. So there is. You will be asked to authenticate yourself, and so if you're having a little bit of a hard time getting in, I apologize. Also, depending upon if you're trying to get in and it keeps kicking you out and you can't get in using the link, it's not because I'm kicking you out. It's not because I'm not allowing you in. StreamYard only allows for 10 people to be in here at a time. I think I can have 12 total with a couple in the backstage area. So I can only have 10 on the screen at a time, but I can only have like I think it's like 10 or 11 or 12 in this whole system. So if you're trying to get in and you can't, wait till somebody leaves and then try to get in. Okay, because and you could try periodically, because sometimes people will drop out of the back area, and and you'll be able to get in. So there is the link. The link has been posted. With that, I do want to say special thanks to everyone who supports the channel. Special thanks to all of our members. You guys are all awesome. I'm very, very grateful to each and every one of you. And we've got some new people. I just saw that that Andrew Christie joined the other day, and I apologize for missing that. And it is on here now. So thank you so much for joining, Andrew. We definitely appreciate you, and we're grateful to you. Also, thank you to all of our Patreon supporters, all of our patrons. You guys are fantastic. And a special shout out to our newest patron there, Demaine Stokely. Thank you so much for coming on, and also Isaac there. Isaac just joined recently, and so thanks to these two new supporters. We're so grateful to you guys, and grateful that you guys have joined us here at the Poindexter Lounge. And we're grateful to all of you guys. You guys are all fantastic, and yeah, we just love having conversations with you guys. I'm grateful to you guys for your support, for for sticking with us, and I'm really excited because our computer programs, our computer systems should be fixed here pretty soon, and so as that's fixed, I won't have some of the lags. I've had some lag lately and some different things, but I also have some cool new interviews lined up, and so I'm looking forward to those. And so we got lots of really cool things to look forward to here at the Poindexter Lounge. All right, so definitely keep an eye out for that. What's up, Amparo? Hello, good to see you. What's up, Mark? Good to see you. Yes. Let's see. I did want to address this real quick. My good friend Matt Jarbo was on the channel last night, and we had a good conversation about all the craziness that went down last night with Geeks and Gamers, and that mess. That was something else, wasn't it? It's really interesting to watch a whole fandom implode right in front of your eyes. And look, for all of those who like Geeks and Gamers, I'm not here to tell you what to like. Okay, I don't have anything against people on a personal level. Just I do have a problem with what the Fandom menace has become. If the Fandom menace was just simply, hey, we didn't like a Star Wars movie, or we don't like sequels, that'd be fine. You guys know what my problem is. If you guys watch the channel, any of you who watch the channel know that I don't hate anybody. Okay, I don't hate anybody, and I don't hate anybody's opinion. I may not like your opinion, I may not agree with your opinion, but I got you know how many friends that I have who hate the Star Wars sequels? Like, I got a ton of friends who hate the Star Wars sequels, and they respect my opinion and I respect theirs. And that's great. That's great, because we don't all have to agree or think alike. What I have a problem with is when people are tapping into people's anger, and I explained this to somebody earlier about this, because I had done a tweet yesterday, and I said, man, this is a long time coming when this all went down yesterday. But it is, because, guys, we shouldn't be focusing ourselves on the hatred of something. If you don't like a movie or a trilogy or whatever, it's fine. Move on from that. Go watch something else. Wait for the next trilogy. Go watch The Mandalorian if you like that. Go wait for something else. But let's stop pushing this narrative that all of Star Wars sucks. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't. It doesn't suck. There's good things and there's bad in everything that's out there. And so I just encourage you guys, find something you like. Find something you enjoy. Put your energy into that. Stay positive, as positive as you can. And let's keep it at that. Now, I do have a couple of people here, and I know that sometimes people like to talk to some of my guests that I have on here. But yes, I did see Matt's video, and Matt, it was a great video, man. It was an excellent video. I felt like you really did a great job uh, as a journalist on that one. I mean, I think that I mean, obviously, there's always those little things that those little digs that you get in here and there, and I get those, and that's great. And I mean, we all do that a little bit. We antagonize each other a little bit, but I really thought that you did a really good job, Matt, of just relating what needed to be said about the whole thing. That it just kind of got blown out of proportion, and some people just a lot of assumption last night, right? A lot of videos made and a lot of live streams gone on. And it didn't have to be that way. Hey, I do want to say shout out to H Barts. What's going on, H Barts 100 with a $5 super chat. Oh, H Barts, you spoiled me, sir, and I appreciate it for sure. Says just finished the Snyder Cut. My question is, why was that piece of trash released in 2017? Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Oh, H Barts. You are, man, you're preaching to the choir on that one, man. You know what? I've asked myself that very same question, bro. And I can't really seem to find an answer for that one, man. Look, I watched the Snyder Cut, and tonight I'm hoping that some of you guys have watched the Snyder Cut, and I'm hoping that that's what some of you guys want to talk about, because we haven't done our Snyder Cut review, our spoiler review, but we will. And so we're probably not going to be talking too many spoilers tonight. But man, I asked myself the same question: like, what in the world? How in the world did that thing get released, and not what we saw this week? Because what we saw this week was absolutely fabulous. And yeah, I've only seen a couple of people have weird, takes on it and say that it was trash or they didn't like it. And all I can say to that is,
stupid! You're so stupid!
Exactly. So thanks, H Barts, for the $5. Appreciate it for sure. All right. Also, guys, if I do miss, I missed a super chat last night, and so if I do miss one, if you guys can help me, sometimes StreamYard jumps around and stuff, and I might miss something. So please, if you see that I miss one, I never want to overlook somebody's comment, that they have. So if you guys could help me with that, I appreciate it. So right now, I believe our night is full so far. Not our night, but our back room is full here. Real quick, because I was talking about it, I do want to bring this guy in. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Good, man. Good. So, dude, great video, man.
Thank you. That I'll tell you how it came to be, right? So I wasn't intending on making a video like that. I really wasn't. I was intending on just like getting some clips and then like just kind of like riffing as I usually do. And then I'm like, oh, okay. So man, I spent so much time watching those like live streams.
Oh, I'm sure.
Just to get like a couple clips that I needed. And it was just, oh my gosh. But I started kind of like putting together this, like, I'm like, what? I'll do like a little like minute long intro and then I'll riff on it. And then as I kept building on that intro, I just kept building and building and building and building and building and building. And then like it got to 16 minutes, and I'm like, oh man, I should just probably make this thing its own video. But it took away from what I wanted to do, which was like a breakdown of part one, which I just finished up doing that. And so yeah, it's really funny. I'm really happy people like the video. There are people that are trying to like do that whole random, like, we didn't do nothing wrong. Zack's the bad guy, not us. We good people, as they hear the banjo strum in the background. But I appreciate everyone watching it and liking it. So
yeah, man, it was good. It was good, bro. I really, like I said, I really, really enjoyed it. And
I just don't want to listen to them ever again. It was painful to listen to that, Enosh. Like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do the 2 cents on nonsense. I don't get it. Like I have a high, I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. Clearly, like, what's the terminology here? I'm a glutton for punishment. Okay. Obviously.
Sure.
But it's like, man, I just can't, like, I get so frustrated just listening to that stuff. And I don't know how you guys do it. Like,
well, I just feel like Johnny and I are on a mission from God. We're like the Blues Brothers. We kind of suit up and we just go at it. And because I just want people to know, like, because honestly, like I had somebody ask me today, somebody sent me a DM today, and they're like, well, why? There was a couple of people who questioned me, like, why I put out the tweet that I did saying it was a long time coming, and one was. Both ended up being okay. One was a little hotter than the other. One just put it out as a tweet, right? And it's like, hey, why is that? The other person came at me kind of hot, and and said, hey, why are you, going against them and everything? And I said the same thing to both of them. Now you can tell probably like the maturity level of each one based upon their responses, because the person who openly tweeted me was like, oh. Yeah, okay, I get it. That's cool. I don't like the Star Wars sequels, but I respect your opinion, and I love what you do, Enosh. Thank you. It was like, cool. And we had a nice little back and forth, and it was cool.
Yeah.
It was all right by the end. This person, in the DM, decided to kind of come at me a little bit and yell at me a little bit, and and tell me how I don't know what I'm talking about, and and I'm judging these people, and I'm I'm horrible, and Zack is trash, and
I literally get that all the time.
Calling him Hack Snyder and all this stuff. And I was just like, here's the thing. People need to know the stuff that we know. That, I mean, like, this is being used for other purposes. And I don't expect everybody to agree with that. And I don't expect everybody to understand what I know or what I've seen, or like information that I'm privy to, that, like, because I'm not one of these shock YouTubers, I'm not gonna, like, I'm not dropping the science, I'm not spilling the tea on everybody or everything that's come across my desk, but but I've got my own opinions about it. And so for that, I will say, I'll tell people, like, whenever we're talking about this good old guy right here, or others, look, this is what these guys are about. They're about the grift. They're about the money, and they've built up an empire at this point of negativity. And that's just kind of what I want to kind of bring down. I don't want to bring down Geeks and Gamers. I don't want to bring down their channels or cancel them or anything. I literally just want people to just stop with the negativity. Why is it that we've turned YouTube into literally a place of just negative video after negative video, and people making everything about them? And and you and I have talked about that this week, about people making stuff about them, and and taking things way out of left field, and trying to make tweets and quotes and everything else about them. And it's like, look, focus on what you like, focus on some positivity, and just trying to make people aware, because there's been, honest to goodness, people, I always knew that, but when Nick and Lex were on the channel, they're the only people we've ever had on for an episode of 2 Cents on Nonsense. And, they were sharing about how he used to live this, and he was getting caught up in the negativity of the Geeks and Gamers and the Doomcocks and those, and, and even Mike Zeros, and being pulled into that. And it's like she said, it was changing him. She watched as, like, literally this thing that he loved became such a horrible thing to him, and that he was angry all the time about it. And it's not worth it. You're never going to love everything that a franchise or a movie, does, but find what you do like, and just move on. So that's why.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, well, it's kind of like, like, I've been waiting for this as much as you guys have been and everything else. And, like, it's one of those things where I understand why some people get the way that they do. right? Like I get it. Like people out there, they have this idea of what is supposed to be, I guess, like what is supposed to be in their mind how entertainment works, and in their mind how these things are supposed to play out. And then in reality, what happens is that sometimes it just doesn't work that way. And unfortunately, you got to kind of modify your expectations. When you look at people like Geeks and Gamers and the Fandom Menace, a lot of the biggest issue from them has a lot to do with, like, they think that they matter because they can get some blue check marks on Twitter to get mad at them.
Yep.
And I'm just going to be real here. Like, that doesn't matter. That doesn't move the needle. And that was in the video. Like I made sure to like add that part in there. And there were some things that I wanted to add that I completely like lost the timestamp for, and I wasn't going to go look for.
Yeah.
But there's a part where Jeremy goes, like, we don't need Hollywood. We don't need it. We've never needed Hollywood. And like, but if anyone from Hollywood wants to talk to me, I'll talk to anybody. And we all know that's a lie. We all know it's a lie, because I tweeted him. I said, I'll talk to you. Come on, Boulder Talk. We'll have a conversation. I'll be fair, right? I'll hear you out, like adults. But he won't do it. He won't do it. And that's the whole thing, is like the people, they don't actually want anything to change.
Yeah.
And this is really where you have to start kind of looking at it from the aspect of, okay, hold on. You are complaining about something, but you ultimately don't want it fixed, because then you lose your revenue source. It's easier for them for everything to stay the same. And otherwise, it's just, it just requires them to do too much. And they're just not going to do it.
And the thing is, man, is Zack Snyder, this is supposed to be his week. This is supposed to be something for him. And look, people are trying to make it about them. And even what Zack said, I'll be honest with you, like it's so obvious now. The more and more I watch that video now, Matt, it's not about what they made it about.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's totally not what they made it about. And I loved what you said, because the very fact that that's where they took it immediately shows kind of where they're at.
Well, they don't know anything. They don't know. When Zack says, in light of recent events, I'm sorry, knowing what happened in Georgia is not difficult to know what happened in Georgia. It's not difficult to know that. But then Jeremy does his like beating his chest live stream last night. And then today comes out and does this follow-up video and just starts immediately calling it virtue signaling. That's the
weird thing about that.
I mean, look, man, I'm not trying to get political, but I just need to make this point, but I think you'll agree with me. I'm not a conservative. Okay. You know this. We have these discussions. Yeah. You more or less kind of more fall in that category. But in the conservative party is generally known as the party of religion, right? The party of Christianity, because the two kind of roll hand in hand. And in many areas of the
annoyance. That's an annoyance for me.
No, yes, it is. No. And I get it, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
I want to preface what he said, because I'm not saying that what he's saying is wrong. I'm saying what ticks me off, and I can't remember if I said this on stream the other night or if I said it behind the like after the show to somebody or whatever. But you know what ticks me off is that these guys, these Geeks and Gamers guys, all claiming to be conservatives and, claiming to be this and that. That is not what the average person, I'm a centrist. Okay. I'm in the middle. I'm like most Americans, I think, where we're in the middle. We may lean a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left. We may be a little conservative or a little bit more liberal. I'm actually like, there's a lot of things, Matt, that like a lot of my conservative church friends would think I'm very liberal on. Right. And then I've got some liberal friends who are like, oh, she's a little bit more on the conservative side of this. Right. But it pisses me off when guys like those guys, the Geeks and Gamers guys, stand up and they're like, we're what conservatives are.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no.
They're not.
Either that or I'm just absolutely crazy and I don't know what a conservative is.
Well, I mean, from an outsider perspective, over the course of the past 4 years, you have to understand that Jeremy's gone full.
I know it's changed. Oh, I
has
know
gone
it's
full mini
changed.
mini Trumpian, and that's what he's. At no point did he accept fault. He shifted the blame. He was the victim. It's the tactics. It works. But what I'm talking about though is like, how can you, as a person who is trying to sit there and claim to be like the morally righteous conservative, because all of the lefties are all just communist anarchists, right? Hyperbole, but that's how they like to argue it. And how come it's like you try to go any commentary about actual a mass shooting that 6 out of 8 people were Asian women that were killed, and it's like, and that comes up, and it's like, to call it virtue signaling just proves to me how ill-educated that not only him but that group is, how ill-educated is the audience. And it's like the lack of actual humanity and compassion, because they took what Zack was saying and they turned it to be about them, which he kept trying to say, this isn't about me. This isn't about me, you know, and all that stuff, even though it absolutely was. And there was a bunch of lying. And I talked to people from other groups that had gotten information, that had firsthand information about what Uche was saying to them and Zack. And so they were lying through their teeth last night. And it's just, it bothers me. And that's why I made the video today. I wasn't going to do it. And then I just happened to click on that update, and just that, like, I have my faults as a human and I'm not perfect, but I can't sit there and like not say something about this kind of stuff where you have this level of immorality, and it's ignorance is really what it boils down to, Enosh. It's ignorance.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting. And it's like, how can we, as not only a fandom, I don't want to say fandom because I think that minimizes it, but as a society of people that have to live together and coexist, just the people who don't say anything.
Well,
how can you look at that? I'm not trying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No.
No.
I know. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, man. You know, it's just, it's a shame. It's a shame because we all should be trying to find ways to learn to live together with each other, and look, just like what Zack said last night. I mean, he flat out said, he's like, look, just like the Justice League, you know, and that's what we're talking about. But you know, he said, you know, just like the Justice League, you know, it's about people coming together. You know, it's about people from different walks, different belief systems, different, you know, ways that they were raised, coming together. Excuse me, and trying to find the positives that, like, because look, we got to live on this planet, you know, and I'm sorry, but with the way that things have been these last few years, and just the hatred that people have towards each other, man, it makes it unbearable sometimes, and it makes it almost unbearable to just try to enjoy life. You know,
sometimes, when
people are just constantly at each other's throats. Like, who wants to live like that? I know I don't want to live like that. I want to live at peace with people. I want to get along with people. And so, you know, but, you know, and like you said, there just comes a point, though, where I think as human beings, we have to say, look, no more. I'm not going to listen to any more of this garbage. I'm either going to stand up for something. And, you know, and it's kind of like the heroes that we watch, you know, in these superhero movies, you know, where it's like something happens to them in their lives, usually, you know, and it changes their prospects. It changes the trajectory of their lives. And I think more of us, you know, should probably be rising above this stuff and becoming heroes in our own right. Maybe not, you know, maybe we didn't get, you know, subjected to, you know, radioactive goo and we came out, you know, with superpowers, you know, because that's not how that works. You die of cancer. But, you know, the thing is that, you know, but no, I mean, but standing up and, like you said, saying, okay, this is right, this is wrong, this is not open to interpretation, this is taking things too far. And I think you're right, man. Having kids changes you. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Like, that's really what it boils down to, is like, cause like that was the thing yesterday that was pissing me off is, well, I thought it was stupid. Like, I criticized the whole situation, and then, you know, people came back with, well, like, they raised money for charity. What did you do? And I'm like, raise my kids, you know? And like, oh, but like, what, you want a medal for that? I'm like, you want a medal for raising money for charity? Like, do you not understand the hypocrisy of what you're saying? Do you not understand that hiding behind the AFSP charity drive as a way to cover up for some of the crap that you've done completely diminishes any kind of moral gain you might have. And at this point, you're now saying the quiet part out loud, which it just goes to show that you don't actually care, that you have actually no desire to prevent suicide or any other thing that you could be raising money for, and that it's simply done as just a way to get good brownie points with the public. And that's it. And that's basically what they were admitting to doing, is they were just doing it as a way to get popularity for themselves. Because if you look at what Uche was saying, they wanted to do it on Geeks and Gamers channel first, because that would get the most exposure. And then that would put good brownie points on that channel, which already has a negative view on YouTube by people outside of that circle.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's,
I know, man. Yeah.
It's just, it's immoral. It's immoral.
It is. And
Enosh.
it's systematically done. Yeah.
Anyway,
no, I agree.
yeah.
I agree. Hey, would you like to stick around, Matt? Or
We got a little bit of time until, what is it? Falcon and Winter Soldier drop, and got to watch that tonight. But can we talk Snyder Cut? Is that going to be cool? Can we geek out?
This won't be my official talk on, what am I talking about? What am I thinking of here? This won't be my official spoiler review of the movie, but we got some people in the back, and we're going to bring people in one by one and talk about what they want to talk about. And we're going to talk.
Yeah, I can hang out for a little bit, man. No problem.
Cool. First of all, I do want to address a couple things. Proby1236 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Proby. Here it says, as a casual fan, the movie was good. I think if they want to do both universe, I don't see a problem with Snyder'S and HBO and DCEU in theaters. More content, I'm okay with that too. I'm absolutely okay with that. I think that that's not a bad idea at all. Proby, I think that there's room for it, for both of it, and I think that that might be the way to go. Because especially if we're getting this multiverse movie, I think it is. So I'm ready for a wave of all things DC. Oh, brother! Just take me down with all of it. I'll gladly get hit with a giant wave of DC. Also, Mario here with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says feels like WB went out of their way to take out people of color. It's sad and disrespectful. Thank God for people like Zack. Let's continue the fight, Mario. You know what? So I'm not a conspiracy theorist on a lot of stuff, but I'll be honest with you. I felt the exact same way, and thank Ray Fisher for standing up and for pointing out a lot of this, because he really brought it. He's been bringing it to light, Matt, these last few months, that people were getting removed. Yeah, there were white people as well who got on the cutting room floor. But man, when you look at all the people of color who got cut out of this movie, Cyborg included, it's like, whoa.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I noticed that.
I
noticed that quite a bit. Yeah, as I was watching it, and I really enjoyed. Did you see the tweet from the woman who was in the single mother who was in Cyborg's backstory? Did you see that tweet from her last night?
No, I didn't.
So at I think it was around 3:00 in the morning, she tweeted out "Hi, I don't know. I know this scene was cut from Whedon's version. I played the single mother in Cyborg's backstory. Is that in this one?" And everyone's like, yes, because she couldn't find a way to watch it just yet. So everyone's like, goodness. You were great. That was a great scene. You're in it. It was awesome. And so everyone kind of flowed around her and they lifted her up you were great. It was amazing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Think about because I've done, I've not a lot of acting, nothing that you would have seen, but I've done stuff where it's
I
stuff
saw you in your own film.
Yeah.
That was enough. Whoa.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. All ad-libbed, by the way. And
well, that's what we said when Dawson and I were in the car, man, on the way down to the Superman Museum. I was like, hey, this kind of looks like one of Jarbo's films. Us in the dark, man, just kind of like two guys talking in a car. No.
It works. It's called mumblecore for a reason. Yeah. But I know it's I thought it was great that they did with that. And I really enjoyed, I liked Ryan Choi quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I liked the energy he brought to the scenes he was in. It felt, the weird thing is like because of the length of the movie, it did kind of feel like a miniseries, you know? And it felt like a miniseries that you're like, can you guys just keep this going, please? Like, can we get another season?
Can I get chapter 7?
Well, we kind of did. We kind of did.
Yeah, the epilogue.
We kind of did with the
8, 9. I'll just take it all.
Man, I have to say, I loved the epilogue. Like I'm doing this this breakdown chapter by chapter. I just finished up episode 1 before I jumped on, and I'm like, it's gonna take me like a couple days to get to the epilogue.
Yeah.
But like, I really, really liked that.
Well, Mario here for you. Mario here for you is what would have been revealed in chapter 8.
We got a Batman leg in the street. They dismembered the Dark Knight. So girl, let's do some crime tonight. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Pretty much. Batman was going to be a little in pieces there. Arkham Gaming with a $4.99 super chat. Hey, look, everybody back there in the back, don't worry. We're getting to you. We're coming. I know we're coming. But Arkham Gaming with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Enosh, check your DM on Twitter. I saw a horrific video. I think they're affiliated with. You know what? So I did see that you sent it. I will definitely check that out after the show tonight. You know, I mean, who knows, man? I don't know exactly what that video entails. Well, this is the video. I know what this video is. This is the video on. What's that guy's the Artist Pro secret? What do you guys call it?
The Chinese, the line them up with the sub.
Comic Artist Pro secret.
Yeah, Comic Secrets Pro. It's Ethan Van Sciver.
That's what it was. Yeah. And yeah, so I think I know what this might be, but yeah, I'll definitely check that out afterwards. Thank you, Arkham. Definitely appreciate it, and I appreciate you with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. And then, oh my goodness, Sean C with a $10 super chat here. Thank you, Sean. Says he was constantly saying that the charity stream wasn't about him. So after Zack's comments, he decided to counter stream with his diverse panel and collect super chats, making it all about him. Yeah, and that, you know, that's a really good point as we move along here. But you know, the thing is the fact that he felt the need to go on several streams, stay up all night, and then even make more videos today. Yeah, kind of made it about him, which, but you know what, Sean, that's okay, because it's not about him right now. It's about you. And I appreciate your $10 super chat. And because of that, you're kind of a big deal. So you get the Anchorman drop. Scotch! There it goes down. Down into my belly. Kind of a big deal. That escalated quickly. Do you really love the lamp? So there you go. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. I got a couple other ones that I gotta get loaded in, but I gotta find a place to load them, and I gotta get rid of some old videos because my entire StreamYard is full, man. Like I'm literally like replacing like the intro now, Matt. And, and
oh wow,
yeah. You know, Folds, I don't think Granny Goodness was wasted. The point was, I think, was that you got to remember we were supposed to have 2 and 3, right? So this was supposed to be introduction to Darkseid. I was surprised, honestly, that we got as much Darkseid in this film as we got in this film, because I didn't think we were going to see that much Darkseid in this film. By the way, I just want everybody to know, I spoke with Ray Porter. Ray Porter's coming back to the Poindexter Lounge here very soon. Look for an announcement, and we're going to talk Snyder Cut with Darkseid himself in a way where we can actually talk about the spoilery stuff and the actual stuff that Darkseid did and all that stuff. We couldn't talk about that stuff beforehand, so be looking. That is imminent. We just got to figure out the day and the time, and we're gonna have Ray back. But yeah, I think the Granny Goodness thing was just to show that she was there. I believe that we would have probably gotten a whole lot more with her afterwards. So
well, totally, because it was like the whole thing there at the end when it's like, we'll do this the old way. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, man. And then, you know, you get into the nightmare stuff and you're like, yeah, she's probably there somewhere.
Probably.
You know? So It's like, there's a lot there, and it's pretty cool, man. Like I 4 hours was a kind of a breeze to get through.
Oh my gosh. Well, guys, that you know what the biggest thing, I know the biggest thing that last night was Zack Snyder's Justice League, but another big thing that happened last night was we gave this away right here. We gave our big stack of comics away. That man, the whole Death of Superman storyline, the Return of Superman. I've been showing this to you guys for a while, and of course, Superman Doom Hunter Prey there, right there, Doomsday, and we also threw in some more goodies like the first appearances of Hank Henshaw, Cyborg Superman. We didn't get this scene in Justice League, I should say. That was in Justice League, but I like to think that if Zack Snyder did, the competition between Flash and Superman, which is something that's been done in the comics now several times, I like to think that he would have had Superman running, because it's kind of dumb to have Superman flying in a race with the Flash. That's all I'm saying. But we threw that one in. I love this one because this one we threw in just because it's a Zack Snyderism. Because everybody who's like, oh, he had Superman kill Zod. Yep, and so did the comics. And there it is. It's right here in this comic right here, where Superman's literally wearing a executioner's hood, and and saying that he says what here? It says you're responsible for the deaths of billions of beings, and for that you must die, General Zod. And so that happens, and we gave away some other cool stuff, and this one was just for Fatal J, because he doesn't seem to think that people like Bloodsport, and Idris Elba is going to play him, so I'll look forward to seeing that. And plus I love giving him a hard time about that. But who won all that? It's our good friend who's going to be coming here, our first guest tonight in the call-in show, and that is, of course, RJ Resident Justice. What's going on, RJ?
Hello. Very happy to be here, and yeah.
Hey,
oh my God, you're not Haley Steinfeld?
Yeah,
you guys
get to see my face.
I feel so robbed. So robbed right now.
No, but yeah. Yeah, like I said, I was super happy last night. Winning the biggest giveaway you guys have done. It's pretty awesome. Yes. So
it sure is, man.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, because I feel like the chat has been asking. This is not going to be a spoiler discussion, right? No spoilers tonight at all.
No, yeah, we're not. Let's not get into spoilers. You can say what you thought of the movie, and kind of do that. But I want to give it another day or so. Give everybody a chance to kind of settle in. That's why we didn't do a 2 cents on nonsense tonight. Was because our good friend Johnny Pop was he didn't get a chance to watch it yet, so he was watching it tonight with his family. So I want to give everybody a chance to watch it, and then we can all come together. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe not tomorrow, but maybe over the weekend, maybe Saturday. Come in. Then that'll be the time where we can have a real good, juicy spoiler, filled goodness, yummy, yummy, yummy. Yeah. So, all right.
Okay.
I don't know why I did all that, but it just sounded.
I was up so late watching that movie last night. Like, I still didn't end till like 4.
Yeah, I just decided to wake up at 7 in the morning, and I watched it till like noon. So.
Oh, I bribed my girlfriend. I bribed her. I went to bed about 4:30 because I came back out and I recorded like my thoughts on it. And I didn't realize I was so low energy. I was just sitting here like, yeah, no, it's a good movie. I liked it. And I text her. I'm all like, yeah, I know, man. Like, I know. I'm like, and then today's just been like nonstop. But it's. I'm just glad it's here.
Absolutely.
I'm glad I can enjoy it.
So, RJ, what were your thoughts, man? Or what do you want to talk about tonight? You can talk about anything you want to talk about. You don't just have to talk about Snyder Cut.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I mentioned this the last time we were in a call, is that I respect the Zack Snyder DC movies, but I was never fully head over heels for them. This without a doubt was my favorite of the entire trilogy. Without a doubt, I was shocked at how much I enjoyed this movie. I was going to ask you guys, because I know we can't get into spoilers, but, watching that stuff and seeing what was cut out of the Cyborg stuff, actually made me viscerally angry in a weird way. Because I'm just like, there's stuff in this movie that got cut. I'm like, why would you cut it out? It makes zero sense. Even I know it's a 4-hour movie, you can't keep everything, but some of them was like, why would you cut it out? So was there any point in the movie for you guys where you're watching just where you got somewhat of an angry reaction, seeing it where you're like, oh, why was this cut? Or was there's a moment in the movie where this should never have been cut, for sure?
No, I never had that, to be honest with you. I've seen Justice League one time,
Okay.
like when it came out. So I just forgot. Like I remembered like the can you talk? I heard you can talk to fish line. I remember that being in the movie, right? Because it was more of a humorous bit, and that wasn't in this one. And like the callback with Superman and the "Do you bleed?" That's not in it, right? That's not a spoiler. That's just not in it. That's a Whedon thing right there. And I was actually kind of hoping that they would have felt like that would have been like originally a Zack line, and because I really like the callback. You know, I know it's stupid, but I like the callback. And but otherwise, no, there was nothing in the movie where I don't know how you feel, Enosh, but like where I've personally felt like this shouldn't have been here, like, or like, why was this cut out? I think at this point, it's just, I had forgotten so much about the last movie that I remembered highlights.
Yeah. See, and RJ here, you got a fan here, Saggy Melon. You know, she finally gets to see you on camera.
She sees you and she ain't saggy anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness! So she's pretty excited.
She's switching from Brian to me, I guess.
Exactly. So I will say this. I will be honest with you. So I've watched Justice League several times now. I mean, I own it. At the time, I thought that was the only Justice League we were going to get. You know, I totally own that. That the fact that when my family came home from watching Justice League, we did a review right here, just of our initial reaction. And you know what? We were very positive about it because we thought that this was it. We thought that this was what we were going to get. And then it became a thing of, I have watched it so many other times and kind of dissected it and looked at it and thought, you know, and even before I really understood the differences, man, with, you know, really before we really fleshed out the idea that Zack had been wronged, you know, and that things had happened. I started to take some issue with some things, and I felt bad as a DC fan for feeling that way before I even really realized that it was, you know, not really Ryan's film or Ryan. I'm sorry. I saw Ryan pop out here. I'm sorry when I saw that it wasn't Zack's film, I started feeling a little bad because I was like, man, like, am I wrong for feeling this way? Like, are these really issues that I'm seeing here, or am I just now being overly critical of the film? And the more I realized, it was like, no. And then it was like, wait a second, this isn't Zack's film. So Zack had a completely different idea. And as I started realizing that, I started becoming angry towards the film. But, you know, I'll be honest with you. I'm the type of person, like, I watch even bad films. So like I've got a Nuclear Man t-shirt upstairs, you know, like, so like I'm a glutton for punishment sometimes when it comes to really bad films.
Right.
You know, so like I when we thought that that's what it was, and, you know, was the Snyder Cut ever going to happen? You just kind of settle in and go, well, it's got Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman and my favorite characters in it. I guess this is the best we're going to get, you know, and you just kind of got to move on and move forward. But man, there were several times where Tiffany and I were sitting there next to each other, or Landon was sitting there next to me, and Isaac was sitting over there, and like Isaac was over at the end of the other end of the couch. Like all of a sudden we had the TV turned up so high I couldn't hear him at some points, and he would be saying something, and I'd be like, "What was that?" And it's like, I can't believe that they left this out. And Tiffany and I kept looking at each other, especially the cyborg parts, man. The cyborg parts.
The one that got me was the thing with like
be
how
careful, be careful spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. It's more so
you brought it up.
Yeah. But more so with how Steppenwolf gets the last mother box, and the theatrical version made the heroes look like idiots. In this one, it was a big emotional scene. Like, that really worked well. It was like an emotional core of that movie that tied into a character's arc. Like, to me, it's like, why cut that out if it's so pivotal to another character? And again, it just goes back to the whole thing where it's like, the cyborg stuff in this movie should not have been cut out. Out of everything that got cut, that's like something where it's just, it's indefensible, honestly.
Well, and it makes sense now the more that we hear about that, you know, from Zack, that Cyborg was the heart of the film, because look, Cyborg's in it from the beginning, man. Cyborg's right in there. You get a lot more of that backstory, a lot more of who he was, of who he is. And you know what? Each character had that. And that's what I love about it. And I hope that nobody thinks of that as a spoiler, because it's not really a spoiler. It's just saying that every character in this movie is done right. It's done right by. Like they do right by each character in this film, and I do think I think it's very sad that there was so much, and I'm with you. I understand the movie. If we would have gotten this movie in 2017, it probably wouldn't have been 4 hours, right? So we would have had to have sacrificed something. I just don't know after watching the 4 hours. I don't know where you sacrifice that now. I don't know what you cut out of this film, because to me, I felt like this film was all meat and no grizzle. Like, you know what I mean? It was good, man. It was so good. And so
the music was amazing, by the way.
Oh.
Like there's like some amazing themes and stuff. Like I know some people are making fun of the new Wonder Woman thing where it's like that angelic like choir singing, but I thought that was cool. Every time it like popped up, it like got me amped and let me know, hey, Wonder Woman's about to like kick some butt, you know?
Yeah.
What I liked was like the subtle callback to Superman's theme when they were, I don't want to say when, but they were having a conversation. And they're like, are you thinking what I'm thinking? And then it's like, you start hearing it kind of in the background. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, because didn't Junkie XL, he was going to compose the theatrical version, but he got kicked out. And they decided, I'm not going to reuse the original soundtrack I was going to use. I'm going to like do a completely new score.
Well, it was Danny Elfman. I mean, that was the whole thing. Is like they decided to bring in Danny Elfman. And I mean, I love Danny Elfman, you know. You know, because that was the thing. I remember they had been talking about like, the Batman theme. They wanted to, you know, because Danny Elfman was like, no, there's one Batman theme. It's my Batman theme, you know?
Yeah. Like, come on.
Like, don't get me wrong. I love that Batman theme.
Oh, me too. You know? Look, every time I think about Batman, look, I will be honest with you, that theme, because that was my childhood. So I think that, da, 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 you know, absolutely. But that's not to say that there can't ever be another Batman theme.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's like maybe not as iconic. It's definitely more melodic. And I appreciate what Junkie XL did, you know, like I remember when I first heard the Wonder Woman theme from BVS, you know, like dun 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 dun, you know, that whole the way it sounded kind of grungy. And at first I didn't like it, to be honest with you. At first I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. But then you see it in the movie and you're like, that's lit. That's really lit. Like it works really, really, really well. And that was the thing with this one, is like everything flowed pretty well. I don't want to say perfectly, because there was some stuff that even I would have cut, you know. There's like some slow-mo shots. I'm like, you know, come on, let's keep moving. But other than that, like it felt, because I mean, you know, the beats, beat by beat, it was still roughly the same as 2017. You know what I mean? Like the general overall plot points, because they couldn't change that much. But what they did change, it felt like it flowed better. It felt fresher. It felt newer. It didn't feel like they were trying too hard, like they were trying to let the characters breathe and grow. But the thing that you're talking about, RJ, with like, how did this happen sort of thing? That was Kevin Tushihara. And even Zack mentioned it, I think on the vodka stream a while back, where he was talking about how even back when he was doing it, there was a hard 2-hour limit. Tushihara didn't want the same problem that they had with BVS, where they cut out 30 minutes of the movie in order to fit in an extra screening. They wanted a hard 2-hour cut in order to be able to then get that extra screening and not have it feel like it was something that was.
Yeah, and that goes into the whole thing about the bonuses too, because the AT&T buyout was about to happen and all that stuff too. So
yeah. And I mean, they screwed that movie so bad. And that's the thing I don't get. Like, why does Warner Brothers have such an issue with franchises? You know, like generally speaking, like outside of Disney, they're the largest market share of films. They crank out movies every single year. And they dominate, and before Disney kind of ramped up with like Marvel and stuff. But I don't get it. I don't get why they did this. I don't get why it ended up going as badly as it did. It's frustrating.
It's definitely frustrating. It's definitely frustrating. Well, hey RJ, we're gonna I got a ton of people in the back here, and I definitely want to get to everybody. But
yeah, absolutely.
RJ, you are welcome anytime, man. I'm glad your internet's working tonight. We actually got to hear you.
Yeah. Last night was crazy because I was in the middle of tornado season, so I almost got hit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
But thankfully, everything's okay. Last thing I wanted to say real quick, though, the ending epilogue was incredible, and I never thought that I would want a sequel as badly as I do now, and it's going to be damn shame if we do not get more of this.
I love that ending.
The ending's so good, and I feel like I don't know. I just like Zack put that in there for a reason. I hope he comes back. I know he keeps like toying and teasing. Oh, I'm kind of done. I'm doing my own thing. Army of the Dead. I don't know. Please, Jason Keelar, restore the Snyderverse. And again, just want to say thank you for having me, and thank you for it's awesome I won that giveaway. I saw John Byrne and Dan Jurgens comics in there. Those are great Superman writers, so I'm excited to read that stuff.
Dude, yes, man. John Byrne, I'm sorry, and Dan Jurgens. Those are my guys, man.
I met Dan Jurgens once. He's a great guy.
I didn't get to meet him, but my best friend did, and got me. I think it was Action Comics 800, maybe. I got it. I just packed it up because it was at my old job, and so I got to put it in my new office. And man, yeah, I got a comic signed by Dan Jurgens. Man, it's like a limited comic, and I'm like, oh my gosh, oh, I was so very thankful for that because I thought that was just super cool. But hey, man, thanks RJ for being on, man. I appreciate you.
Always a pleasure, guys. Always a pleasure.
We'll have you on again soon, okay, buddy?
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, man.
All right, see you. Have a good one, dude.
Yep. Real quick, Ryan Hartwell with a $5 super chat. Ryan says, do you believe people's attention spans have gone down? I keep hearing people complaining about run times, and they resort to looking at their phones. In a nutshell, yeah, people have a real hard time, I think, playing the long game. I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Matt, about that question?
I was kind of on my phone a little bit. It was just because everything that happened yesterday, like this is why I like the theater experience. This is why, like, at home, what's the word I want to use here? The need really to disconnect yourself to get into what you're doing is kind of like not there, because that you can pause it, that like if distractions happen, you can always come back later on. It's not the immediacy of seeing something in the theater is not necessarily there. Like I said, I was watching the movie yesterday. A friend of mine called me like at the Themyscira battle scene, and I hadn't talked to him in a while. And like, he called me and he just wanted to complain about people on YouTube, and I'm like, really? Like, I'm watching the Snyder Cut. And he's like, oh, is it good? I'm like, yeah. It's like, oh, well, let me tell you how upset I am. I'm like, in a theater, I just wouldn't have answered.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I think, Ryan, it is sad when people pay more attention to that stuff. And I don't know if it's just that they have shorter attention spans, or I think so much nowadays is fighting for our attention that it's hard for us sometimes to pay proper attention to something.
In the defense of this movie, because actually a friend of mine on Twitter had just, he just said like he watched it. I was like, oh, he had his complaints about it being too long. And I was like, yeah, but it's still good. He's like, yeah, but it's good. He's like, but I won't watch it again because of the length. And then I just responded back by saying, yeah, but watch it chapter by chapter. So chapter 1, like when you start the movie and you get to the end of part 1, that's 37 minutes. That's not bad. And then like you from part 2 to part 3, I think is like another 30 to 40, like 35 to 40 minutes. And so you just kind of get through these chapters, and each chapter plays like its own little vignette into a larger story. And so you could get to the end of a chapter and pause it and then just go, yeah, okay, cool. I can come back at another, I can come back tomorrow and not feel like I'm missing out on something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the way that it's structured is in such a way where, it may be one movie, but it's broken up to where there's clearly stopping points.
Yep. No, I agree. So that's what you got to do. I mean, like I've watched it twice now, and man, and then also spent some time like in individual scenes, like rewatching individual things over and over again to catch little pieces here and there. I can't wait to talk about the spoilers, but yeah, Ryan, this one's for you. We got a new one just for you because it can be kind of jarring when you're trying to look at your phone in the middle of something as epic as Zack Snyder's Justice League. Here is a behind-the-scenes clip, actually, from Superman in Zack Snyder's Justice League right after they bring him back from the dead. Poor guy. All right. Moving right along. Matt didn't like that one at all. Matt was like totally.
Sorry, I got sent something else, so I was.
Did you not?
Yeah.
Did you not see my brilliant?
No, I saw Superman nut thwap a bar.
That's funny
You know?
stuff, man. All right.
Hey,
We're gonna move
is
right
it
along.
though? I mean, like he doesn't feel it.
It obviously wasn't really Superman, and if he was, maybe he was weakened by kryptonite, because he seemed to feel that up in the subcockles area, up there somewhere, hey,
Try harder.
Okay, H Barts, I like that one. I've been sitting on that one. I like that one. Said H Barts with a $5 super chat says, I had a big smile on my face when seeing Black Suit Superman. I am right there with you. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was great.
Did you catch the ominous alluding to it that was even in the trailer? When they showed London, in the trailer, and you see like that Superman flag, it's black with silver lettering.
Oh,
I was all like, you guys, like, come on, like it's coming.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, just for you, man, it's not the black suit, but you know what? I was so hot about it. I was so excited about it. Got to cool down.
Oh my god.
What you're seeing there is an accurate representation of Wonder Meg after seeing Snyder Cut for the first time.
Oh boy. Yes, Zack Snyder was on her channel last night.
He's everywhere.
Well, but
I can't get
it was quality. It was quality last night.
No, I need to watch it. I need to watch it.
Yeah, no, it was good quality last night. So it's great interview. She does a great.
Was that before or was that after?
It was before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that was really good. Real quick, and then we're gonna move on to William. It says RJ Resident Justice here with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, buddy. He was just here. Says forgot to mention this, but what blew me away was how slight edits and different lighting made scenes that felt weird with Justice League feel much more natural and epic. The Kal-El no meme compared to Zack Snyder's Justice League, etc. Dude, I'm absolutely with you on that one. I totally agree. And for that, you know what? Speaking of awkward, we're going to give you Dawson playing Beat Saber. There you go.
I thought that was fake Dawson.
Nope, that's real Dawson. That's 100%.
He's big.
Oh, dude, the guy is super tall. Now, I don't understand why people can still hear us during this video, yet can't hear us during other videos. Does that make any sense?
I don't know. StreamYard gets a little bit weird sometimes.
I know, but yeah, Dawson is very, very tall. Very, very tall. Very tall. He's a big guy. And good guy. Real quick, H Barts with another $5 super chat says Snyder said he has no desire to make any more comic films. I think he is lying. H Barts, I don't know if he's lying. I think that he's probably saying what he's had to say to kind of get through this. And I think a lot of people say a lot of things when they first get done with something. But I think if the right thing presents itself, and I think if he knows that they're going to do right by him, that we'll definitely see more. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. And you know how I feel about that, and I know that you're right there, H Barts. So that's what I would say. Also, Arkham Gaming with a $3.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, what rating would you give Zack Snyder's Justice League? I give it a 10 out of 10. I give it 100. Like, seriously, for me, it was everything that I wanted in the Snyder Cut. I know I've heard people that I love and respect and been on the show even, that they weren't quite, they said that there was something that just didn't sit right with them. People who've been touting this and fighting for this even for years, Matt, who I've seen say, well, I don't know, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't exactly for me, it was everything. It literally hit everything that I wanted, man, in this movie. Real quick, before we bring in William, what do you give this?
Oh, I definitely give it like a 9 out of 10. Like there's enough there that I think could be improved upon in regards to tightening some stuff up that kind of like takes it down a little bit. And in my mind, like it's, there's no movie that's ever really perfect. And I don't want to kind of like lionize anything because if once you start lionizing it and you're like, there's nothing ever like, every movie's got flaws. Even my favorite movie, which was Raiders of the Lost Ark. And it's like, that's got flaws. So I try not to do that, but I rate it more like this. Like, is it rewatchable? That's how I view it. And in this particular case, 100% rewatchable. Like anytime you can rewatch this movie. It's especially like I was thinking about it last night. I'm like, all right, if I set aside a whole day, Man of Steel, BVS Ultimate, Zack Snyder's Justice League, that's about 9.5 hours, of like full on DC goodness. And that's how I want to view it. Like that's how I would approach it from being the best thing.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. I see a couple more super chats here. I'm gonna get to William first because William has waited way too long, and so I'm gonna get to William. William, welcome to the channel, sir. How are you, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing okay.
Good to see you, man.
So that happened. To answer Jarbo's question about Warner Brothers being a large studio, how come they can't get their franchises right? They're not speaking the right language, and they really don't know how. They don't have the structure. The advantage that Marvel had is that they inherited a structure. Feige's involvement precedes them, Disney purchasing them, and they really didn't tamper with that once they had it. And they were first, so they didn't really need to compare themselves in that manner to anyone else. Whereas you have the corporate structure of Warner Brothers with Ishihara, Emmerich, and all these guys that really don't have a comic book core as far as people go. The only people that they had involved that were directly comic book guys as far as writers was Jeff Johns, but he's not a good filmmaker. He's a great storyteller, but he's not a good liaison to a corporate level. So they were reactionary. Whereas Marvel can make Thor Ragnarok or Iron Man 2 and have it have lukewarm reviews or not make as much money as they do, but they're not going to budge because they know they don't have to. So that's
Thor Ragnarok actually did really well financially and critically. Just I think you mean Thor like the Dark World, but I get what you're trying to say.
The Thor franchise in general isn't like the Captain America franchise if you compare the two.
No, but I would argue that. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I do think like the new Thor movie will probably like make up for like the first couple, but
that's fine. But they'll get a chance to make that mistake. Whereas
DC just they freak out. Yeah, they freak out. They want to keep going back.
They pull over, and the difference between the two movies and that I think Hilar respects this more than the previous regime is the mythology. Marvel has icons, Marvel has symbols, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. I watch those movies and watch those shows as well. But DC has a mythology that those guys just really didn't embrace because it was too complex, and they really didn't give their audience enough credit to embrace that. Like I said, they don't take the gambles. When I'm watching that movie last night or this morning actually, and you realize everything that was wrong with Warner Brothers pre Jason Kilar, it just jumps out at you. It just jumps out at you, and everything that they need to fix, to be honest with you, is jumping out at you. And to be honest with you, I got told before, I think future stuff has already been greenlit. You didn't bring a streaming wizard like Jason Kilar over to really give a care about what goes on the big screen. Granted, they're not going to give up that money too, but Jason Kilar is digging and searching for a nuclear weapon that he can put on that streaming trophy. He doesn't have one now.
Well, I do have a quick question. I'm unfamiliar with Kilar's history. Like, where did he come from?
Kilar founded Hulu, and I believe he worked for Amazon, but he has a streaming, and he was one of the co-founders of Hulu. If you go ahead, you can help. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So he was bought over. He was bought over specifically to drive HBO Max.
Oh, damn! I know about the Hulu bit.
Yeah. So when you're talking about people, I don't know if we'll ever get Snyder Cut again. You look at his reaction to this from the beginning, from the moment he greenlit it or forced them to greenlight it, all the way till now. He's been personally involved. He's personally tweeted. He's personally backed it. He's he's supported the campaigns. And right now, 5 years ago, I could have told you what the banner was for HBO, Game of Thrones. 5 years before that, I could have said what the banner was. Sopranos, Big Lies. There has always been, I can reach into my treasure chest and pull out the flagship of whatever that era was for HBO. I can't do that now. Right now, Zack Snyder's Justice League is that. And he's looking at these collapses and crashes that happened last night that caused me to have this, 46 extra minutes added onto my 4 hours. He's looking at that. He's looking at what causes a global network to crash like that. What kind of volume would cause a network to crash like that? And he's clapping. So Keelar is the key here, and that's the difference. If you would have had him back in 2017, we wouldn't be here in this capacity trying to figure out the autopsy of why we didn't get what I saw this morning back in 2017. You have to have a visionary who recognizes it. And like I said, HBO Max, you eliminate Rotten Tomatoes, and to be honest with you, you eliminate pundits because they don't matter. Only thing that matters when it comes to streaming is volume and time on the network. If I'm spending 4 hours in 2 and 3 times, that's 12 hours on HBO Max. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I mean, like, I agree with you 100%. I mean, the biggest competitor to HBO Max is not Netflix, it's Disney. Let's be fair. And because of the curated content and having access to those IPs that they can mine. And that because Hulu, I've been a Hulu subscriber for years. I didn't know he worked for Hulu. Like, he was a CEO. Like, that's kind of, I'm trying to wrap my brain around that right now. Cause I like, that makes me reevaluate like a lot of what I was thinking, cause I'm like, I don't want to swear, cause it's not my channel, but there's a lot with that makes a lot of sense. Like, cause I mean, yeah, think about, oh my God, dude, like, holy, you just, cause the Dune series, right? Cause Dune is a mega franchise that just needs to be like released in the right way and it will blow up, I think. So you got like the Dune show for HBO Max that they're doing, all the Justice League stuff that they're doing. I really hate the multiverse. I do that. I'm never going to get past that unless they prove me wrong on that one. I just can't wrap my brain around it right now.
It's a must. It's a must. The multiverse is a must. Embrace it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm just going to be, I'll be, stagnant. I'll be stubborn. That's the word. I don't know, man. I just want the Arrowverse to go bye-bye. I just want the Arrowverse to go bye-bye. It's running its course. Here's the reason why. Let it die.
Here's another reason why Keelar was successful with Hulu. And if you mirror the success of HBO, you have a 10-year period where you had those 4 flagpoles, Sopranos, whatever you had. Yeah. Another thing you have to do is you can't leave anything on the table. If you have a demographic, I hate the CW shows, but there's a demographic, there's money there. I don't like what they did with Wonder Woman 84 and all the cartoony stuff that they're looking to go forward with, but there's a market there. But I love what's going on with HBO Max. There's a market there. I'm not leaving any bags of money on the table. I'm going to open my arms. I'm going to take them off. And that's what he's doing. He's going to appeal on all different levels. You have to use these IPs and point them in every different direction because everybody has their interpretations of Superman. I grew up with Christopher Reeve when I was a kid. I'm a grown man now. Now it's Cavill. But you can't not get into the cracks. You can't say, well, because Enosh doesn't like this Superman, I can't discount him, or that Jarbo doesn't like this one. Yeah. I want money. I'm
not against I'm not going to attack anyone for liking. I mean, my personal preference would be like Snyder'S. This because I just like the Snyder'S.
Can you give me just 1 second? I just want to address something real quick. First of all, I want to point out something. I'm appreciative for anybody who gives a super chat, but if you think that I ignore other people's comments, you're full of crap. Second of all, you're already full of crap, bipolar nobody. You know what? You're exactly that, a nobody here to this channel. I apologize if you actually suffer from bipolar because you know what? My mother did too. And that's a horrible thing. But don't be bringing that junk in here because I will tell you something. You want to know why I stood up for, yes, a phobic remark about Ray Fisher? Because it was a freaking lie. It was an insult to a man. It was childish. It was moronic. And it was something that shouldn't have been said, that was never apologized for it. It was glossed over. It was excused. And then it was told that it never even happened, even though the rest of us on the freaking planet could all hear it. So yes, I will go off on a small rant on you to tell you you are full of crap. because you know what? Yeah, I will have Matt Jarbo on because at least Matt Jarbo owns up to the mistakes that he's made in his life and has said that the polar bear incident was absolutely a horrible thing to do, was absolutely the wrong thing to do, and that he wouldn't do it again. So you know what? Yeah, if you're looking for the polar bear to come out, it's probably not going to come out on this channel, just letting you know, okay? Because we don't condone that. But at least Matt Jarbo has had the common sense and also the rightness of mind to apologize for what he did. I don't see anybody who did the things that you're mentioning apologizing for crap. So until I do, why don't you go ahead and eat your freaking comment and watch Matt Jarbo on my channel, okay? Because obviously that's what you enjoy. So sit back and enjoy the rest of the show and keep your mouth shut or I'll kick you out. Thank you. And if you want to give a super chat, don't. I don't want your money. I'm done with that. Sorry.
Donate to AFSP.
Exactly.
If
Go
you care.
donate to AFSP. Have fun.
Look,
That's a
I've
good
made my
cause.
mistakes. That's the reality of the situation. Okay. I no getting around that.
Matt, I don't condone what you did. I've never condoned what
I don't
you did.
either.
You and I have had this conversation many times between you and me, on air, off air. I'm sorry that this person apparently, hasn't watched enough of the channel to understand that. But you know what? I'm tired of being questioned about that. Not because it has anything to do with you, Matt. I don't want you to think that like I'm tired. Because
No, I know.
I'm tired of dealing with your stuff. That's not it. The thing is that you've apologized for that. I feel like there comes a point where if somebody apologizes, you got to now look, Matt, if you come out tomorrow and you're messing around with the polar bear and you're out here like, dropping N-words and stuff, well, then you know what? You're probably not going to be on my program tomorrow.
No,
okay?
that was
I'm
a
just
bad
saying.
mistake. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I stand up for what I think is right. I when people make mistakes, I believe that we give them the benefit of the doubt when they apologize and when they do it from a place that I feel is genuine. So I apologize for interrupting your time, William, but that was something that just that bothered me that I saw and I felt needed to be addressed. So I'm sorry. I apologize for that, but that there you go. So anyways, moving right along.
It comes up every once in a while. So it's a thing.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
But I appreciate it. Thank you. It's like the thing is to quickly touch on that. Everyone, like I said, makes mistakes. Like a poor attempt at a bad joke 9 years ago. So stupid. I regret it immensely. Totally not that person. Totally not that person. But people like to bring it up. That's their go-to. That's their go-to. It's like, so you're never going to get away from it. I saw the guy, I tracked him down on Twitter too. There's nobody, the name is pretty, but I'll tell you who's a somebody. Williams is somebody.
Absolutely.
With, like a buttload of new information that I didn't know. And dude, you're dropping some serious info here that like, I want to like, part of me is like, cause I'm stubborn. I want to like argue with you over something like about the IP thing, about the IP, but no, but the thing is you are right. You are absolutely right. And HBO Max has been doing that, especially with adult content. So it's like, and that's why I mentioned Disney Plus as kind of like their competitor, because Disney's got all the kid stuff, HBO Max is like, yeah, we're going to do another R-rated Harley Quinn show. We're going to be doing all this other kind of adult humor. And like they got all the South Park episodes on there now and everything else, like the Cartoon Network stuff. And that's a completely different demographic. And that is like, I wasn't thinking of it from your perspective. So thank you.
And what he's done is he's taken a look at, like I'm going to use Sopranos or even Game of Thrones as, every week after an episode of Sopranos, what were people talking about? At least me, who got whacked, who got killed. Now you had 8 to 10 episodes of Sopranos, and then you had an 18-month gap in between a couple of seasons. And when that season came back, people were lusting for it. And what he's done is he's looked back and he's basically taken the comparison of what they've had before he came along and what they have now and what they need. And you need content. You need not only content, but you need content that people are going to talk about one way or another. There's going to be some people who thought the Snyder Cut sucked, and they're going to go and they're going to broadcast that. But guess what? He's creating a spectacle. And that's the key thing, the difference between him and Ishihara and all these other guys. He doesn't mind creating a spectacle and then watching everybody react to the spectacle and then bridging off the spectacle. That's what he did with Hulu. And I kind of see the trademark, the hallmarks of what he's doing now. But I want to have a series, and I'm glad that this movie was not a series, even though I was wanting that before, because of the way the structure and the way the flow of the movie was. It would not have benefited a series unless they added and augmented and added things on and around it. So I'm glad it came out. But future content, in regards to Snyderverse, I don't want to see any more Snyderverse movies on the big screen. And I know a lot of people are going to throw stuff at me, but I don't want to, because HBO Max gives you an entire universe and consistency. What Zack Snyder is doing is more consistent with Ned Stark's head coming off. Sorry, spoiler words. It's been 11 years. Or Polly getting wet, or things like that. It is what you saw this morning, what I saw this morning, was more consistent with the stuff that they've done for the last 15 years than anything that's going to be on a TV screen. And with HBO Max, you have the freedom because that's their calling card. Violence, darkness is HBO's calling card, and Showtime for that matter with Dexter. But those two channels, it fits right in. You don't have to rearrange and do stupid stuff to make it friendly for the
you're also forgetting that Warner Brothers owns Cinemax, and HBO Max originally was not going to run any Cinemax content. I mean, understandably so, but they just put.
You mean they were going to go back and like show like Skinemax stuff?
Yeah, but Cinemax has some solid television, like Banshee, for example. Have you seen Banshee, William?
Banshee, yes, I've seen Banshee. Banshee's semi-porn, but here's the thing, and the key thing about that.
Okay, I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that.
Provide for everyone is what I'm thinking.
It is on Cinemax.
He's saying provide for everyone. Don't exclude anybody. Yeah. I don't like the Superman or the wimp Superman that's on CW, but somebody does. You know what? I don't like a soft core Superman, or I don't like the Wonder Woman that was in 1984. I thought that was bad.
We want a hardcore Superman. That's what we want. It's interesting. Go ahead.
Somebody does, but what they did before is if somebody didn't like a version of a hero that Zack Snyder was putting out, they reacted in a way that excluded the people that did. And that's where they failed. They tried to, and they reacted to what Marvel's doing, and I always say it over and over again, you cannot tell DC stories through a Marvel lens. You will fail every time, and they'll look dumb doing it. And that's what you saw the last 4 years. But you're starting to see now. You saw a DC movie last.
Well, I'll tell you what, William, you are so smart, man, because like somebody even said to me something today about like, them trying to play catch up with Marvel still. And I'm like, they can't go forward with the Snyderverse because the overall public doesn't want to see that and stuff. And they'll never beat Marvel that way. And I'm like, well, why do they want to? Like, what? I don't care about them beating Marvel at this point. Like Marvel is not. Because it's a totally different thing, and I do want to address Jarbo 96 here because you brought up like you guys have brought up the CW and the Arrowverse and stuff, and that kind of goes right along with their question here with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Jarbo. Says thoughts on Superman and Lois theory with Arrowverse. So what's interesting about Superman and Lois is that they've almost tried to take some of these elements of Zack Snyder's look a little bit, like with the costume and everything, even though the costume, like they've tried to put muscles in the costume instead of having Tyler Hoechlin make muscles, which kind of bugs me a little bit. But other than that, I mean, I don't have a problem with Superman and Lois as a show. There's some really great moments on Superman and Lois. It's actually because of the teenager aspect where where him and Lois are raising their two boys. Look, a lot of that resonates with me because as a dad of 3 boys, I like seeing Superman having to deal with some of that stuff. What I don't like is when I think that, and I could be reading too much into it sometimes, but when I see them do something or say something that feels like a jab at Zack Snyder's universe, or Superman is not really like doing something that I think he should, or it's a little too squeaky clean, or cheesy. But you know what? It's okay because like you said, William, it can all exist. And so I'm not mad at it. So I'm not judging everything on the CW as it has to be like Zack's, and
no, I just don't have to watch it if I don't like it, but I can.
Look, I stopped watching Supergirl completely, and it was one of the toughest things that I ever did because I liked the first season. I liked the first season of Supergirl. And I barreled through the second season, and I got to the third season, and finally just looked at my wife and I said, I can't do this anymore. Every week I want to like put my head through the TV. I can't watch the show anymore. And it kills me because I love Superman. I love Supergirl. I love the super characters, the family of characters. And I just can't do this to myself anymore. I'm angry all the time. So I just stopped watching it.
The most important thing that Keelar did as far as greenlighting Zack Snyder's Justice League is he restored faith in continuity, because you had this big swath of fans right now that didn't want to really dip their foot into anything else DC was doing, good or bad, because they felt that the rug was going to be pulled from under them. How can I have faith in Robert Pattinson's Batman no matter how good it is? Why should I invest in 3 or 4 movies or the next 7 years into this when I don't know if they're going to pull the carpet out of me, change man, do anything, and never come back to it? By coming back to this, not only does he restore that a little bit, but he makes it so that it's not such an adverse situation that we engage into these other things that we might have subliminally negatively put out of our realm because of the fact that, well, I'm not going to watch that Superman because they screwed Cavill. I'm not going to watch that Batman because I feel crappy about how they, and even though people won't say that, it's human nature, the fact that I don't feel like I'm a part of this party because of the cake that was made for me got thrown out and you put pineapple cake out there. So now with this back on the table, it allows us to engage with some things that we may or may not have given a chance. That's good business, because if you're going to do a multiverse, yeah, you can provide for everybody individually, but if you can overlap, if you can get me to watch Tyler Hoechlin, that's a success. If you can get those people to engage with the Snyderverse, that's a success. You strengthened your brand, and you what we call in the Army a force multiplier. Force multiplier, because you've taken one IP and you've got 3 times the strength out of it by not giving up on one particular brand. So it's important that the WB or CW brand stays alive and good, even if it's not my favorite. It's important that if the soft G-rated movies go on, if they're successful, they continue with that. And it's important that the Snyderverse the Snyder Cut was put back into play, because it keeps everybody engaged, and it tells them we're going to follow through. We're going to start this. We're going to follow through. If I put Enosh and he's going to be directing the next Superman movies, he's directing the next 3 Superman movies. You don't have to worry about a whole bunch of stuff unless something happens to him. And the same thing, it's consistency and cohesion.
I
agree.
I can't argue with any of that. The only thing I will say about the Arrowverse, and just because of the end of that says theory with Arrowverse. So I'll be honest with you. I feel like the Arrowverse is kind of running its course at this point. I don't know how much longer the Arrowverse is going to be able to keep up.
Well, what's left? Really?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the Flash this season, my son, who's the biggest Flash fan on the planet, is like checking out. Like, he's just like, and I'm hoping that it's just those last these first 3 episodes, which were supposed to be the last 3 episodes of last season. So hopefully they pick it up, when the actual episodes start to pick up for what was supposed to be this season. I'm hoping that restores a little bit of that, because I love the Flash, but the Flash has been very hit or miss. You get a good season, you get a bad season, you get another bad season. You can't keep heaping bad seasons on me, and I'm gonna die off here. And then they're canceling shows that have been doing really well in the ratings. That's what I don't understand. Like, Black Lightning has done very well in the ratings and has gotten quite a following and has built its following up. And now that one's gone, gonna be gone. Supergirl was waning, and now Supergirl's going away. But they're keeping Legends of Tomorrow. Legends of Tomorrow has been on the chopping block for quite a while. And it seems
should have been at conception. It should have been on the chopping block.
Yeah. No, I tried to watch it. My family, like you said, everybody has something that they like. My family, they like Legends of Tomorrow. Tiffany and Isaac, they like Legends of Tomorrow. And so, I don't take that away from them.
What you're seeing, though, before I go, what you're seeing, though, is you're seeing the establishment of how Keelar is going to run things. You just named a bunch of things that don't make a lot of sense. But what has to happen is, it's like when you take over a continent. You start your beachhead, you're successful at Normandy, and you start to move across the continent. And each time you take territory, you not only take territory, you take credibility to your shareholders. So now we just took Normandy, or I hate a word a reference, but we just took with Snyder, we just took the beachhead, right? And now everybody, your stockholders, your investors, everybody who's watching you take that beachhead. So when you start making these massive changes, like I think they're going to reform the CW when they start making these changes, he has credibility now. Even though he's the CEO of Warner Media, it's hard to really arbitrarily do things without the backing of a lot of the people that are watching you, especially if they're investors. With the success of the Snyder Cut does is that gives him that beachhead. And now he can start looking to certain territories. Now he can start looking, even though he has stooges and stuff, Warner Brothers, he has a lot more influence to say, you know what? I know you've been here for a while, but I got all the success behind me. Now he can start looking to the CW and say, you know what? I think I want to make some changes there too. But this was critical. This is his first real beachhead, and he's taken over the continent. And you're going to see the company start to reflect Keelar more than you are, because with Emmerich and all these guys are old Hollywood. Keelar is new Hollywood, or not even Hollywood. He's streaming. He's brought that. You brought this pilot to fly this 747, and that's what he's going to do. And you're going to see the company over the next 5 years reflect him. And it's going to change. It's going to change to the kind of demographic that goes to streaming. Not going to give up the movies. Movies theaters are not going away. Nobody's giving up that money. There's still money to be made there. But the emphasis and the focal point for these IPs is going to be streaming because of the freedom of range that you can do. And you can spread out from there.
There's a point to that I would like to kind of touch upon, and I agree with you. I think that one of the articles I saw last night from Mikey Sutton, whether you want to believe him or not, him and I are friends for full disclosure, but he had told me that Warner's is now looking at trying to release the Snyder Cut in theaters. And to me, that makes all the sense in the world, because we are still trying to find the resurgence of movie theaters with now the vaccines coming out and the cases going down. We're kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel here. They just put out the IMAX version of BVS, which is an IMAX remaster, so it can totally go to IMAX. They actually showed Zack Snyder's Justice League in IMAX last week in LA. So there is a print that is available for digital that can go to an IMAX screen and is formatted for IMAX, which is what we saw with the 4x3. So by putting it out there, I mean, because come on, how many people in the chat right now, press 1 if you would go see Snyder Cut in theaters if they had it available. You know, I mean, I'd watch it. I'd totally go.
I'd go right now.
Your friend is telling what your friend is telling what one level at Warner Brothers plans to do. But trust me, somebody's going to drag their feet on this, especially if these numbers and these analytics are what they are. If I got a weapon that I for HBO Max to get subscribers and get the hype going, I mean, I don't want to put it anywhere else yet. Limited engagements here or there, but
I'm not talking a wide release, but I mean, think of it like a Fathom event. You know what I mean? And I say that because back in 2016, when they did the Fathom event for The Killing Joke, it was supposed to be just a one-night event, right? The animated movie of The Killing Joke was so popular that it became a 2-night event, and then it was on Blu-ray the next week, and it spent 4 weeks right underneath BVS. So like, there's a lot of money.
Do you see the correlation there, though? Where would that if the Snyder Cut ends up being successful with him in IMAX? There you go with that beachhead again. Where did that start? It started at HBO Max. Now we're making money off.
But I mean, we're talking. Oh yeah, no, totally. But we are talking about like the I'm trying to get the word here, the synchronicity.
By the way, there's a lot of ones in the chat right now.
Yeah, I see that. Totally, you guys are awesome. But it's like, think about it like this. So with the HBO Max. Oh, the ones I said, if you would go see it in theaters, press 1. That's a lot of ones.
Yeah, I'm a 1. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm a 1.
But I think like so.
I'm just saying it's not good business if he's going to try to strengthen one brand right now. But
it's also, but you have to think of it like this. It's the people who don't have HBO Max yet. Those are the people who still want to, they need a reason. They need an incentive to go, right? So, I mean, sure, the price point, because they are going to be mixing up their price points by allowing an ad supported version that won't have the new releases like the movies in theater. However, there is still, Well, yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. And so they're going to do that, and then, but they've also got, again, the 4K, the new remastered 4K is hitting home theater home video next week for BVS, which I'm definitely going to buy. So that's a physical sale that I don't need to, but I want it in the 4K. And then in May, they're releasing the Snyder Cut in 4K on home video. So they could easily play into those kind of different markets, you know, of streaming, of home video, and of theatrical. And really just kind of have a multitude of different revenue streams. I don't think the Snyder Cut's going to be like, and I think it's a smart play. I think
he's going to use HBO Max to do it. The HBO Max will be the hammer for everything that goes on, whether it ends up on that giant IMAX screen like you're talking about, on physical media. HBO Max will be the focal point that he does this. He's going to control this company via HBO Max. That is where his leverage is going to be, because eventually the subscriptions are going to go up. And once he lines up all these icons to where I'm like, okay, I'm done with the Snyder Cut, what's next? And that's the biggest problem Disney had at the beginning is after the first season of The Mandalorian, it was this long stretch. What he should do, and what he's probably going to do, he's going to line up these things to where I'm not going to give up my subscription. You got me for $12.99, $14.99, or whatever every month because I know something's coming. And guess what? I'm going to start forgetting to unsubscribe. If I know that you got another Wonder Woman, Amazons, and heads cutting off, and I know that's coming, that's easy for me to forget to not pay that $12.99 a month. And if 1,000 people do that, good business. Hey, it's been great, guys. I got to head out, but it's nice to see Jarbo's and his eyes is not glowing. That's great. And Enosh, it's always a pleasure.
Oh, William, the pleasure is all mine, bro. You just nail it, man. I love listening to you talk, and I can't argue with anything you say, man. You got absolutely great points, and so
I like talking numbers. So the numbers are always going to get me.
We're in the Keelar generation right now. We're in the Keelar era, not the post Snyder Cut, but we are in the Keelar era. Learn how to spell that name.
There you go. All right, man. Guys. Well, thanks, William. All right, buddy. Take it easy. I do want to hit a couple of things here because StreamYard's already moved on from me to be able to actually bring them up anymore, and so I want to make sure that because there were a couple of really good ones here. Go back to
I saw there's a couple super chats that came in.
Oh, come on!
I'm seeing him here on the StreamYard. I can get back to I can't
get back to HBarts. I'm trying to get back to HBarts.
I don't. Oh yeah, no, that one's back there. Oh,
dang it! And it's not even.
Was that the $20 one?
Yeah. That's why. Come on.
You always drop it when it comes to. Here's the thing. Go to your go to another tab and go to your YouTube studio, and then on the side you'll see monetization. Click on that. Yeah. And then you can see super chats and see the one that you got last.
Well, I wanted to bring it up on the screen.
Well, I don't think you're going to be able to do that. I'm just going to be honest.
I had it here. You know what? I can do it. I just got to do it a different way. So here we go. But HBarts had a great comment here, and so I wanted to bring it up. And so I apologize. I'm gonna get through these real quick, and then we're gonna go on to our next guest here. Whoops, that's not the right one. Here's the one that I wanted to show, and you'll be able to see it over here on the side. That's HBarts. That's the only way I can do it right now at this point. I tried kicking that out, so that I could do it, and it wouldn't let me. So he says, so HBarts with a $20 super chat. Thank you, man, because HBarts, you're freaking awesome, and I will go to the trouble to bring up your super chat for sure, man. It's no trouble at all. Says here 0 out of 10 for Steppenwolf for meaning for Zack Snyder's Justice League. He gives it a 0 out of 10 because Steppenwolf did not say mother like in Justice League. me and Dawson still want to redub it and have it say mama.
I really liked this Steppenwolf. I thought he was intimidating and everything. I'll tell you this real quick because I know it's kind of on my mind, but it's Not really a spoiler. Like,
let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
This,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me
My
finish
bad.
this. It says, but in all seriousness, without spoilers, Steppenwolf is probably one of the best comic book villains on screen, better than any Marvel villain other than Thanos. I think that's legit. That's been one of my biggest problems with Marvel has been their villains kind of stink. And
Thanos was great.
Yeah, Thanos was okay. The only thing what I don't like about Thanos, man, is the fact that Thanos goes and becomes a freaking farmer at the end. Really? You tell me,
but that's the whole thing. That's the whole point. When you've accomplished your goal, what do you do? Right? That's the whole aspect of it. It just goes to show you, like, everything he was attempting to do was for creating balance. It was more of was it Unitarian like approach to the whole thing? He wasn't trying to be a dictator. He was trying to, what in his mind was to balance things. And when he achieved the balance, then he was done. He put his armor down. He went home. That was the whole point. That's what made him such a compelling villain. Darkseid just wants to control everything, which is cool. And he's got some cool toys to get there, and he's going to have to deal with a lot of superheroes to take him out. But at the same time, it's like, what happens when he gets everything? Like and maybe that's a problem with storytelling in our world. And maybe that's a problem with how we view things. Is like, we always are on the journey, but a movie ends as soon as you get what you want. Right. Mm-hmm. Like that was the thing I love about, National Treasure 2. I know it's a weird segue, but in National Treasure, Nick Cage and whatever the woman's name is, I forget right now. Diane Kruger, they get together at the end of the movie, right? They buy that mansion together and he chases her in the house. You go to the second movie and it picks up a couple years later and they're broken up and they're divorced. And the movie then spends the time getting them back together, but it shows that not everything is happily ever after and that there's always going to be consequences and these things are always going to kind of evolve and change. And I enjoyed that
stuff
quite
happens. Stuff happens.
Yeah, stuff happens. So it's like, that's kind of why I like the whole thing with Thanos was like, he went to become a farmer, but and he wasn't afraid of death at the end. And when they killed him in the beginning of Infinity or Endgame, because he had already got what he wanted. He's like, I've already done what I set out to do. I'm good. And that's like, okay, he was just going to live out his days like that. I mean, and what would happen if Hans Gruber ended up getting the money and he was sitting on an island earning 10%? What was his goal? His goal was to get all that money and retire. But he killed a lot of people in the process.
Well, and I get that. You know what I think my thing about Thanos is, though, and then I want to hit a couple of these. My thing about Thanos is that like I really didn't believe him as like being a bad guy at all. Like it was just kind of like he was just kind of there. He did some stuff, and even all the deaths that that he supposedly made, all the kills. It was like you didn't really feel them. You know what I mean? Like, to me, at least. I mean, like, yeah, people disappeared, but it wasn't like he was brutal. It wasn't like a Darkseid thing where he was literally like jumping out and like slicing people down and, you know what I mean? And murdering.
Well,
people, so for me, it's like, I look at stuff like that and I look at some of the other villains. It's just, some of these villains sometimes just seem kind of hollow. Compared to.
I mean, but to be fair, why do we like Batman villains more than, let's say, a lot of other villains? And it's because a lot of them are grounded. They're grounded. They're eccentric, but they're grounded, right? Yeah. And so they're relatable.
Yeah,
they're like that was the whole thing with like opening.
You believe them as villains.
Yeah, but you believe them as villains, and it's like, and I get that with Thanos. I believed him as a villain because like of what is think of him like an eco-terrorist sort of thing. That's a fair comparison.
Yeah.
But like in the opening of Justice League, when we get to the Wonder Woman opening, like I really, really like that scene. Like I love that scene because like there's a mystery there. Now, we think, is it a bank robbery? Is it just a hostage thing? What are these guys doing? The cinematography focuses on the briefcase as we walk from like the van up into everything. And they're focused on the briefcase because the briefcase is important. But around it, we're seeing this carnage and this chaos that's predominantly out of focus. So our focus is the briefcase, but the world around it is crazy, and then Junkie XL Score was in there. I mean, those villains to me were compelling because they had a reason to be there. and they weren't looking for like the easy way. They didn't care. They were done. This is what they were there to do. They were there to, you know, commit seppuku.
Sure.
And so it was so, to me, it was fascinating to see how the villains were playing out there. I enjoyed, I mean, if you look at it like this, where it's like Steppenwolf, and again, light criticism, but it's like, why was he there? It's like, they kept saying 100,000 worlds, 100,000 worlds. You owe him 50,000 more worlds. It was like this really exuberant number that is kind of like, who the hell has the time
For
to go
50,000 worlds,
to go to 50,000 worlds, let alone 100,000 worlds? And what are you doing when you're there? Because they never explain, like, what is he going? Are there more mother boxes that are in these other planets? Are they, is you know, the anti-life equation, like all of these things, like they don't ever explain what he's doing, like why he's going. You know what I mean? So it's like, so it's one of those things where they could, at least with Thanos, they gave you a reason. Now I'm hoping that if we do get Snyder Cut part 2, part 3, we do get that explanation, that story, and I think we will. And so, but you know, again, it's all about build up and payoff. But Steppenwolf was just kind of an errand boy, you know. He was just kind of an errand boy, but he was badass, you know. But I mean, even at the end there, I don't want to say what happens, but like at the end there, it was like there was just no regard.
No,
you know,
it was great. It was great.
That was that was beautiful. I loved it. But it was
real quick. See the P with a $4.99 super chat didn't say anything that, and I did see your comment, and I was getting to it, but then see the P gave another $4.99 super chat and then put that comment in here. So I appreciate that. And, you know, because you did that, look, Silent Scotty was in here and he was saying that he hopes everybody's toasters are okay. Well, I'm sorry, but when C the P gives 2 $4.99 super chats, we're going to blow up some toasters up in here.
I've been thinking about blowing up my toaster, but then how would I make my bread hot and hard at the same time?
My bread is hard and hot at the same time. Says, can you talk about the service crashing on HBO Max and how that affects the possibility of a Justice League 2? So real quick, absolutely, we can talk about that. The thing is that so the service did crash, but I think you look at it like this. I think everybody figured it was going to crash. Look, Disney Plus has this problem when their shows come out. And a lot of people flock to go see those shows, right? To go watch those shows. And so like when
we got 45 minutes until Falcon and Winter Soldier.
We want to get to this for those people who may have to leave. But the thing is that you know, people go to flock to see those shows, and so then, you know, the service crashes because it's an overload, right? Well, a lot of us assumed that was going to happen with especially with Zack Snyder's Justice League, because everybody was literally going to go watch it when it came out, right? At 3 a.m. Eastern, you know, and that's what happened. What that shows, and the reason why this affects the possibility of a Justice League 2 is not just because it crashed. It's not just because it crashed HBO Max, but it shows HBO Max there are people who were flocking to see this thing all at the same time. And it's not just, you know, it's everybody. It's not just the diehard fans. It's the haters. It's the casuals. Everybody. I'm seeing you guys talk about in the chat here, like some of the numbers for this. Like, for example, the next comment, Ryan Hartwell with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Ryan. You're amazing. Says the Snyder Cut currently has an 8.7 out of 10 on IMDb. And so you can find that there. And Ryan's got that there for you. And Ryan, I you know what, just for that, I'm going to buy you lunch. Where you want to go? I think I already know.
All over town, people are talking about the lunch trench. It's the ditch where you can eat your food.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's that. And then I know other people are talking about the fact that, not just the IMDb score, but like the Rotten Tomatoes score, even like the Rotten Tomatoes score is at because 187 here was talking about it, and I'm trying to find 187's actual comment here. I might have to go past this to go find the actual comment.
Well, I don't know if you can see that I brought up a screen share.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can with your current setup, but
yeah.
So this is just an email I got sent today. Right. Justice League Snyder Cut is currently trending 2 million plus searches today.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's a lot. And so a lot of people are talking about this. It's been trending on Twitter. Anytime Zach does anything, it trends on Twitter.
And look, 187 here. 187 is a huge Marvel fan, and him and I have several talks, and like he prefers Marvel to DC. And look, when you have somebody even like 187 who's been critical, honestly, of the Snyder Cut and critical of DC in general, because he's so positive about Marvel, and and we're good. So I'm fine with that. And we've talked off air. Says 97% on Rotten Tomatoes, not bad. And then says, 97% with over 10,000 votes is epic. So like even people who are not traditionally Marvel or DC fans are into it. And then RJ, right here, Resident Justice, who's on here with another $1.99 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Says Marvel versus DC is dumb. DCEU doesn't need to be MCU, and I believe that's right. But Jarbo, you're right. I mean, 2 million people searching this thing,
and that's not Twitter. That's Google. You know what I mean? Like that's
yeah.
That's like Twitter. Twitter only has fewer than 400,000 profiles, like users. It has people, but like Facebook is 2 billion, YouTube is 2 billion. This is monthly, right? So it's like it's not like as big as people like to make it out to be. But Google, on the other hand, this is a big thing. And yeah, I saw 76% from Resident Justice also on Rotten Tomatoes. I was just looking at that myself. That's a big turnaround from even BVS, because BVS had a 28%. And but that was also because of what happened with that movie. And so this is showing you that the audience, like either they were so turned off by Justice League in 2017 that they're like, how could it be any worse? And what they got was something that was just like marginally better, so it just kind of, it changed their opinion of it. And the thing is, I think a lot of people, and this is what I've said before, is if you go and you look at the trajectory of the DCEU and the trajectory of the Snyder fandom and everything else, people who came into Man of Steel did well in 2013. People wanted Man of Steel 2, but Zack wanted to dive into doing a Batman movie. And at first they weren't going to like go into the Marvel side of things until they did. But BVS comes out, gets hit pretty bad, and then the Ultimate Edition comes out and people started seeing it and word of mouth over the couple years. So Justice League is just terrible. It's just a bad movie. I liked it when I first saw it, but I agree with you, Enosh. It was like, this is what we're going to get. So you're kind of just like, I'll just lay there and take it sort of thing. But yeah,
H Bars with another $5 super chat says, I need more Ray Porter as Darkseid. I absolutely agree with that. Did you catch Ray Porter's cameo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
I did. I
cool.
did catch the cameo. I was watching it. I'm all like, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Is that who I think it is? And that was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I've been even with I'm looking forward to that because since I'm doing like the breakdown, I'm kind of going through scene by scene and just grabbing screenshots and like talking about like the cinematography and what I like about it, and kind of it allows me to rewatch the movie in like kind of bits to kind of like better process it rather than one 4-hour thing. And I'm just so happy that it's here. But I do need to dip out because I have to get ready for.
That's fine, man.
I have to just use the restroom and get some food before Falcon Winter Soldier. But right, everyone needs to give Enosh your money. Just saying. That's probably for the best.
It's not why we're here, but
it's not why we're here, but it's also why we're not here. Not why we're not here. I don't know. I had a joke with that, but it failed. No, here's the reason why you need to give Enosh all your money. Because I can't live stream. So it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. So you're saying it kind of failed like my Superman joke. Stone cold.
It was funny. It was the reaction at the end when his nervous system catches up with his body. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and talk to my other friends here.
Thank you, Matt, for being on tonight. Guys, go check out Matt's video about the issue last night that happened with
yeah, it's got a lot of. I'll tell you that.
Really well done piece, man.
I'll tell you this though, it's got over 300 comments right now, and that usually never happens on one of my videos. And they're not all trashing me, so that's actually
each one is one word. Each one is word. Matt, Jarbo, you really suck. Once you made a video with a panda, and now we cannot get over it.
It was a polar bear, and I bought it at the Dollar Tree, and it's gone. My cat destroyed it.
Well, I'd leave too.
And I'm very happy with that. Very happy with that choice. She made the right choice.
Right.
She was
all right, man.
Anyway.
You have a great night, Matt. All right,
I'll see you guys. I'm gonna go
right.
and enjoy some Marvel. So
Right.
and also some more DC. So I'll see you.
All right, buddy. All right, guys. All right. Well, we are moving right along. Thanks to Matt for joining us. I gotta remember who I oh yeah. Let's see. So next I have in here Hugo. What's up, Hugo? Welcome to the show, sir. How are you?
Hi, Enosh.
Hey, man. Sorry to keep you waiting there. Man, if I could get Matt to shut up for like 5 seconds, man, I could get through like this show a lot easier, man, and get you all in here. But you know, it's bad enough that I talk enough.
I know the feeling.
So what's on your mind, man? How you doing?
Oh, mixed bag of emotions, man. I'm just coming out of the fallout of the last 24, 48 hours. I'm not great with time, but I caught the Geeks and Gamers live stream following issues.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying not to feel too much. I'm trying to look forward to today because later on, after I've slept, I'm going to my brother's to see Zack Snyder's Justice League on Now TV. But I mean, yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah. So are you? So why is it difficult for you?
I just mean it's like I thought we could go one day in this fandom without some division, without some controversy beyond the leaks and dramas going on there with the companies themselves, but then just a charity live stream goes completely awkward because of something Zack said, and it sounded like he was very under pressure, and yet I don't think it's fair not to give him leeway. He was told by a company to say those things, and clearly he was a bit panicked over it because, well, that's what I got from seeing the clip over and over again. But yeah.
Well, look. So Hugo, let me say this. I know that is, and I don't know if you saw their stream about this, and this is why you felt this way, you know, or if you just felt this way watching it. But I know that Geeks and Gamers is really trying to spin this as that Zack was under immense pressure, and he was trying to stand up for Geeks and Gamers, and he was trying to stand up for this and that, and man, the studio was threatening him with his movie if he did it. That's baloney. That's baloney. Like the Geeks and Gamers is like, yeah, they're like, man, they could pull the plug on this movie at any moment. They could pull the plug on this movie, and boy, they threatened Zack. That's baloney. There is no way, dude. There is no way. There is absolutely no possible way that the night before the Snyder Cut comes down, that Geeks and Gamers is not that important. Geeks and Gamers is nowhere near that important that even if Zack said, no, I'm not going to disavow anybody, if they really came to him, and I don't believe that. I really don't believe that narrative. I don't believe that they put all this pressure on him, because here's the thing. Geeks and Gamers are the one who twisted it around that Zack said something negative about them. He did not. He didn't assault them. He didn't say anything horrible about them. He just said, we are not associated with Geeks and Gamers. That hurt their feelings. that they wore their feelings on their sleeve, Hugo, and that hurt their feelings. And so then they got upset about it and they cried about it now for 24 hours about how Zack assaulted them. Jeremy's even gone on saying that Zack slandered him.
That's what I don't believe.
This is just victimization, dude.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, and I'll let you.
I feel like a real
it.
idiot.
Yeah, I just, like, and I'll let you say your piece. I just want to get this out here because the thing is, there is no way, even if HBO Max was super pissed off, right, about Geeks and Gamers somehow, and they were mad about that, there is no way that HBO Max gave some kind of gauntlet, threw down some kind of gauntlet that said, you have to say this, especially because what Zack said was so insignificant. Because Zack was speaking about two different things. All he did was disassociate himself. Have you watched Max, or have you watched Matt's video about this?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay, so I really encourage you, because Matt, this is why I've praised it, because Matt has done such a phenomenal job of breaking down what really happened last night with this stream. Because Zack talked about two things. First, he didn't disavow Geeks and Gamers. He didn't throw Geeks and Gamers under the bus. He didn't attack Geeks and Gamers. He simply disassociated himself with them because they are not part of the same thing. They are not the Geeks and Gamers is not part of him, and he is not part of Geeks and Gamers.
No, of course not.
And so that's all he did. And then he talked about a completely different subject because of what happened with the Asian women who were gunned down. And he was saying that he's like, look, in this time, let's all come together, because that's what the Justice League teaches us, is to come together. And all this hatred, like people going out and gunning down, specifically looking for people for Asians and Asian women. He says that hits hard for me because my daughters are Asian. He says, so this hits hard for me. He says, and so can we please come together, stop the hatred? He wasn't even saying the Geeks and Gamers was full of hatred, but they took it that way. They completely lost their minds about it. And the reality, man, is that it's sad. It's sad for them because they overreacted. But this idea, dude, that HBO Max like gave Zack some ultimatum and was threatening. They actually said that and they've tried to spin this narrative that HBO Max told him that, like, you better watch it or we're going to pull your premiere. There is no way, man. First of all, they've got millions of dollars invested in the Snyder Cut now. Okay, this isn't like a couple years ago where it's like we're all sitting around going, is the Snyder Cut real? Is it actually going to happen? Are they going to actually show it? Dude, at this point, they've invested millions of dollars. The premiere had already happened. I had already watched the movie. Half of the not half of the fandom, but I mean, a ton of people had already watched this movie. There is do you understand what kind of publicity, absolute implosion, and horrible show of bad faith it would have been if HBO Max, even if they had given Zack that kind of ultimatum and said, nope, we're going to pull your thing and whatever. And Zack said, screw you. I'm going to stand up for these guys because they helped me raise $70,000. Right. It would have been absolute stupidity and absolute publicity. I don't even want to say that word because it's too close to what, but it would have been absolute implosion on the part of HBO Max to pull the Snyder Cut literally hours before it was supposed to come out and tell the fans, well, no, we didn't like something Zack did, so we pulled it. Do you understand how dumb that sounds? Like when you really break it down and you think about what they're saying, but they're trying to spin this narrative to look like the victim. Now, I'm sorry. I spoke my piece because you brought that up, and I get it, man, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, man. I feel like an absolute idiot. I'm not trying to take their side entirely, but I do feel like even as an outsider, I have a bit of a stake in the thing because I've had conversations with Jeremy and Ryan from RK Outposts through text, through streams when they've commented when I've been on something, or I used to send super chats to Jeremy a lot when I used to be with the Fandom Menace, but I left that because I knew it wasn't healthy for my mental health, being angry about film, and and also just I didn't see what we were achieving back then. Just petitions to get The Last Jedi made uncanon and stuff like that. I thought I'm too burnt out with Star Wars, and so I kind of distanced myself away from them. But I'd come back every now and again, and then I couldn't share that I was watching them on Facebook anymore because people were sort of dogging me and saying, "Oh, you're better than this, Hugo. You should be watching their stuff." But I'm just trying to find the perspectives of what they're talking about, what everyone's talking about, whether it's Gina Carano or whatever. And
Sure.
I feel like sometimes, I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I didn't want to make this such a negative thing on the stream.
Hugo. Hey, man. Hey, listen, buddy. You don't need to worry about that, man. We're having a conversation here, and this is a news topic, and this is something that's on your mind, man. And that's what I spent a couple of hours last night on this topic, so it's definitely something that the channel's talked about. So don't feel like dude. I don't think anything less of you because you've watched Geeks and Gamers or whatever. I mean, dude, listen. You want me to be completely transparent? I'm not subscribed to Doomcock.
No.
I'm not subscribed to Mike Zero. You know who I am subscribed to?
Yeah.
Geeks and Gamers. And you know why I'm subscribed to Geeks and Gamers? Well, because when they put out stuff, for some reason, like Doomcock, I'll go look up his stuff. We do 2 cents on nonsense. We do that show, I'll go look up his stuff. Mike Zero, he's got too many videos for me to even keep up with anymore. So I don't want to get a notification every time Mike Zero puts out a video. But Jeremy has become one of those polarizing people that even though I don't agree with him on most things, yeah, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I want to hear what he's got to say.
I'm like that too.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I watch opposing views all the time. So, and there's some, look, I've said this is what my problem is with them with Kathleen Kennedy, right? Is that, and I said this, I think it was last week or the week before on 2 cents. Nobody is just completely evil.
No.
Even the worst people, you're going to catch them on a good day and they're going to have something positive, right? My only thing, and my thing is, I'm not trying to take down Geeks and Gamers. I'm not trying to take down Jeremy or any of those guys. I just want them to stop with the negativity. And
I'm like that too. I thought they were changing. I honestly thought with Ryan and with Uche being there and Lethal Lightning, that because they were in the Snyder Cut movement, it was like there was a bit of a change because Jeremy was doing what he was saying, was showing there were people that were alternate to his views as a part of his team. And I don't know, man.
Well, and dude, listen, Hugo, look, man, I'm with you, bro. Look,
sorry, I didn't mean to cry.
Oh,
don't know why it was going to happen.
Oh man, I feel bad, man, that you're look, man, you know what this shows me, man? It shows me you're very connected, like you care. And there ain't nothing wrong with that, Hugo. There's nothing wrong with that at all, man. There's nothing wrong with caring. Look, I'll be honest with you. Like, I look at people like Ryan as well. And I look at somebody like him, and as much as I disagree with him about Star Wars, right, and his take on Star Wars, I've been happy, and I've been right there with you, man, hoping, praying that they would get this thing together, because like I said, they're not wrong all the time. Ryan has been a DC fan through and through, but that's also why Ryan and these other guys should have been some of the ones to stand up and go, okay, wait a second, right? We're overreacting to this. Jeremy, you're overreacting to this. Instead, I'm sad. I'm with you, man. I'm sad because I'm seeing what looks more like people are being controlled and manipulated to where they can't even speak their mind, and they can't even stand up for something that, that they even believe, and they immediately took Zack's words to be something, horribly negative, and
yeah, and even I could tell it was it was a bit rushed in what he wanted to say, but I thought that was just because Zack was keen to get on with the stream. That I think I ended up falling into this trap of believing there was a narrative where a company is just stupidly threatened by a bunch of YouTubers. I think the more I've tried to take my emotions out of the situation when analysing it, the more it feels like I haven't been able to switch them off, not been able to look at it without thinking I feel some anger and upset towards it. Because I didn't want this to happen. I didn't want anyone to think, and I didn't want people saying stuff about Zack when we've been at this for about 3-4 years almost, and
Yeah.
on the actual day of release too, when this suddenly happens, it just sucks, really.
Yeah, man. Dude, Hugo, it is. There's a lot of emotion in this, man. That's why when I watch some of these films, I cry and I get emotional about this because we love this stuff.
I do too.
This stuff is not just. There's some people who just look at it and go, look, it's just a movie. Don't worry about it. It's just whatever. But the thing is these are things that yeah, it's a movie, right? Yeah, we have things in our lives that are outside of that. But look, I didn't get to be a guy with a house full of Star Wars and DC stuff, right? And pop culture stuff, just because I just looked at it and went, oh, it's just a movie. I mean, like people don't spend their hard-earned money on this much stuff, man. And and everything, and their time and their effort, like going around looking for stuff and making sure they could find certain items and things like that. If they're not emotionally attached to it. My son makes fun of me all the time, man. Every time I watch a movie or a video that has like a dad in it or whatever, because look, I didn't have my dad growing up, right? So every time I see something with a dad in it, if I see Jonathan Kent putting his arm around a young Clark Kent and trying to give him some instruction and build him up. That's why even with the new Superman and Lois show, when I see Clark Kent sitting there with his sons and trying to raise his sons and give his sons instruction, man, that hits me a certain way because I love this stuff. And when we see people that we've put so much investment into of our lives, either watching them on YouTube or watching their movies or whatever, Hugo, it's absolutely understandable that when those people do things that we don't understand and it catches us off guard, or it goes against something that we've loved about them and that we've put part of our life into, man, I totally understand your emotion about that, man. That's nothing to be ashamed about. It's nothing to be upset about, bro. You're absolutely fine, man.
When I first watched Man of Steel, that brought me to tears because I didn't know how relatable I could find Superman until Nolan, Snyder, and David S. Goyer presented that to me. I used to be just into Batman, and that was it for DC. I liked a bit of Marvel and everything else, but I just thought Batman was the be-all, end-all, and then everyone else just any time there was a Justice League adventure that would pop up. But then Zack changed that for me. And then I watched BVS, and that got so many emotions out of me again because it did make me fall in love with Batman again. It also made me a Wonder Woman fan, and it opened me up to finding so much love for other DC characters. I think if it weren't for Batman v Superman and then Suicide Squad, I don't think I would be always talking about how much of a massive Harley Quinn mark I am, because I absolutely love her, and I relate to her. I feel sometimes even more than I do Superman. Oh,
I stole my wife's cup.
oh. And these films just they mean something greatly to me on a personal level, and I love that I feel that people feel the same way. So I don't know, man. It's just like I went through that whole year of 2016 where these films were all that was sort of keeping me going, really, because there were times I was going through a really bad year, and I dropped out of college. I found out I had a lot of friends just up and leave me that I thought were very close. I was very close to, and these films were always getting trashed by the media, and I had to stop looking at the articles because that was not doing good for my mental health. Throughout 2016 and 17, I even before I dropped out of college, I was having thoughts where I didn't want to be here, but I didn't want to act on those thoughts, which made it harder because I knew I didn't want to leave. And I always think that my love for Zack's vision of these characters was one of those few things that was keeping me going, that made me know that I didn't want to take my own life. I didn't want to not live. So it always just it was awful that people would, even if it was their opinion, I think it just unfortunately just used to hurt me a lot more than it does now. But it feels like I don't think I'd be here if it weren't for Zack, the way he's told the story with Superman, the way he's shown Batman, the way he's shown a lot of these characters, and everyone who's wanted to do films following what he's set up with Man of Steel. I haven't usually
I feel you,
talked about this in such a raw and emotional way, so it's the first time in a while.
Well, man, I
I
tell you
never-
what, man, it means a lot to me, Hugo, that you would, share that. I mean, that's what this. See, that's what we know. This fandom is all about, though, Hugo. Right? I mean, dude, for everybody who just doesn't want to see, a darker version of Superman, right? Or a Batman that, like from the warehouse scene where Batman, kills everybody, or whatever. Like those are all nerdy things that we can debate all day long, and we can go back and forth on the merits of those. But what you just shared there is something on a completely different level that shows the importance of why we should appreciate everyone's take on these characters, right? That just because we don't like something doesn't mean that it can't be hugely impactful in somebody else's life. Because I guarantee you, Hugo, for the person who comes and attacks and says, I don't like Zack Snyder's movies. I don't like the way he does this about those movies, or his writing, or you know what I mean, or the way that he sets up his scenes, and I don't want to see that Superman. I don't want to see that bad. That's not my dark side, right? I don't think I know that those people aren't thinking about it's not just you, Hugo. It's others, man. It's so many other people. I have had people reach out to me through the channel, through our Twitter, through email, and say just exactly what you just said. I have heard it now several times. Zack Snyder's movies have helped give me the encouragement to still be here and literally save my life. And look, for a person that's not as deeply connected, or maybe who's not going through the things that every other individual has gone through, it's easy for some people to sit back and judge that and say, well, it's just a movie. How could a movie help you do that? There's a reason why we go to movies, right? Some people go to movies for escapism, right? They're trying to escape their world. They're trying to escape what their mundane life is. And then there are people who go to movies to be affected, to be uplifted, to be encouraged, and to be given strength. And not everybody gets that the same way, Hugo. Some of us need to see our heroes struggle with some of the things that we struggle with, to have to make the tough decisions, to not, we need to see Superman as our hero, not just easily overcome everything, you know, but to actually struggle, to have self-doubt, to go through those things. So yes, it is important sometimes to deconstruct even our biggest heroes and to learn from those heroes and how they're portrayed. So if I can watch a Superman who has to struggle and makes mistakes and doesn't have it all together on the first day of work as Superman, I can maybe learn a little bit that, you know, I can overcome some things in my life that I'm struggling with, you know. And look, it's not just for kids. It's not just for those, you know, we as adults need to remember these lessons. We as adults need to be able to process these things, man. So I love you, Hugo. And dude, it means a lot that you would share that, because that's deeply real. And you're sharing something from your heart about these characters, about this director, about these movies that means something very personal and deep to you. And dude, don't let anybody take that away. Don't let anybody push you away from that. You keep feeling that. You keep having those kind of deep connections with these movies, you know, and these characters and those things. And man, I'm gonna be right here with you, bro. I'm gonna be right here championing you and cheering you on, and I know everybody in the chat is here with you, man. They're all saying the same thing, man. So you're good, man. We love you, man. That's the that's the reason why this fandom exists, is to help others. So
I'm in the right fandom then.
you certainly are, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
For sure, man. So have you seen the movie?
No, like I said, I'm
You're
watching
seeing
it later with my
All right.
brother at his on Now TV because HBO Max isn't here yet.
Oh yeah. Well,
But I'm so looking forward to it. I'm really happy that even the biggest detractors of the previous movies seem to be warming up to it. That feels like they're finally seeing what we've seen, and that means a lot. Even if it doesn't change how they feel overnight about the way Zack does things, if they see something that they enjoyed about it, that means more to me than anything. I'm not trying to convert anyone when I try and offer them my perspective on Zack's work or anything like that.
yeah. Yeah, well, man, I can't wait to talk to you. I can't wait to talk to you after after you see the movie, and I won't give you any spoilers for it, but I will share with you something a couple of people are sharing in the chat, and that is, you just remember this, because yep, it's a line from Cyborg in the movie that he obviously didn't say in Justice League, but he definitely says in this. And just remember this, man. I'm not broken, and I'm not alone. And you are neither one of those things either, man. You are not broken. You are not alone, dude. It's us united, and I'm glad that you're here, man. I'm glad that you're a part of this fandom. I'm glad that you're here as part of the Poindexter Lounge, and dude, we're here for you, man. We're here for you, bro. All right.
Thank you, Enosh. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome, man. You are loved, bro. You're absolutely loved. So you keep your head up. You keep your head up. And I want to hear from you when you see Zack Snyder's Justice League. I want to hear what you think, and I want to hear your opinions. All right.
Thanks, man. I'll Facebook you.
All right, man. Sounds good, bro. Hey, man. You have a wonderful night. You keep your head up, and stay positive. All right, man. Don't let all those don't let other people bring you down. Don't let other people, dictate your happiness. Nobody controls your happiness, man. You keep your joy, bro. You keep your joy, and you just keep loving what you love, and don't let anybody else take that away from you. Okay?
Thank you, Enosh.
You're welcome, man. All right, bud. You have a great night. All right, buddy.
You too.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye, Hugo. I love Hugo. That's what this channel is here for. Okay? That's the kind of thing we're here for, is for fans. For people, you know what? Yeah, maybe sometimes we care a little bit too much. Maybe sometimes sometimes we feel like we're alone. But you know what? I think that there's a lot more people who feel that way. Maybe we just don't hear it. Maybe they just don't share it. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you for sharing it. Because you know what? I guarantee you somebody else out there needs to hear that tonight. And at the end of the day, that's like I said, yeah, it's a movie. It's a fictional piece that we're all connected to. And so thank you. Thank you, bro, for being a part of what we do here. And thank you to everyone who showed him some love. All right. Okay. Let me. Man, that was. I know that feeling. Know that feeling for sure. All right, we're gonna bring Josh in. I got a few more here, and we're gonna go ahead and bring Josh in. What's going on, Josh? What's good, bro?
Hi, man. How's it going on? It's a good night, good week, especially. A good movie, a great movie, especially.
Heck yeah!
I watched it today. I'm just speechless. Because I'm in school where there's not like a lot of comic book nerds out there, nowadays, because times are changing. Comic books are, you can't get like physical copies like these anymore. Like I got it from the comic store.
Nice, man.
I got all of them, and I got this one covered up because this one's special. The black suit and the everything. But it's like when I speak to my friends about it, I'm like, man, you got to see this movie because when I want to, when I grow up, I want to be like, I want to do, I want to direct because Zack Snyder has inspired me to, because he inspired me to want to do filmmaking because he wants to tell his story through people and people relate to that. Yeah. When I first watched Man of Steel, I remember my family, even my mom came, which is surprising because she usually doesn't come to superhero movies. When she came, it was my dad, my mom, me, and my brother. We came, we watched it. I remember the line was super long, wrapped around the corner. Well, it was really my first movie as a family to watch together, and it was like I will never forget that. And that's why Zack Snyder and Henry Cavill and the rest of the cast has a special place in my heart. And
I hear you, man. I'll tell you what, man. The first time I saw Man of Steel, uh, it hit me, man. It was powerful, for sure. It was so powerful for me, and seeing Superman in that vein was totally different because we always see Superman as just being Superman.
Perfect.
He's perfect. But if we are if you're a fan of comics and you read comics like you were talking about, we know that Superman for years has been written in a way where
Differently.
absolutely where Clark has so many things that he has to overcome and basically the way we saw him in Man of Steel. And that's what I love. That's what I love about Zack's stories with Superman, because it's not that Zack deconstructed Superman. The comics have deconstructed Superman
It's
over the
happened
last
before.
30 years. Yeah, over the last 30 years. And this is just a snapshot of that. And Zack picked up on that, and I think really tried to give us something that we hadn't seen in cinema before, or we hadn't seen in media before, like that of Superman, on a TV show or a movie or whatever, that it really made us have to look at the character as being a real life type of person. So,
when I finally, when we finished Man of Steel and I got at the movie theater, I was like so excited, and I was young at the time, very young, and I was like, man, I can't wait for the second one. Then when they announced Batman vs Superman, I was like, oh my god, like because at the time all we had was Dark Knight Rises. We only had that. We never had that. That those two big heroes. And when I remember walking to school one day, and they were like, yeah, Ben Affleck's cast as Batman. And I was like, remember my dad was like, I don't know. I was like, in my head, I was like, I don't even know who the guy is. He was like, then I was like, the one who played Daredevil. I was like, oh. Then when I saw the teaser trailer, I was like, oh no, this is going to be different. This is going to be awesome. Like, you could see that Zack really care about these characters and people, and the way he wanted to do it is differently, and where I think it's awesome because in the next 10 to 15 years it's gonna happen again. It's gonna be a remake. Why not do something different now?
Yeah.
And that's what's like, yeah.
That's the ironic part, Josh, is that if they had just let this thing play out, Zack's story would have already been done.
I like, when people say, man, this is not my Superman, I'm like, another Superman is going to come in the next 15 years. Like, it's going to happen. Like, probably another Justice League is going to happen. Like, when, Christopher Reeves, happened. And then we saw Brandon Routh, and he came back for, Crisis. And, I was, happy to see him do that. It was just, we're going to have these different types of characters. We just have to at least open our eyes to see, these beauty of, each director's characters.
Yeah, man. I absolutely, I'm so there with you, man. But we always get new versions of characters, right? We're always going to get refreshers of that. I mean, look, even Marvel right now is going to be going through a huge retake of characters and look, the mutants, and trying to bring all those guys into it and everything, and the X-Men. We're going to get a whole new slew of X-Men. And so the question is going to be, it's like, are you just going to sit in one place for the rest of your life, and never
holding
grow
on to that same character, and not changing? We all love Christopher Reeves. Don't get me wrong, we all love him.
Absolutely.
I watched him, I was like, that's like Superman, like that's true Superman. Then when I saw Henry, I was like, oh, this is like,
I'm still here, by the way, so I'm still listening to you. Go ahead and finish your
I'm just like, oh man. Then when Batman vs Superman happened, my whole family acts like a bunch of my family members were like, let's go all together and let's watch it, Batman vs Superman. And we were watching it, it was a different feeling because, watching, most of my family members are not, they're like more, average, they don't know the comics. But for me, I was like, when I saw Doomsday, I'm like, oh my God, they're going to do the death of Superman. I was like, oh, he's doing it like this. Because I love that Zack already had this idea of 5 chapters of a Superman story. Like, he already knew everything was going to happen. That's what I loved. And, it was very sad and disappointing that he didn't get to finish it.
Yep.
And
Andrew Christie here is talking a little bit about what you're talking about there with this $10 super chat. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you.
Yep.
It says, what I don't get is that regardless of whether you read the comics or not, the stories and mythos are what matter, not superficial nostalgia. Snyder, you're a madman and knocked it out of the park. Love. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, man. It's exactly what we're talking about is that it's not just about nostalgia. You can't just throw a bunch of nostalgia at everybody.
That's what they did in 2017 with Danny Elfman and the old stuff. And I was like, it's cool, but it's like not what we want. Like,
no, and it missed the mark. It definitely missed the mark. You can't just throw the Batman theme in there from '89. Yep. You can't just throw a little bit of the Superman 78, John Williams stuff in there, and that's gonna cover up what? Like that's gonna cover up the fact that you literally kind of screwed the pooch with Superman's upper lip. And painting Superman, as this just very two-dimensional character that had no real meat to it at all. And Batman's telling jokes now. And I mean, when you read a comic where Batman's telling jokes,
like, oh, something's definitely bleeding. I was like, oh my God, am I actually watching this movie? Like when I first saw because I only saw Justice League, the 20th Justice League. When I first saw it, I only saw it 2 times. One in theaters and one like around last week to finally forget it. Like, see, like, want to refresh it. I want it to be like, okay, this is going to be gone forever. Like forever. I'm not going to remember this. I'm also glad for it too, because if we didn't get it, we probably never got, Zack Snyder's Justice League at its true form, its long format as he wanted it to. So also me is like, thank you for doing that, for, waking us fans to be together and supporting him through a very tough year that was in 2017, him stepping down what he loved really doing. And unfortunately what happened to his daughter. And it's just, we support him throughout, through in and throughout, and we are going to continue to support him after this movie. Because I remember when I was trying to watch it, it was like, oh, Crash. I'm like, Sarah play. I was like, yes, I won't. Like, so it was disappointing for me, but I'm like, yes, like, I'm happy that people, not just comic book fans, casual fans, are watching this. Yeah. And they're just, just take it in. When I watched it, I got emotional. Because I'm like, this is what I want to do. I want to make films that make people be out of reality and be like, man, that's amazing. I will never forget that. I don't care if it's just one person. I just want one person just to be like, man, I'll never forget that film.
Dude, well, man, Josh, I hope that you get those opportunities, man, to make films and just do it, man. Just do it. I don't know what you're doing currently to do that. I mean, are you making films now, or are you starting?
I'm starting to take film classes. Yep.
Awesome, man. Dude, just, seriously, like just make stuff, like make content. It's like everybody who asked me about, doing a podcast or doing a YouTube channel. And I'm just like, just start one, figure it out, man.
Not just not just the Point Dexter Lounge, film junkie, other people have inspired me, to make, content, because I'm like, I have the same feelings as you. I subscribe to your channel. I have it on notifications.
I
Please
appreciate
subscribe to
that,
him.
man.
And,
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome. And it's just, we just have the same feelings of like, we love these characters. We just want them just to be right. Not just feel disrespected, not just for a cash grab.
Right. And and that's and then I gotta go on to the next person. But
yeah, of course.
But no, and here's the thing, is that's what I love about the multiverse idea.
Yes.
Is that it doesn't have to be one version that's right, because what might be right for you and what might be right for me may be one thing. And then somebody else, they may not be able to appreciate this more grounded version of these characters. But that's okay, because we're, like you said, we're going to get things down the pipe later that will appeal to that. I mean, we're already getting that. Look at Lois and Clark, Superman and Lois that's on right now.
That got
Other
like a million, like 2 million views, and even on this, like the day after, like it made like some big numbers. Like,
yeah,
it's like it. People
and look, if tomorrow they announce the Man of Steel 2 with Henry Cavill, it is. Look, you and I are going to be excited.
Yep.
All of those who are a part of the Snyder Cut movement are going to be excited, but it's not going to take anything away
from
all
the other projects.
From anybody who likes the other projects and likes the other things. And that's just where I'm at with it, man. Well, hey, Josh, you're awesome, man. I can't
You're
wait
awesome
to
too,
see.
man.
I can't wait to see what you show the world one day.
I
man.
promise I will do it. All right, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, man. You stay nerdy, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. All right, bud. Oh man, I like seeing that. I like seeing a young man who's coming up and wanting to do something positive with his life, and just wanting to affect people in a positive way. And speaking of people who love different and wonderful versions of the characters, because each one is different and wonderful in their own way. Ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome back to the channel, Mr. Kenneth? How are you doing, Kenneth?
How you doing, Enosh? Brought a little friend here.
Wonderful. Oh, you brought Supergirl. Look, there's little Melissa Benoist. I like that. There you go.
Yeah. Enosh, you're so right. We all love different interpretations of the characters. I myself love Chris Reeve as Superman. I like Melissa as Supergirl. Grant as Flash. I like Keaton as Batman. We all have different interpretations of these characters. We don't have to like one over the other. And that's why I don't like these fandom wars where they try to pit Supergirl against Superman, Batman against Flash, and all these other things. I'm like, dude, they're all great.
Sure.
Yeah.
They're all the characters that we love, man.
Yeah.
So,
and I saw the Snyder Cut, and even for myself, who's had some issues with the DC films of recent time, I loved it. I'm not gonna spoil anything. Loved all the Superman stuff. I love the Superman family stuff. That hit me right here when he came. Well, I won't spoil it, but you get what I mean.
I get what you mean, man.
Now, with Supergirl, the final season, I'm kind of excited for the final season. I got to be honest. I'm just going to tell you like it is, because I'm hearing rumors that the Fatal Five might be the villains for the back half of the season. Fatal Five, and maybe it's going to be kind of like Legion centric. They're going to probably bring back the Legion of Superheroes, Mon-El, and all those. Maybe a few new Legion members, Bouncy Boy. That'd be cool.
I loved Mon-El. Look, they made me care about Mon-El when I never thought I'd care about Mon-El. So
yeah,
man.
And even though he started out as a jerk, he was redeemed by the end.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And I get it. Some fans don't like Supergirl. I fully get it, fully understand it. But I just want this last season to go out with bang, like Arrow did. But don't let Supergirl die, please. Whatever you do, do not kill her in the last episode. Do not, because
I don't think they'll kill her. I don't think they're gonna kill her. I don't think that that's gonna be like how they end that. I think they're gonna want to end that show too much on a positive, upbeat note
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
them to do
And,
that.
and the most important aspect I liked about that show is the sisters dynamic between Kara and Alex.
Mhm.
I mean, I have a sister. I care about my sisters. I have two of them. So that's like when Alex said to Kara after she was affected by red kryptonite, she said, "You're my sister and I love you no matter what."
Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's been times on the show where they push the limits, I think, of that relationship, you know. But you know, it's been all good. Like I said, my only problem ever with Supergirl was I felt like so there was a couple of things in one season where it was like I felt like Superman was constantly just getting hit, like and not just in a, you know, like kind of a playful way or just a way to just, you know, boost Supergirl a little bit, but literally like they were taking some pretty hot shots at Superman there for a while, like especially during
Yes, I agree. I agree on that. I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
Tyler was great in the episodes he was in, but I felt the writing for him was could have been a little bit better.
Yeah,
And again, I like
you know, like what? Go ahead. Sorry.
And again, I like the chemistry between him and Melissa. I mean, they played off each other really, really well. The only thing I mean, the fight in season 2 at the end, look, I get it. He was on Silver Kryptonite. I get that. But they should have found another way to end it other than Superman just getting punched. I mean, I understand in the comic book Supergirl is deemed stronger than him. I get that, but the writing just came off a little bit poorly.
The way that they tell Superman stuff, or you know what I mean, or like the way that they say those things about Superman. It's one thing to say, hey, Kara has a different power set, so she's, you know, she's more powerful in this way, and like explain that. But like when it was literally just like, well, Kara, you beat me, you're more powerful than me. I gave you everything I've got, and you still beat me, and you are now Earth's champion.
Yeah,
that hit me hard as a Superman
Yeah.
fan. And it's not because she's a girl. It's not because she's a female. It's not because of anything like that. It's because Superman at that point in that universe, man, had been operating for years. And Supergirl was literally,
15
man,
15 years to be exact.
Yeah, and Supergirl was new to the fight, man. She was like
Yeah,
brand
she
new
was
to the
she was
game.
green. She was green in their first couple of seasons, and then
Yeah.
and now in I know you haven't watched seasons 4 and 5, but I think you should watch season 4 because it Lex Luthor. I like John. I was skeptical of John Cryer as Lex Luthor. I'm like, the 2.5 Men guy. How's this going to work?
Yeah,
And he's my second favorite Lex behind Rosenbaum.
Mm.
And
That's high praise.
my second, yeah. And season 5 of Supergirl, I'll just recap it. Basically, it was the Leviathan story arc. Bit iffy in places, bit iffy. But I mean, Melissa's been great, and Supergirl, she's been fantastic. There's no question. I mean, as many problems as the show has at times, she's not one of them. And I'll tell you something. When she had her Instagram story about the domestic violence that she went through, that hit me. That hit me hard. I mean, no one should ever have to go through what she went through.
No, and those are serious issues. I mean, so like, yeah, none of my complaints about that are with Melissa, you know, personally, or anybody on the show personally. The show just became really preachy to me, you know, like trying to. I don't like a show to tell me how to feel. You know what I like a show to do? I like a show to present like all sides of the story, and then like let me fill in the parts of like,
I get it. You know,
how do I feel? Like the one that really cracked me up, I think, was the gun control episode.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was
of
terrible.
Supergirl.
That
And
was
like,
terrible.
like I really felt like because like I'll be honest with you, I'm very middle of the road. Like so I'm in Michigan, so I'm in a hunter state, but I'm not a hunter. I'm not some big gun person, but I believe that people should have the rights to have a gun. And but it's weird because like that episode cracked me up because like I remember like they had the guy shooting they had the guy shooting the gun, and then they made a point to show the what should have been the casings falling down in slow motion,
Mm-hmm.
and it was actual bullets.
Yeah,
And it was like,
and the
guys,
funny part
come on. If you're going to show that, at least show it that it's the casing. The bullet gets shot out of the gun. Like, you know, like do a little bit of research, at least film the right thing, you know, but it was just, I don't know. It was just weird stuff. Well, and then the guy telling Martian Manhunter and Jimmy Olsen, you know, like, I have to have this gun. It makes me powerful. And it's like, it's all a little bit on the nose and really, you know, it's like, I get it, but look, whatever argument you have, present that argument, right? Present that argument in a logical way, and you know, let the audience decide where to go.
And the thing about that is, about a season earlier, Arrow did the same gun control episode, and that was handled really well.
What show?
In Arrow, they did a gun control episode. I think back in season, I think it was 5 or 6, and they handled that well in that show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm glad, man, that you like the show. Look, my wife still, Tiffany watches Supergirl. Tiffany and Isaac watch League, or not League. What's the? It's getting late. Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
They watch Legends of Tomorrow still. You know, they watch all those things and stuff.
Yeah.
And
I'll tell you something. These new Arrowverse shows that are coming, like Superman and Lois, and you have us for Stargirl now coming to CW for a second season. I think we're in a new era of Arrowverse shows. And also Naomi's coming. They just announced the cast list today for Naomi. And interesting. Very, very interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean that is interesting. And look, I love Superman and Lois. I've enjoyed the first 3 episodes so far. I really enjoyed season 1 of Stargirl. You know, so nobody can come at me and be just like, well, you're just a Jeff Johns hater just for being a Jeff Johns hater, you know, whatever. Look, I can separate sometimes what people do, you know, or accused of doing or whatever from the art that they make. And I think that Stargirl was fantastic. And
the beauty of DC, whether it's films or television or animation, is you can like different parts of it. Some people like the animated stuff more. Some people like the TV stuff more. Some people like films more. No matter if it's way back in the day with Chris Reeve and Michael Keaton, or now with Henry Cavill and Tyler Hoechlin.
You're absolutely right, Kenneth. You're absolutely right, Kenneth. You're absolutely right, bro. So, hey, man, I got 4 more people to get through, but man, I appreciate you, Kenneth. You're always awesome. I always love seeing you in the chat, man, and I love your opinions, and I love that you're a big Superman fan like me. And bro, fist bump to you, sir. Absolutely, man. I love you, buddy. You have a wonderful night. Thank you for coming on tonight and talk with me. And I might have to check out some more Supergirl here towards the end and see how she closes things up. So, because I'm always a little open. So,
yeah.
All right, man. All right, buddy. You have a good night. You stay super. Okay. All right, buddy. We'll talk to you later. All right, man. Bye-bye. I love Kenneth. Real quick here before we move on. H Barts with another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, H Barts. Coming in here like that, coming in hot and heavy with another $5 there. Says, in your honest opinion, do you think we'll get Justice League 2 and 3, even if it's not for 2 to 3 years? Well, so that's the thing. I do believe we will eventually get it, whether or not it's actual movies that are deemed Justice League 2 and 3, or whether they're mini series on HBO Max. Still kind of remains to be seen. I'm not really sure how they do it, but yeah, it's going to be at least 2 to 3 years. It's not going to be something that's going to be fast tracked. We're not just going to see it just just thrown together. Even if Zack gets the go ahead to do it, he's he's not just going to throw that stuff together. It's gonna take time, and we're just going to have to be along for the ride, and just remember that it's got to get made. Right. I do think, though, that if they do make it like that, that it'll probably get made back to back because they'll want to save money and how it's done, especially being done if they do it with HBO Max. So, So I absolutely believe that it's going to get made, man. I absolutely believe it. And then one more here real quick. I want to get to whoops. Andrew Christie, I think you're talking about what Supergirl says. Not impressed. Yeah, look, everybody has a different take, and yeah, I mean, mine. That's kind of been mine as well. Is that I haven't really been impressed with Supergirl lately, or some of the things that I've seen out of some of the CW shows. But like we say, everybody everybody has their own thing. Real quick, Evil Chicken. This is an easy one, man. This is an easy one. Snyder Cut was way better than Infinite Earths, and I liked Crisis on Infinite Earths. So yeah. I'm definitely there. What's up, Joey Marino? What's good, bro? You and I got to hook up, man. I got to have you on the show, and I'm going to reach out to you this week, and we'll see about putting that together. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming next to the channel is a lady that I have enjoyed talking with every time, and she's absolutely fabulous. Amparo is next. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause and welcome to our good friend. She's been around now for a while since we started doing these kind of streams. So what's up, Amparo? How are you, my lady, today?
Oh, hello, Inosh. It's been a while.
It has.
Yeah. I'm really happy we finally got the movie.
It's here. It's here. It's real, Amparo. We've watched. Have you watched it?
Yes, of course. At midnight, 12:01, I was watching HBO Max.
Heck yeah! So we've watched it. It's been there. It's been there. We've sung for joy, and now we've gone back and watch it again. Just like Joey Marino here. He's just like, yep, just done with my third viewing. So
yes, I was watching it while you were chatting with the other guys. I said, okay, let's keep rewatching Justice League, Zack Snyder, Justice League.
Heck yeah, it's a great way to pass the time. I'll tell you what. When I get done with this stream, I might have to go pop it on while I have some dinner.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 in the morning, whatever it ends up being. But hey, Joey here was on the stream where Zack announced the Snyder Cut.
Oh wow.
Yep, he's the guy with the beard in the middle. If you watch my music video, I even zoomed in on him a couple of times, and he gives like a heads up like that, and then he's like all excited and everything. So yeah, so I got to meet Joey at the BVS Comes Home event a couple weeks ago now. Man, I can't believe it. A couple weeks ago it passed, but yeah, Joey's a
what an honor.
Yeah, good guy for sure. Got to hang out afterwards. So what did you think of Zack Snyder's Justice League, Amparo?
Well, of course, I did like it. I think all the characters were vindicated. Bruce Wayne is great, and Aquaman is not just an alcoholic and a petty theft. He's really serious and a very important character, even though he is not much on screen compared to others. I think it's a completely different view. And then Flash surprised me. I mean, I was waiting Cyborg. We all knew about Cyborg. But I mean, the Flash was like, wow, such an improvement, such a difference. No?
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. I was really glad to see. I think the big thing about this movie, Amparo, is the story of this movie is redemption.
Yes,
Redemption for
absolutely.
everyone. Everyone from Zack to his family to the fans to the characters in this movie. Everybody was treated with respect and had that redemption. So
Yes, absolutely. And the interaction between Alfred and Bruce Wayne, I mean, everything. The only thing that I have is like not enough Superman for me. I love Superman, and for me, we just needed a little bit more.
hmm. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And I'm hoping that we get some more of that. Here's a funny little thing. Let me see if I can share this with you and show you. I think this. Whoops, what am I doing here? Clicking the wrong things here. Um, no, I found this to be funny. I just noticed this, and this cracked me up. So on Twitter, everything that's uh, right now is trending over here. So obviously, we got Falcon and Winter Soldier, right? We all knew that
Yeah.
would be that would be trending, with that coming out today. And then all of a sudden we got Whedon. Whedon is tweeting here or is trending here on Twitter. And then right under that, DCEU is
Yeah.
trending. And then 14 behind the scenes facts about Justice League. And then what was it? The other one that I saw here. Apparently, what's his? Oh yeah, here it is. Ryan Reynolds live tweets his first ever viewing of the Green Lantern
I know.
and the
Ryan
Flash.
Reynolds,
Lots of
yeah.
DC stuff. That's all. Wonder Woman is trending. Like, oh my goodness, that's a good day. That's a good day for us DC fans.
Yes, very. And also, Grace
Mm-hmm.
just upload a video already talking about sequels and prequels and series and movies, pretty much
Mm-hmm.
like Disney style, like movies related with series. So I think something is coming up.
I think
I
I
hope
think there's
so.
definitely I definitely think that there's some things brewing for sure. I
Yeah.
think that we may not know right away, but I think some of the things we're just waiting for the Snyder Cut to drop for them to see for sure. Hey, this is definitely a hit. We knew it was going to be a hit. You know,
Yeah.
um, and like I understand the those that may have doubted or been concerned. Maybe they weren't on the, maybe they were on the fence. Maybe they were on the other side of the fence and they just didn't, even think that it was going to do well. But I think Zach blew a lot of people away with this.
I guess so. And I was surprised about the Rotten Tomatoes ratings. I mean, it's not that I care, but people do.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing like it's like a fresh tomato was like, wow, right?
Yeah.
They didn't do with the Zack Snyder Justice League what they did with BBS. Like they smash it.
Oh, I
And it's
know
an amazing movie. So it's a progress.
it is. And I think we're at a different place now, in society, even, that we were in, the past, in 2000, 15, in 2013, when those movies came out, um, to get these these characters. I don't think people were really ready for BVS back then. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think that people were ready for Man of Steel back then. And I think that now, especially in this, as we're kind of transitioning, hopefully out of this COVID situation, uh, I think people have seen the world in a different way, and they're like, man, yeah, we still want our fun entertainment. We still want, the Marvels out there and the fun stuff, the lighthearted stuff, but also, man, we want some realism too. we don't want to be spoon fed. We want to be able to see things the way that they are. So
Exactly. And this movie also has a lot of funny moments that also were not on the Justice League. There are
yeah,
others, and they're fine. I mean, they're very subtle, and it breaks all the drama that is going on. So I did like it. The only thing I don't like is that phrase. You
is the
smell
what?
good. The phrase "you smell
Oh,
good."
oh yeah.
I found that creepy. I'm sorry.
I didn't think that it was in
Yes,
the
it
cut.
is. Yes, it is. I said, "Oh, what?" It did. Yes, it is.
Was it?
Yeah.
Hmm. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch. I've watched it twice now, and I didn't catch that either time. Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm.
That
That's the
line.
only thing.
Yeah, that line never really bothered me too much, just because I mean, I know there are many times that my wife, I'll go to give her a hug goodbye or something, for the day as I'm on my way to work or, running off somewhere, and she'll hug me, and then she'll say, "Hey, come back here." And I'll say, "What?" And she says, "You smell good. You smell really good." And like she'll just, give me a hug even closer or something, because
No, I get that, but I mean, he just got out from the
see,
grave.
yeah, well, but see, okay, so Andrew Christie is saying the same thing. Yeah, see, because I could have swore that because she said to him, "You spoke," but I did not hear her say that. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because I've seen it twice now, and that was actually one of the things that I thought stood out to me was that she didn't say it, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I can be paranoid too. I was expecting it so much not to hear that exactly what I did.
That you know what? Crazier things have happened for sure. Crazier things. Yeah, there's a couple people saying that she says you spoke because he said something to her because she walked out there and then he turns and I'm sorry for anybody who thinks that this is spoilers. I don't really think it's spoilers, but he finally turns around and he's talking to her. Yeah, because the Justice League line is you smell good, and he goes, "Didn't I before?"
Yeah.
And then but in this she says you spoke because he says something to her and she goes, "You spoke," and he says, "Well, didn't I before?" And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so I think maybe you might have been anticipating the line. So you know what?
Yeah, might be.
We may have
Might be.
solved the issue for you, Amparo, right here at the Point
Yes.
Extra Lounge. We may have fixed your one complaint about
You see?
Zack Snyder's Justice League. So there you go.
Thank you. You see, it was worth it to wait to talk to you. There you go.
Look at there. We solved that issue right quick. How are you doing? How are you doing, my
Oh,
friend? I know last
well,
time we spoke, you weren't feeling well, and
I know I had COVID twice. Can you believe
yeah,
that? Yeah, and 2 months. The difference between one and the other was 2 months.
mm.
But well, I survived. You know how it is. Only the good ones die hard. So I'm still around.
Well,
Mm.
I'm so glad that you are. I am so glad that you are.
So yes, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I still have some cough, but that's it. So
I know it's a hard thing to shake, and but I'm glad that you're feeling better then.
yes, I am. So, did you like everything about the movie? You know what? One thing before I let someone else talk.
What's that?
I felt that we were missing some minutes. Yeah.
From the movie?
They're like, yes, I know it's 4 hours and 2 minutes, but there were, I don't want to make spoilers, but there were like a couple of scenes that they end so abrupt, and they changed the scene completely. So it's like something is missing here. Yeah, like a couple.
Probably all the Joss Whedon stuff.
Maybe no, but it was a with Cyborg. It was Cyborg, and I don't want to say more, but I mean it's during Cyborg. It says, okay, there must be something else here, something more to that thing that is not here.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I felt like it was all there. Okay, so
I
here's the
need
thing.
5 hours.
So here's the thing. I'm going to mute my mic for just a second. All right. No, actually, you know what I'm going to do? As soon as I'm done with you here, I am going to. I've got my phone out. I got HBO Max up. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to finish talking to you, so don't worry about that part. But as soon as I'm done there, I need to take a little bit of a break because I drank all of this, and I've got 3 guests
Yes,
left,
I bet.
and I want
This was
to
like,
give them. I want to
I
give them
know.
my undivided attention. I don't want to be sitting here like, all right, guys, if we could get on with this, I don't want to do that. So, but what I'm going to do is when I take my little bit of a break, for a minute, I'm going to go rewatch the scene because I know for a fact Andrew Christie is right. She does say you spoke, and he does say to her, "Didn't I before?" That's really why I'm pretty sure that she doesn't say the smell because one, I was looking for the smell, smells good line, and I didn't hear it. And she said you spoke, but plus I think it would be redundant for him to say twice, well, didn't I before? So I'm gonna go Andrew Christie. All right, 2 hours. Yeah, I got the thing up here, but you got it pinpointed. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And this is something that we can all verify. But 2 hours, 53 minutes, and 44 seconds. I've got it. I'm gonna check it out as soon as Amparo and I are done talking. So there you go.
Okay, okay, do that.
So
Maybe
stay
like I
tuned.
said.
So stay tuned because you will hear it from me once and for all. I will put this to rest. I will put this to rest.
Okay,
I could have
great.
heard it wrong. I could have heard it wrong. You could have heard it wrong. But we will we'll figure it out. You do bring up an interesting point though, because there were some scenes on Paro that I was surprised actually were Zack's.
Yeah, that too.
Because
Yes.
everybody goes about how dark and humorless it is, and there were a lot of the humorous scenes that were the good, like they were the good jokes, right? And those were in the film, and I love that. And there were just other scenes that I was like, oh, so that was Zack's. That's awesome. And I'll be honest with you, they were some of my favorite scenes from the movie, and so I had kind of hoped that a couple of those scenes would be in the movie, and so I was pleasantly surprised.
There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of humor.
No, not at all.
Yeah, and I love all the Greek mythology that is also involved in the movie.
Oh yeah,
That
absolutely.
it wasn't there with Whedon, so that also it's great. It's a masterpiece. Let's say that.
It is. It is. I really I don't just throw that word around a lot. But man, this movie kicks on all cylinders, and I really do believe it. I do believe that it is a masterpiece. It is fabulous, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every minute of it. I enjoyed every minute, and I'll tell you what, that 4 hours went by like that.
Yes,
Went by like
that
that.
you don't notice. It's like, oh my God, it's almost done, and it's 4 hours, and you don't realize. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Well, Amparo, I love talking to you. I love talking to you. I love it every time you've ever called in, and we've talked about our love for this. And can you believe it's out? It's done.
I know. Now we start talking about the the Snyderverse. I mean, it's amazing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, I'm excited, and it's crazy because it's tangible. It's something we can watch right now if we want it. You know, like
Yeah,
some of us are watching it right now, you know, like so
I am.
yeah, people are enjoying this thing, and people from all different takes on this are all watching the Snyder Cut. And what I love is when I got done uh when I got done watching it, I looked at my family and I said, guys, we just watched something that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. At least that's what they tried to tell us. But you know what?
I
We
know.
knew better, didn't we?
Yes, we have. I mean, but I would like to see all the execs from Warner Brothers, their faces. I mean, they have to swallow their pride and go with it because it's a money maker.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hit. It's definitely a hit. And you can't take that away, right?
I know.
It's here. It's here and you can't take it away. So,
Well,
well,
I'll leave
hey
you
Amparo,
alone. It was really
I
nice
love you.
talking to you. I hope to
Absolutely.
talk to you again soon.
Absolutely. You know you're welcome anytime, Amparo.
Okay,
I love
check that
having you on.
out. Don't forget that.
Oh, I'm going to. I am literally I am going to put everybody on hold for just a second, and then we're going to come back with Astro because it's Astro's turn here next, and then we are going to a couple people have already looked it up, and but I'm going to go check it out while I'm taking care of business here for a second, and I will come back with an update for everyone here in just a minute. So thank you, Amparo.
Okay, have
Love
a
you.
wonderful
All right.
night.
Hey,
Bye.
you too. Stay safe. All right, guys. I am going to be right back. I will literally be just a couple of minutes, and we will continue with our last 3 guests of the show. You guys, I always love these call-in shows. You guys make these a lot of fun, and so we'll be right back.
Coming. It is there. I'm at a loss. Oh my gosh, I am like losing my mind.
Will you release the Snyder Cut?
Like I told you, I have it. So it's just a question of like, you got to find the way to show it someday. Yes.
I reckon you should show it.
What's that?
I reckon you should show it.
What? You think I should just show it?
Yeah, I think you should.
I reckon
Well,
you should.
No disagreement here.
I think that, I mean, I don't have like, I can't tell the movie right now.
I mean, there is this. I have this. I don't know if this is helpful.
That is vision.
See that?
Hey, Sean Combs, you know that hot new sound you were looking for? Well, listen to this.
Hey, did you hear? Zack's back. He was attacked, took the flak, he got the sack. Back on track, he got the final laugh, and man, he got his freaking movie back. All the fans came together for something pure, confident and sure we did endure. Spread the word to find the cure, save lives is for the ultimate Zack return. They said that it was just a fantasy, but we believed because we knew that it would be the greatest comeback in history. Hitting hard like a kick to the gut, it's a Snyder Cut.
If you seek his monument, look around you.
For the unity.
Associate producer for the true Zack Snyder's Justice League, ignoring all the haters cause their ignorance just empowers me. They just go on making noise, but very soon their mouths will shut. Us united, we stay strong, supporters of the Snyder Cut.
You already know. Accountability is great entertainment. For sure it is. Poindexter Lounge, I see you out there, play. I see you. Keep up the good work. Keep doing what you do.
Poindexter, and I'm a nerd for sure. I hit to the core and make them soar. I slam the door on all the ones there on the corner, even if it means fight Warner Brothers. Borg life is definition of the way I live every day, the price to pay. It wasn't yay we heard him say, deny it if you may. You know his name is Ray. I stay with Ray Fisher all day long. I stay strong and fight the wrong, headstrong. Cause in the end, your cloud is gone. It wasn't your show Ray came on.
Let me just break it down for you like this. I can summarize everything up in simply 2 words. You lost.
I'm Enosh's grandmother, and I say yes, release the Snyder Cut.
Larry Bird, associate producer for the true Zack Snyder's Justice League, ignoring all the haters cause their ignorance just empowers me. They just go on making noise, but very soon their mouths will shut. Us united, we stand strong, supporters of the Snyder Cut.
Warner Brothers won't release a cut of Justice League that never existed in the first place.
We're going to start with this, and hopefully this will be the last time ever that we talk about the Snyder Cut.
It is no joke. It is right on the money. It never existed. I'm glad we're getting this.
Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are demanding the Snyder Cut. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
I know enough of what's going on behind the scenes to know that, guys, there's no Snyder Cut. It's impossible to put together.
There you go.
It just doesn't exist.
But why do people care about the Snyder Cut still? It's like, who cares? It's over.
I like, wake the up. I like, wake the up.
Yo, this song is fire.
A league of justice is what it's all about. We crush the doubt, we go all out with this doubt. We got a mission to carry out as we keep on shouting for a Snyder knockout. All the haters act like they never.
All righty, we are back. Thank you all so much for allowing me that moment to be able to regroup. So I would like to confirm my suspicions and what I believe to be true, and it was absolutely right. I just rewatched the scene, and Superman. This is not a spoiler because look, it follows a similar beat as the other movie. Superman takes Lois to the Kent farm. She walks out. She sees him in the field. She says, "You brought us here." He says to her, "This is home." She looks up at him. And in a scene very similar, she looks at him and says, "You spoke." And he looks at her and says, "Did I not before?" And there you have it. And then basically, they continue their dialogue. So yes, the "you smell good" line is not in there. It is in fact, "you spoke," and that's what I thought it was. And so good catch for those of you guys who've watched the movie, and I'm glad that we could do that. Absolutely, Amparo, and I'm glad. Whoops, I skipped over. It goes. Mary says, "Okay, I admit defeat." Hey, you know what? It's not defeat. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. Amparo says, "Thank you," and hey, you know what? Absolutely, I'm glad that I made that a little bit better for you. It was the one part that she said that she did not like of Zack Snyder's Justice League. But I understand where it's easy. Like if maybe you tuned out there because you saw it was coming and, you just kind of looked away or something like that and you saw that it was there. And especially because he answers the exact same way. It's basically the same line. Did I not before? But instead of saying, "Do you smell good?" she says, "You spoke," because he had been silent up to that point and not said anything. And so, yeah, So, real quick, thank you guys. Thank you, Cup of Malik. I'm glad you like the music video. For sure. You know, and if you guys haven't seen it yet, you guys can find my song Associate Producer. It's right here on the channel. Really easy to find. And look, this week I'm going to be contacting people. All of our members and patrons are going to get a digital copy of the song. And there's also a different look. There's a different way that you can do this, because I would like, because it's not yet up on iTunes or Spotify or any of those things. So what I would like to do is if, first of all, if you'd like to make a contribution to the channel, if anything comes in for the song, if you become a member or whatever, we're going to give a portion of those proceeds to the AFSP. But also, if you can show that you gave a donation to the AFSP, I'll still send you a digital copy of the song. You don't have to make a donation to the channel. So if you make a donation directly to AFSP, you will get a copy of the song. All right. So we'll just need a place to send it to, for sure. All right. So here we are. We are on the back end of this, and we have Astro. We got three more. I do want to say real quick to my good friend Jeremy. Jeremy, I would love to have you on, bro. But we are at the 3 hour and 31 minute mark, and we got 3 more left in the chat. And so, but definitely hit me up next time, because I love talking to you, man. What's going on, Astro? How you doing, man? Are you there? Uh-oh. Hopefully Astro didn't fall asleep. Astro, are you there? Maybe we'll try to come back to Astro. Well, Jeremy, if Astro doesn't come through, I might put it in there. We'll see. We'll see after this. Okay. Well, we'll take it out. Astro, if you are there and you're awake, please put something in the private chat. We'll come back to you. Then I guess we're going to go to Devont. Oh, what happened? I tried to add Devontae, and Devontae disappeared. What? Oh, there he is. There he is. What's up, Devontae? How you doing, brother?
Good.
How's it been, man? How you doing?
Good. Just live, you know how it is.
I hear you, man. I hear you, man. Well, it's here.
Yeah.
It's here, man. Snyder Cut, bro.
Yeah, I've been. I'm about to host a little watch party with some friends and stuff tomorrow, so we're gonna watch it. I'm watching Falcon and the Winter Soldier right now, so I deposit. I don't want nobody hearing no spoilers.
Good.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about like I know you've been going over it with the whole Jeremy and stuff thing. I'm like, honestly, in my honest opinion, I think it was kind of like just a big excuse my language, it was a clusterfuck basically. Cause I think Jeremy felt assaulted because the way Snyder said it. My only problem with my problem isn't him saying I'm not associated with him. I think it's the way he said it. If you get what I mean.
I don't know. I've listened to it now many times, and honestly, I don't think that he said it negatively. I think that he was just if you know the whole history behind everything. I think if you come into it fresh and you're just like, oh well, Snyder's just trying to like diss them, and there's this narrative there that Snyder's just trying to get away from it. That's fine. Mm-hmm. But I think the whole point is that he's just saying, hey, we're not connected with Geeks and Gamers. They had and there's one thing that's for sure. We don't know what the conversation was that was had beforehand, but we know that there was some kind of conversation. And so Zack was just trying to say, look, we're not associated with them. You know, we did the stream together, but we're just, we're not connected. And I think that even if they did have an issue with Geeks and Gamers, he handled it in a diplomatic way. It wasn't like he came out and was like, oh yeah, these Geeks and Gamers guys, look, we're not part of them. Don't put them with us because we're not, part of them. He handled it in a very professional way, I thought.
Yeah. So what I said by when he said like he kind of could have worded it better, it's like, well, you listen to it, it sounds like it's one sentence, right? So like when you listen to, oh, I'm not associated with geeks and gamers, and I'm against all the hate crimes and stuff. It sounds like he's like implicating like somewhat of like, you know what I mean? It kind of sounds like he's like not saying it on the nose, but he's kind of implying it. That's why I said he should have took a break between the sentences because like I'm not
but
connected, and then
only if you don't know the story of what happened. Because look,
Mhm.
it makes no sense, dude. It makes no sense why Zack would bring up geeks and gamers and the Asian women who were killed
Mhm.
in that other event. So like it doesn't make any sense. Like there's nothing that happened there that would put the two together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Except for the ego of the geeks and gamers guys who would somehow try to put that together. He made one statement about geeks and gamers, and then he said, but you know, hey guys, you know, like I think he was even trying to point out the fact that he wasn't trying to say something negative about them. He was just saying, but you know, hey
Yeah,
guys,
I heard that he
yeah, you
said
know, like
something later on.
we're
But
just you know, just like the Justice League teaches, we can all come together, you know, and everything. That's what we're doing. And you know, and then he says, you know, and look, you know, especially with what's going on in the world right now with, you know, I mean, I got the clip. I got the clip.
Yeah, because like I said, it just sounds like if you're not, I think I think it was more or less like, I don't know, if like for me, like at least like from my perspective, like because I used to follow Geeks Gamers and stuff, and like I've just gotten like I'm more gotten not worn out with the whole Star Wars stuff and like just Star Wars in general. So I found like less of a reason to watch it other than like their game reviews and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like for me, I feel like it's like I can understand where you can come from, like where he's coming from in the sense of like it feels like he's been attacked because now people who don't know geeks and gamers or people who know geeks and gamers and want to paint him out as something that they're not are going to use that as ammunition now, and that's why I felt like Jeremy was like, oh come on man, like you could have did that better than that because he even said like he doesn't mind the disavowing part. It's that second half that makes it sound like they're somewhat connected towards the hate that's going to.
Well, I'll tell you what.
That's what I feel like.
Let's take another listen to it right now, and then let's come back. Hold on a second. I got just that clip part. So let's take a listen to it, and then we'll come
Is
right back.
the one, the only Zack.
There he is.
What's up, man?
Hey guys. Hey guys, how you doing? How's everybody doing?
Good. Doing great.
Listen, just a quick thing before we get started. I know that on our donation page, we still have the Geeks and Gamers logo. I just want to say that I really we talked about this, and you know we're really not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers as far as I'm concerned, and I really just want to make that clear. And I also want to just say, you know, in light of recent events, I think we really, you know, if Justice League teaches us anything, it's about coming together, and there's no room for hate. And I just think that it's important. It's an important message. And of course, it's, you know, as the father of Asian children, it really hits close to home for me. And I just really want to put that out there that we all, you know, there's no room for hate, and that's just what it's about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, like I said, it's that second half, like when he's gone into that part, because like you know what I mean.
I guess I just, and Devontae, you know, I love you, man. We've had plenty of good conversations.
And it's like for me,
I'm
I'm
definitely
like,
willing to have the conversation with you. I guess I just don't see that Zack was going after them with it, especially not the way that like Jeremy retaliated with, you know, going
yeah,
on.
I watched two of the streams they were on.
And saying that, you know, all the stuff that he said about Zack and everything, and saying that he was what's the term?
A Hollywood shill.
Yeah, he's a Hollywood shill, that he's just being, you know, one of the Hollywood elite, and not gaslighting, but what's the term he was using? Virtue signaling, you know, over it's like the man has Asian daughters.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that was I don't think like any of that. Like I think Jeremy was kind of like wrong about it. I think he was just mad in the moment because I saw his response this morning. He's more or less like, "Oh, it is what it is. I'm gonna move on." I just felt kind of like you know what I mean.
Yeah,
But yeah,
you know,
like I said,
they still got a bunch of their friends though talking about it, and they still
yeah,
are, you know, they're still going on about it. You know,
yeah.
so
At least that's like
that's what I
like I
said
said.
last night. That's what I said last night, Devontae. I
Mhm.
just said, I said, you know, what would have been better for Jeremy to do last night would have been to take a step back, to let it sit, really take a good look at what was said, see how people judged it, and then, you know, take a minute and breathe. You know, like, dude, I've had people say things about me before, and I've taken it the wrong way, and
Mhm.
I regretted it later. And I think that this is gonna, in the end, I think that this is gonna be something that that Jeremy regrets, the way that he handled it.
Because like I said, like I'm not saying that Snyder was doing it on purpose. I'm just saying like his wording could have like been better. You know what I mean? Because like I said, people will see that and take it out of context. And I've already like known that like with geeks and gamers, there's always going to be a lot of people who come after him because they have different views on certain things, and they're not like really with like certain things like that, certain things that people would say is okay now, right? So they're
Yeah.
going to get attacked, and I feel like Jeremy was like, because with Jeremy, I feel like he's been like either you've like he's either been attacked for a valid reason or it's an invalid reason. So when he hears something, he's out like his brain is tuned to like when he hears something that could be taken out of context, he automatically jumps on the offensive. And I think that's why I said I think they both could have handled it better. I think Jeremy could have like calmed down and kind of like you said, stepped back and looked at it. And I think also Snyder could have like could have like put like either an emphasis on like I'm not implying that geeks and gamers is related to this. I'm just saying I'm not associated with them. This is like you know what I mean? Because even that little bit at the end could have like resolved everything. It could have resolved everything. Just like I'm not implying that they're involved with this. I'm just saying for like legal reasons, I am not associated with them in this. Like you know what I mean?
Well, you
But
know,
yeah.
Tony down here, he makes a great point. He's like, you know, look, why can't Zack just have an opinion? Even if Zack does have a kind of a problem with him and was just like, hey, look, we're not associated with it. He says, look, their logo's still up on our website, but I just want to make clear we don't have anything to do with that.
Yeah,
right.
I'm not
We don't.
disagreeing with that.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no. I know. I'm saying like for everybody who's watching right now, because see, you and I are having a conversation right now.
Mhm.
But see, what's going to happen is that because you and I are having this conversation, you and I are fine. You and I are on the same
Mhm.
page. I mean, you and I are good. But what will always happen, Devontae, is tomorrow my inbox will blow up with people trying to tell me what Zack said, why Zack said it. They know, they're in Zack's head apparently. You know, it's the same thing with like even like Ray Fisher and everything. You know, I constantly get people trying to tell me like what people said, why they said it. They know, right? They're in everybody's head. They know why everybody said the things that they said and try to explain it to me. And it's like I tell them, like, look, at the end of the day, if you don't see it the same way I do, that's fine. That's fine. But you know, like we all form our opinions based on the facts that we're given, right?
Mhm.
And so you know, so when I say that, and I know that Tony doesn't mean this towards you either. In fact, he even just said so in the chat. But like for anybody watching this tomorrow, and you know, and you're thinking, well, you know, like, you know, Zack's a horrible person for that. Like, dude, just have Zack. Look, if Zack wants to correct something about what he said last night,
Let him do it.
let Zack do it. Obviously, he hasn't come out yet. The guy's been pretty busy, and I'll be honest with you, he probably doesn't. You know, at the end of the day, Geeks and Gamers does think that they're bigger than they are. You know, like that they have more of an effect. Like when they were trying to spin. I mean, what do you think, Devontae, of how they were trying to spin the fact that like somehow Warner Brothers would have pulled, or like the HBO Max would have pulled the premiere for Zack Snyder's Justice League last night because of Geeks and Gamers?
I wouldn't think like something that's that on the nose. Like if anything, if Warner Brothers want to threaten like Zack with anything, right? It would probably be something more like subtle where they won't like where it's not obviously we did it, you know what I mean? Or like maybe it's interfering with another project at some later point, right? Because like I think pulling the like from a business standpoint, and just a logical standpoint, like delaying the Snyder Cut or like not even releasing it would be like just like you know what I mean? It would be ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean they would not look. They've already had bad PR and bad bad issues with the fans. Can you imagine after those of us who got to see it on Monday night, right? So and then people got to see it on Saturday. So a large part of the not only the fan base but also the critics and everybody else got to see it. And then like you're literally there just a couple of hours away from the film coming out, and you're gonna tell me because something Geeks and Gamers did that you're gonna pull the whole thing. There's just no way, dude. That'd be shooting themselves in their own foot, and they would never bounce back from that because the fans would never ever let them hear the end of it, dude. There'd be riots in the street over the Snyder Cut if Warner Brothers came in and literally admitted and went, no, Zack wouldn't disavow Geeks and Gamers, so we're gonna pull the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, like I said,
it's like you would have logged in to see the Snyder Cut, and you would have seen this right here instead. You know, there's your Snyder Cut instead.
It would have been like the Tom and Jerry leak, except when you go to play Justice League, it's Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
Let's talk. Let's switch to something more positive, man. If you don't mind.
No, let's go for it, man.
So Falcon and the Winter Soldier. What do you think, like with all the trailers and stuff right now, what do you think is going to be the main story? We think it's going to be like the main like antithesis of like the story.
So my hope is that they pretty much try to tell the story of like Falcon and Bucky becoming friends, right? Becoming closer. And then obviously having to tell that story of the Winter Soldier kind of taking up the mantle for Cap. What's going to be really interesting though is if they fully commit to that.
Yeah, because what I'm thinking is, I think it's going to be like the inverted of when Winter Soldier in the comics had became Captain America. And so basically we're gonna have like the US agent, he's gonna be like the government's Captain America, right? And like I've heard people speculating that they're probably gonna do what they did like in the Incredible Hulk. You remember Bronsky, they gave him a version of the super soldier serum?
So you're gonna have to help me because honestly I'm not as
in the Incredible Hulk
in Marvel as I am in DC. DC lore I got you all day, but
yeah. So in the Incredible Hulk, the movie in the Incredible Hulk movie, Adrian Bronsky was the dude who became Abomination. They gave him a gamma version of the super soldier serum, right?
Yeah, no, that I know. I thought you were talking about a comic.
Oh yeah, it's still I've heard that they're going to do that they're going to give him another experimental version that's basically more closer to the original super soldier serum.
Okay.
To the US agent, right? And so basically it's going to be Falcon becomes Captain America, like he's going to like take the shield and become Captain America while the US agent gets like another version of the shield, right? And it's basically going to be like a fight or like hunt over like who gets the real shield, you know what I mean? And then like I think like they're going to they're either going to push Falcon being the first, like I think honestly what should be like if they were like really smart, it would be like instead of Falcon becoming Captain America, right? Like he gets the shield for a minute, right? But instead it's Bucky who becomes like, the real Captain America and takes it up. And then like if they do like a second season, the smartest thing to do would be like Zemo exposing or trying to like expose like the like Captain America wasn't the first one to ruin his reputation, right? As a symbol. And be like, because in Marvel Comics, there's a kid named Elijah Thompson, I think it was, and he is the grandson of the first. He's black, and he's the grandson of the first Captain America. And so the first Captain America was a black man who was experimented on in the Tuskegee experiments, right?
Okay.
And so he got like his powers from the Tuskegee experiments, and it was like a not a like a safer version of the super soldier serum. So he had like anger issues and stuff, but he later retired and stuff and dropped out of the like got kicked out of the military, and they kind of tried to disavow that he ever existed or whatever, and switched it with Captain America. And so it skips a generation. So he has a son, his son doesn't get it, but his grandson gets all the abilities that he had genetically imported into him. So he's basically like a super soldier, right? And so I think that would be like a cool second season to deal with, right? Like basically,
you think that though that these shows are going to get a second season? Because I don't know that I see you know these shows getting second season. I think that these are things that are supposed to lead up to. I don't think these are supposed to be like TV shows that replace the films. I feel like these are shows that are supposed to fill these gaps in, show us these things
limited series.
These limited series that they really don't want to show on the screen because they want to deal with bigger things. They want to introduce the Eternals, right? They want to eventually introduce the Fantastic Four. They want to, they're going to have to work up to, the new X-Men. They're going to have to, they got the multiverse of madness and stuff. So I think that what they want to do is they don't want to waste movies. And I don't want to say waste movies, but they don't want to spend like full movies on some of these stories so they can, and it provides excellent content for Disney Plus, right? Weekly content, so that people keep tuning into Disney Plus. And so it's a business decision and it's a filler decision to be able to put these stories in there where it rounds out. And so then, I think it's a little bit they can do another movie, maybe do another Captain America movie once they establish, if they establish Falcon, right, as Captain America. Which I think, I'll be honest with you, I don't think that that Falcon needs it. I think that Falcon is a great character by himself. I think that Falcon's a little more interesting than to just be labeled the new Captain America. I think that Bucky needs it. I think that the Winter Soldier character, which I love the Winter Soldier, but I think that him as a character, he more needs that shield and that moniker than Falcon does, because Falcon is a much more interesting and more fleshed out character. I was
laughing because I got into an argument with some friends, and he was like, "Who's the most useless MCU character, War Machine or Falcon?" And I said War Machine, because like Falcon's about to get like a promotion, basically.
Heck
He's getting Captain America. War Machine may be getting, because War Machine is going to get the Armor War series, and I think it's either going to be somebody sells off the Iron Man suits or somebody sells the blueprints to the Iron Man suit, and it's up to Tony to like go. I mean, it's up to Rhodey to go around and destroy them to protect like his friend's legacy, right?
Okay.
So that's like that's like kind of like a promotion, but not really. But like for me, I like Rhodey's taking way more L's in the MCU, like from like get beat up by Tony, then get like the scene in Iron Man 2. I have the ultimate weapon, then it's a dud. Then he got his suit jacked in the third movie, and then was left stranded. Then he got crippled by Vision. I still don't I don't understand how that happened. I'm like, Falcon dodged it, but you have this advanced suit that like couldn't tell you, hey, you about to fly into the beam. Oh, you flew into the beam. I was like, I guess. And then the scene where he was trapped under the building in Endgame, I was like, my man, everybody else was doing something. The Hulk was holding the roof up. Ant-Man stepped on a rat. This man, I'm drowning, help me. I was like, okay, I guess. But yeah, for me, I think, like I said, I think Bucky needs it, because especially in the Marvel comics, like Bucky, like after the whole Winter Soldier ordeal and stuff, and then Bucky got the suit. Yeah. Like, I mean, like Captain America kind of like he died. Then Iron Man tried to like Falcon had just came back from being like killed by the Scarlet Witch, right? And so he was going to be Captain America. Then he found out what Tony did, right? His involvement in Cap's death. He said nope. And then it took like a whole 2 eras for Bucky to become like the next Captain America. And I was like, even like watching this first episode, I think Bucky needs it. Like he does really need it more than Sam.
Oh yeah, for sure,
Mhm.
because because I think that Falcon is a great character. He's got a great background.
Mhm.
So like I don't know. I don't get that, man. Anybody who says that about Winter or about Falcon, um,
Yeah. Like I said,
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I think that Falcon doesn't really need it as much as
Bucky.
Winter as Bucky does, because Bucky has not been
Like he's still kind of
yeah.
dealing from the trauma and stuff. And like not only that, I think like when we come back to like the whole shit, these going to be longer. So I think these are going to be like multiple series, limited series type stuff. If you get what I'm saying, like WandaVision, I think that's done. I think that's done. She's ready to like jump into the
Yeah.
MCU.
Yep.
But like with
I think
Captain
that was
America,
the place to get her to that point. I mean, they got her an actual costume. They established her as the Scarlet Witch, right?
I'm surprised that they didn't do the comic twist for her sons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what that, you know what I mean? Like there's going to be a lot of, they're going to have to answer a lot of those questions, but I think a lot of those questions might be answered though through Doctor Strange.
Yep. And
right?
so like
and the multiverse of madness.
Yeah, so like I said, I think like with these hosts like series and stuff, I think some of these series will have multiple like legs to stand on for multiple seasons. Like Winter Soldier is only six episodes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it can expand to like at least two more seasons, right? And I'll be like, if like the second season, I would like see like probably Zemo exposing the whole Tuskegee experiment thing, and like I would rather see Elijah become like Patriot, right, and start wielding like a vibranium or like upgraded alloyed, upgraded alloy shield, because he gets Captain America's original shield, like the the little the oval triangle like shaped one.
Yeah.
So
much love, Mary. Thank you so much for your support of the channel and for staying up with us tonight.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I feel like that would have more impact than Falcon getting it, right? Because it's like they're like Cap wasn't the first. It was like a black person that was the first super soldier, right? And so I think that would be more like that would probably be better. Also, with the whole U.S. agent, I would love to see where his story goes. And like there's a whole bunch of legs that they could stand on.
Sure.
That they could do with some of these shows, but it depends if they're going to be limited series or not. It just depends on how they're going to take the characters.
Yeah. No. Look, I'm going to be watching. Like I know that there's people who come at me all the time because they know I'm a DC fan and everything, but like I enjoy the Marvel movies. I enjoy DC more. Yep. But you know what? I enjoy the Marvel movies. I enjoy these shows. And it shows because we've done, WandaVision watch along. We're gonna do
Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Falcon and Winter Soldier. Hopefully, it depends. Tomorrow night, Tiffany and I may have an event that we have to go to. If that's the case, I'm debating on whether or not to just come home later and just do it then, because I know that people like to watch those things along with us, even if they've already watched it. Because people watch them several times. So that's what we'll probably do. I don't know if, but I'm not sure if it'll be at like the normal 8 o'clock hour, Eastern Standard Time. But man, Devontae, you bring up a lot of good points. Now I want to ask you this, and then I do have to go because I got my two last guys here. But let me ask you this: what do you think of Zemo as a villain, as a character? Because I'll be honest with you, I really don't give a crap about Zemo.
Even in Civil War, Zemo was like really like just kind of in the background. Even though he was supposed to be like the main villain, he was kind of just in the background. And like it could work for some villains, but for him, I felt like it was just like too coincidental. Like it was just like movie level, like you know what I mean, instead of like actual character level type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if like Falcon and Winter Soldier will like solve this. I hope so. And before I go, I got one more question for you.
Okay, before you do that, can I just say something, because I have no idea if this is or not, but this name Kenyatta Lee just brought a huge smile to my face, and let me tell you why. I went to school with a girl named Kenyatta Lee, and wow, like chances are it's probably not her, but I went to school with a girl named Kenyatta Lee, and she was such a great friend in school, and we used to laugh and joke all the time. We sat next to each other in what was it, 6th grade, and so plus I love the comment here. Desaad is like a Starscream and Darkseid is like Megatron, which is a great comment. Because Desaad, you without giving anything away, you can see Desaad trying to like work his little. I love the fact that Desaad is in this movie. By the way, that's just fantastic.
Yeah, I was surprised they even put Granny Goodness or Desaad in there.
Me too. I was like, that's why when I saw people complaining about Granny Goodness, I'm like, look, obviously she was going to have a bigger role later on, but my gosh, look at Desaad, man. Come on. We got Desaad. It's awesome. He's like, angling and doing his thing, behind the scenes. But I'm sorry. That just distracted me. Kenyatta, if you're not the Kenyatta I grew up with, first of all, let me just say thank you for commenting, because I just saw this and you just brought back a flood of positive memories and fun things, fun times when I was in like 6th grade. So thank you. But anyways, yeah, back to Zemo. Like, my problem with Zemo is like, I didn't believe the character. I was never worried about the character. He never seemed menacing enough or like, bad enough that I was worried that he was going to do anything. And then honestly, his whole plot, his whole scheme, there were so many holes in that thing where like if one little thing went wrong or went a different way, there's like no way that like one person, without saying that they have like some kind of powers that they can have premonitions about what's going on, that they would ever know all that stuff.
I think the biggest problem with his plan was to release the other Winter Soldiers. But then as soon as Tony came in there, he abandoned the plan and was trying to manipulate Tony into killing Winter Soldier. And I'm like, that was like the dumbest move ever.
Yeah, well, because like, how would you know that like everybody was going to have that exact reaction, and that Tony was going to feel that exact way? Because, well, look, you know what, man, I could sit here and talk to you for an hour about my problems with Civil War, because I think that the Captain America movies are some of the best in the MCU, except for Civil War. Civil War looks awesome. Civil War looks absolutely awesome, but there's no meat there at all. Like, literally the fight, even the airport scene, looks fantastic. You got all the heroes. It's the first appearance of Spider-Man. I mean, it's great. And then all of a sudden, like, they're fighting each other, but they're not really fighting each other. And then they should have just even broke the fourth wall at that point and just looked at the camera and went, see, we're not really fighting each other, because they're talking to each other. But the close-ups, you notice the way that they film those close-ups, it's like right over the shoulder, and like one person's on the ground and they're looking at, and that person's looking up and like, we're not really fighting each other. I don't want to fight.
I think Civil War should have been separating the two movies. It should have been Avengers Civil War, and that's the start of it. But then Captain America Civil War should have been, behold, Captain America leading the underground, trying to fight like the system and stuff. And you like from there, I think from there we should have got like a year or two gap where like we got to see the crackdown of the Sokovian Accords. But I think the Sokovian Accords should have just been the Registration Act. Right.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I think that Civil War suffers from the fact that it's Civil War in name only, because it has nothing to do with the Civil War storyline. And so, I mean, it's almost it'd be like naming a movie, Death of Superman, and
to not having to like not having
Superman
nothing to do with
Superman doesn't
Superman's
die,
death.
and it's like a whole other, you know, storyline, or, you know, like a completely different made up thing. So yeah.
I got like one more question for you. Let
Sure,
me go.
sure, man. You got one more, and then I will have to move on. But yeah, I
Okay.
did ask you a question, so that's
So my question is that if the Snyder Cut does like extremely well, do you think that Warner Brothers will basically use HBO Max to take off like a lot of the projects that they abandoned, that were on the back burner that they abandoned? Because like I would love to see Ben Affleck's Batman kind of get shown on HBO Max, especially because Joe Magnolla's been dropping bombs about like the whole like what they were going to do, what the plot was going to be, and he said Ben Affleck was going to adapt the Deathstroke versus Batman Arkham Origins fight. I was like, oh, but yeah, I would love to see some of those things come up the back burner. Also, one last thing, I was watching a little scene of the old gods versus the new gods, right? And I think one of the priorities that needs to like Warner Brothers has to go forward with, as far as the DCEU, is they need to bring back the old gods. Like they need to bring back that pantheon, especially because they're involved with a lot of Wonder Woman characters, but just a lot of characters in general, especially with Shazam. Like that's Shazam should have been the movie that they got brought back in, considering that each word is an acronym for one of the Greek gods that gives his power to Shazam. I was like, that's crazy.
It needs to have a tie-in for sure. It needs to have a tie-in for sure. You know, as far as the other comment about you know, whether or not they'll do that with HBO Max. I mean, look, I look for, if they do it, that's what they're gonna do. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, and I think that doing that makes the most sense. Like if you do the Batman thing, you give Ben Affleck the ability to put that together. Dude, a series like that, a limited run series, is going to be an amazing thing for Ben Affleck.
It's going to be awesome, especially because a lot of characters that a lot of people are going to gravitate to the two characters that I did not expect to be in his movie, because Joe Magnola dropped the bomb on the plot. It's basically Amanda Waller tricks Deathstroke into fighting Batman and tearing apart his life, both Batman and Bruce Wayne's life, because he believes Batman did something to somebody that was close to him. So he lets out all the villains in Arkham. So Batman was going to there were going to be scenes of Batman going after these villains, and then him getting tired. Deathstroke ambushes him, almost kills him. But guess who shows up to like save him?
What's that?
I said, guess who shows up to save Batman?
I did read this. I'm trying to remember. Refresh my memory. It's 4:30 in the morning. Refresh my memory.
It was Nightwing. Nightwing shows up, saves him at the last moment. He gets Batgirl to come back, and so it's basically Batman, Nightwing, and Batgirl team up to take down Deathstroke. And then at the end, it was revealed Amanda Waller manipulated Deathstroke into doing it so she could put him on the Suicide Squad, and so he was going to be in Suicide Squad 2.
But how does that work with Nightwing though?
So it was going to be like, I guess either they were going to do like with the Flash movie, because I heard like one of their things was going to be like a Flashpoint. I think they were going to soft reboot it and bring back Dick Grayson, or it was going to like they were expecting Joss Whedon's Justice League to do good, and since it changed the ending, right? It says it changed the ending since Dick Grayson didn't die and like the Snyder Batman. Basically, it was going to be Dick Grayson's alive, right? And it was Jason Todd who dies. And I don't mind it. I hope I wish Snyder Cut was part of the continuity of the DCEU, like the main continuity, because you just did a Flash story, and because Snyder's, I was surprised he like brought like the whole Speed Force in it as much as it did in context with it. So he could like this Flash movie easily could have did like a time travel movie now. In retrospect,
yeah. And I mean, look, even that being said, I've always maintained that, anybody who comes at me about Snyder stuff, I always tell them, look, I have my own opinions about these things. I support it because I agree with being told the story instead of dictating the story. It's something that I keep saying. And so even though I disagree with a couple of fundamental things, like one, I don't like Dick Grayson being dead. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't feel that helps. I understand though what Zack was going for. I understand the idea behind it. But it's not a deal breaker for me because you know what? It's a different story. And like I keep saying, look, this is guys, this is where I put my money where my mouth is, right? Because this last year, I have really delved into Devontae, Dick Grayson as a character, right?
Yep.
Like I all of a sudden, man, I got toys now. I never had any Dick Grayson toys before. Now I got Nightwing toys. I like Nightwing, but I was never I never loved Nightwing. Now all of a sudden, man, I love Nightwing. I love his character. And when I heard that, I was like, what, you're killing me with this? Because I just really discovered Dick Grayson in a huge way. I've always loved him, but not loved him. And so, yeah, I mean, but saying says here, I get it. Grayson's death, man, would definitely add to the psychology of Batman. So I get it. And you know what? I'm willing to be told that story and see where that story leads.
Yep.
So I'm fine with that. But the other thing is Lois with Bruce, when those
the animated series.
Yeah. Well, no. When they just the schematics things came out about Justice League 2 and 3.
Yeah, the story plots they wanted to do.
Yeah, the storyboards, right? And it talked about Lois being with Batman.
Yeah.
That bothers me. I don't have a problem with Lois being with Batman before Superman comes along. The animated series handled that very well. That that was her thing. Was she loved Superman, right? She liked Bruce Wayne, and she was pulled. But once she's with Superman, there ain't no going back to Bruce Wayne, right? You know what I mean? Bruce Wayne's the millionaire playboy, swings into town. Of course, he may ask the star reporter out from the Daily Planet, and they may have had some kind of relationship. I don't have a problem with that. I really, it makes me actually kind of feel uncomfortable, if I'm being honest with you, of Lois somehow losing Clark
and then going to Batman,
and then going to Batman and having a kid, like the storyboard said. And then Superman coming back to raise Bruce's kid. That makes me feel uncomfortable. But I even said this: even if that is the story, I want to be told the story of Justice League 2 and 3 and not dictate the story. Because you know what? There may be things that I don't agree with or like, but you know what? It doesn't mean I'm going to hate it, and it doesn't mean I'm going to boycott it, and it doesn't mean that that's not my Superman, that's not my Lois Lane, and that's not my Batman. It just means that it's another story for me to take in. And you know what? Who knows? There may be something that comes out in that I go, oh, yeah, I see what's going on here. But man, I do need to move on though, man. I do appreciate it, bro. But I got two guys waiting in here.
Just one last thing, real quick. I wanted to tell you about. One, I'm glad they dropped the Lois Batman thing. It's not even part of it wouldn't even be part of the third one now, because I heard it was just a concept thing. And then second, since you're getting the Nightwing and stuff, did you hear about the NECA Nightwing Screamer Sticks props that they're what's called pre-ordering, that you can pre-order right now?
No.
So the sticks Nightwing has, his Screamer Sticks, I can't even pronounce the word right. The NECA is doing a prop, and it's basically collapsed. It collapses and extends. Collapses 12 inches, extends it's 18 inches. It has LED lights and stuff, and it's based off the Arkham games. And you get two of them for I think it was $75.
Oh.
Yeah, they're doing pre-orders. They don't come out until I think June or something like that. So want to get on it while you still can.
I might have to do that. And you know what? You're right. I've got all these Jim Lee, figures that came out and stuff.
Yep.
And so I bought Superman. I ended up getting Wonder Woman, and I missed getting Batman. I could have bought him, and I didn't think I was going to collect all three of them, And so
Yep.
I just finally picked up the Batman, and I love these figures. These figures look awesome. So yeah, I might have to. Well, dang it, dude. Well, I just blew a bunch of money today on Zack Snyder Justice League figures for me and the family. Like I literally spent way too much money for that stuff. But you know what? I had to have a dark side. Tiffany had to have a dark side. I do. I got to save up, man. So thank you, man. And you know what? You keep telling me when stuff comes out because I rely on people. Today, Jacques Pierre, who's a good friend of the channel, he messaged me on Instagram and said, "Hey, Enosh, did you see that Walmart has all the figures for Zack Snyder's Justice League on pre-order?" And when I went, I had pre-ordered some from Amazon, and those Amazon ones weren't going to come until June, the end of June. And at first they were telling me January of next year, but it all back up to June. But I was having to pay for shipping and all that stuff. Walmart right now, guys, you can go on, pre-order all the stuff. They actually they're the ones who have the cyborg with the helmet, so you get that there. The only one I didn't find on there was Aquaman. Aquaman's not in there, but they got Batman, they got Black Suit Superman. I'm guessing Target has the blue suit Superman, but they got all those free shipping. Got them all. You can get
that's
Dark
crazy
Side.
though, because NECA, the company that was doing the Nightwing sticks, they did just last month they released a movie prop replica of Batman Returns Batarang for like 13 something.
Yep.
I was like, what?
Yeah, that was good. That was good. All right, man. Okay. Well, thanks, buddy, for coming in, Devontae. You're always welcome. And man, I always love talking to you, bro. All right, man.
See you next time, man.
All right, man.
Bye.
We'll see you next time, brother. All right, man. I always love talking to Devontae. It's such a wealth of comic book knowledge on both sides, DC and Marvel. All right, so we're gonna see here if Astro's with us. Are you with us, buddy?
Is it working now?
It's working now. There you are.
Hey,
what's going on, man?
Bro, I can finally say that I watched the Snyder Cut, bro.
Yes,
that is crazy to me.
It's real.
It is real. I don't know
it's
what
literally in the
about.
past. It's literally in the past now.
Yeah.
Past tense. We watched the Snyder Cut.
Heck yeah, man. I knew that it was going to be better than Justice League for sure, like 100%. But like the fact that like me thinking that if it's going to be good or not wasn't in my mind at the time because I was just happy that it's even coming out, period. So like when I was watching it, I was looking for like if this movie is actually really good, because the problem that I had, I was comparing it if I was gonna have the same like experience with Endgame, because I was very hyped with Endgame, and Endgame was 3 hours, and like whenever I think of Endgame now, before when I came home from Endgame and I was so hyped still, and I gave it like 11,000 out of 10, but then I watched it again, and then I picked up on some stuff that I didn't like, and now Endgame for me like now I don't really like it as much as I do like Infinity War, and I thought that it was going to be the same thing with this movie, but it's definitely not. Like I can watch this movie over and over and over again, and like also like Endgame. Whenever you think of Endgame, like everybody talks about like the last battle, but like no one really talks about like what happened before, and I don't know if it's just the movie's fault for that, but like I don't know. I thought like
there's no real talk. There's no real talk about the plot of the film, or like the progression of the film, or like where everybody was in the film and what happened and everything. Like, everybody loves the battle, and again, it's the same thing that I feel Civil War falls short on. Civil War looks amazing. Like
Oh,
that airport scene, dude, with all the Avengers coming towards each other, and oh my gosh, and Spider-Man and everybody, man, and like, you know, even Ant-Man, I mean, turning into Giant Man and doing his thing, man. It's all amazing. But when you break down the storyline, then all of a sudden it's, you know, it's, to me, it's not as good. But like Endgame, I had problems with Endgame even coming out of Endgame. I had to go see Endgame a second time the next day without my family because I was so pissed off at the movie. Because like I didn't like the time travel aspects of it. I thought that it was kind of pointless. And I still say to this day, all of our heroes are still dead. I have seen nobody address this so far. And I don't want to get off on a tangent because I know that because I got one more guest and then I know you're gonna have stuff that you want to talk about. But I say this again, and the point is that they get snapped out of existence, right?
Yeah.
They go away. They kind of establish that when people come back, it's not the same people. That it's because it starts this multiverse kind of traction thing where like you end up in like a world like Back to the Future 2, where it's like a different timeline, right? So if you undo what happened, it doesn't, I mean, that's the whole point, that they couldn't just go back in time, right? And like defeat Thanos, right? Because it wouldn't stop that stuff from actually happening. So undoing the snap doesn't really undo it. It just means it brings back alternate versions of everyone, right? And all the heroes and everything. So like, I know it's kind of a bleak way to look at it, but they're all still dead. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and so I like having those crazy, you know, like multiverse conversations and stuff. You know?
Yeah, but they could have done in game some things a little different, and like the stuff with Fat Thor and everything. But I have my problems with that movie. But Justice League, like when the movie started, and like you see, well, we're not talking spoilers, right?
Yeah, no spoilers yet. Yeah, no.
Okay.
We'll have a spoiler day, and we'll get some spoilers going.
Well, when like it started, and like that whole scene of like you know, the stuff, like it shows his scream going across the thing, that was just telling me that I am in for a massive 4-hour ride. And like it didn't even feel like 4 hours, it felt like 2 hours and like 30 minutes. It just went by so quick. But the best part to me was well, everyone had their excellent moments, but some parts, I will say, it like the slow-mo in some parts was kind of weird, and some of the music sometimes didn't rock with the scene. But I mean, besides those little gripes I have, this movie is awesome. And what gets me hype is because I love the New God stuff. So whenever you know, what's his name, Steppenwolf was talking to Desaad and their conversation, I was just smiling the entire time, because like they were talking about what happened in the past and what could happen later, and like it's just setting up seeds to happen like later. And like all the people are saying like, oh, like Granny Goodness was wasted, and to me it was kind of, she was there just to stand there and be like, okay, that's a person, and the person on the left, the dark side, is a person. And then like he walks down that aisle, and you know, the music like riles up. So like it was kind of like a setup that it's gonna happen later. And hopefully if it does happen later, she's gonna be, I can already tell she's gonna be brutal to
because Zack wouldn't have brought in a character like Granny Goodness if he wasn't going. I mean, first of all, who's bringing in Granny Goodness? You know what I mean? Like, But I mean, I love the fact that he's bringing in a character like that, and you know that he's going to do right by her. You know, well, you know, and that's the other thing, man, is like with Justice League, everybody's characters are so well fleshed out.
Yeah.
The only one that, and this isn't really a spoiler, but the only one that I think the least amount of character development is probably Aquaman.
Yeah. I was gonna say that.
But everybody literally else is everybody's treated with respect. everybody gets a lot more, I think, than what they originally had, and I don't know, man. I just feel like he brought Granny Goodness into it, and I feel at the end of the day, if we get to see more, she'll definitely be in there, man. She'll be in the mix. She'll be Granny Goodnessing it up, man.
Do you think because since this was come out in 2017, you think they laid off on Aquaman because they knew the following year he would get his solo movie? You think that was probably why?
It's quite possible that Zack, I feel like Zack told the story he wanted to tell, so he shot the story he wanted to tell, and he probably felt, well, I don't want to say probably, it's possible that he felt like Aquaman was going to get fleshed out, like you said, the next year, right? So let that happen. Let all these other characters get, their moment. But even Aquaman has moments to shine in this movie. And what's great is this is really a team effort all the way across the board. Like even Aquaman, so if you guys haven't seen it, I don't want you to think that I'm saying Aquaman doesn't play an important role in this film, because he absolutely does. Aquaman plays a huge role in this film. They all do. They all play a big role in this film, and they're all needed. That's what I love about, dude, more so than anything else. Like, and again, I don't, and I know 187 is in here, and I don't want to sound like I'm harping on Marvel right now, because I'm not. But like even in Endgame, everybody's there, right? And everybody does something. Everybody does something. So I don't want to take away from that. Like, just act like like everybody doesn't do something. But even so, like, there's so many characters at the end of Endgame that it's not really you're not gonna get to spend time with every character, right? There's like these flash buys that like this person does this or this character does that, and and they got their moment, right? Like everybody kind of gets this little, hey, there you go, right? And it's like boom, boom, done. In this, everybody gets their moment, and like, yes, it's obviously a lot easier to do because there's only like 6-7 characters, but everybody has an important role to play. And at the end of the day, man, that's the Justice League.
Yeah.
That's the freaking Justice League, man, working together, doing their thing, and kicking butt, taking names, and everyone is respected. Everyone is needed. And it's just awesome. It's just awesome. It looks great. It sounds great. It's played well. It's acted well. It's written well. Chris Terrio, man. Oh my gosh. Just the dialogue in this film is so deep sometimes. And with the things that are said, and Cyborg and Silas and his family. I mean, my gosh, dude, and I know I can't talk about this, but oh my gosh. Entire parts of like why Cyborg is even Cyborg, what his backstory is, who he was, completely omitted in Justice League. And that makes no freaking sense. It just makes no sense when you watch this. Like, how do you omit literally everything about a character? I mean, like, what do we see in Justice League? We see him basically pissed off walking around his apartment, until he kind of shows up and does something, here and there. This movie, he has something to do the entire time. It doesn't have a bunch of wasted space. It's, oh my gosh, it's so good. I just got nothing but great things to say about it. I mean,
like you can really feel like the stakes were high in that last battle, and like when stuff started to come together, and then like Superman. That's another thing. Like with the Justice League, like this team, they had a plan, and like you said, like they all did something. Instead of like Justice League, like where Superman came and basically Superman did everything himself. Yes. In this movie, bro, dude, they all had their own objective. Like they had to do, and Barry had to do one thing, Cyber had to do one thing, and like in the end, like. Bro, it kind of makes me a little upset, because if we don't get nothing after this, bro, I'm gonna scream in a pillow. There's no way. Like you have to do something about this, like a comic, a cartoon, or like something. because I got to see what happens next.
Give me something, man. A comic book, something. Like, man, I don't know, man. I just feel like, but I don't even want to read it in a comic book though, man, because like, look, we've been reading Justice League for years in comic books, right? So like, I don't think it would tell us the story. Okay, so yeah, if we're not going to get the story in any other way, then yeah, I'll take the story. However, I can get the story. But I want to see this, man. I would rather them even do an animated thing, than to just not do it. Hey, real quick, Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Bring it up here at the end of the show. Appreciate you, Peter Rabbit's Defender. I've been seeing your messages, man, and I'm glad that you're back. He says, I got to admit, I was crying and teared up more than 20 times during Zack Snyder's Justice League. To see a doesn't exist film come to life. This film is a pure DC, and Ray. This film is pure DC, and Ray Fisher deserves an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. Look, I don't know how they're figuring out all that stuff. But man, I think Ray. Look, all the people, man, who have said negative things about Ray's acting, and like who Ray is in the movie. Look, think whatever you want about Ray Fisher, but that dude's got chops. That guy has got acting chops. I mean, that guy has got.
He killed it. He killed it. 100%.
Oh my gosh! Like he's literally in a movie, dude, with all these other people who are tremendous actors, and he was nailing it. I mean, he really was, as Zack said, the heart of the film. And and so I got to tell you, Peter Rabbit's Defender, you're absolutely right. You are definitely not wrong. I mean, he absolutely killed it. Absolutely pure DC. Just a great film overall. And so because I got to give you a drop, so I'm going to give you the BVS one. Why did you say that? There you go. So, anything else on your mind tonight, sir? As we're winding down, Astro.
So what do you think about like the nightmare stuff? Because not a lot of people like that dark of a thing. Because some people grew on Zack Snyder, like they didn't like the BVS in the theatrical release, but then they watched the Ultimate Edition and they started to kind of like it. But those people still don't like the nightmare hardcore Batman, like AK-47 type stuff. So like, what do you what do you think about that?
So I'll be honest with you, I am a little concerned when it comes to. I know that there's some people, man, they hear that Justice League 2 would be like a full movie of nightmare scenes.
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about that, if I'm honest. If I'm being absolutely honest with you, I don't know. I like it as a portion of the film. I like it as definitely something to be visited, be fleshed out, and even if a large portion of the movie is nightmare, stuff, right? About them trying to figure out stuff and come back, or whatever, sending the flashback, for example, to see Bruce, trying to work all that stuff out. I don't have a problem with all that. I don't know about this, like that the whole movie is that, because I don't know what we're seeing there. Then, you know what I mean? Like, are we, but honestly, but again, I want to be told the story, right? So even then, of stuff that I'm kind of like, well, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. When I start to think about it, like it's a film of them trying to maybe, keep away from Superman, because Superman at that point will have succumbed to the anti-life equation, possibly.
Right.
Who knows what we may see in that film, if and when it comes to pass. I could see kind of a thing of them kind of running around, almost like a Terminator-esque end of the world, apocalyptic, Mad Max,
Yeah.
kind of thing. So, but obviously, if we're seeing that, we're not seeing the traditional heroes. So that is a huge departure, because it's not just those same characters in a darker tone. Then it's almost like completely different version. You know what I mean? Like it. But honestly, though, I think then by that time, I think if Zack had his full 5-movie arc, we will have seen every kind of incarnation of those characters, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know
I'm a
what I
big
mean?
fan of all that apocalyptic stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe that's because why I like it so much. 'Cause like if we get a full movie of that, I would just eat that up. Because like I know some people just don't like the fact that certain characters do certain things, but like I just want to see like the main story of, because like Darkseid is Darkseid. So the fact that he wins is not surprising. So when Earth is the way it is, and Superman is like evil and stuff, and now like these people, because like it's not even about good guys or bad guys anymore. Like it's just people now trying to survive. So like when you see Batman and Deathstroke on the same team, it really tells you like this is not even a joke anymore. It don't matter what you did before. Like please just help us fix this. And that journey of them possibly like sneaking into places and stealing like a mother box to help Barry go back in time, and that whole like sci-fi jazz is definitely something that I want to see in the future if he does that. But and like the third movie is supposed to be like pretty much the end game stuff where like everyone comes together and then they defeat Darkseid in the end. But if that ever happens, I will definitely be there the first day it drops for sure.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it's definitely something. Like I said, I like the idea of seeing these characters in many different incarnations over the stretch of 5 movies, right? From beginning, concept, and then at the end, seeing them, be that kind of traditional superheroes restored, and seeing the whole arc. I definitely like that idea. So yeah, man.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff, man. Well, hey, man. Always good to talk to you, Astro. Appreciate your support. I appreciate this, man. And dude, the freaking Snyder Cut, man. We've seen it.
It's there.
We've been there now. We've been there. We've watched it. We've experienced it, and we can keep going back and experience it over and over again. And hey, now it's time for a whole new thought process of restoring the Snyderverse. And that doesn't mean eliminating what everybody else likes either. It just means let's get some more content that goes along these lines. So.
Of course.
Good stuff, bro. All right, man. Well, hey, you take it easy. You have a wonderful night, and thank you for stopping by, man. And you are always welcome here, man. You know that.
All right, bro. All right.
All right, man. We'll check you out later, okay?
All right.
All right, man. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. All right, folks. Well, that was Astro. Always like talking to Astro. Yeah, Matt, I know. But you know what? I got one more guest, and I'm looking forward to this, and we're gonna talk for sure. But and then I'll eat something, and then I'll go to bed. Hey, you know what? Like we're all gonna sleep one day for a real long time, and in the meantime, I'm gonna spend my life around here talking about the stuff I love and having a good time. All right. So that being said, my final guest for the night. Hey, Igor, I see you there. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Absolutely, Igor. Good to see you in the chat, man. Good to see you all here tonight. So my final guest is somebody that you guys have seen him in possibly in the comment section in the chat. And we've had a couple back and forth. That last time he was here, he popped in at the last minute, and unfortunately, I was going off the air, and so I definitely told him to come back. And we've had a couple of talks via the chat before, but I'm glad that he is here tonight, and we're going to finish off the broadcast today with a conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel, The Nerd Man. What's going on, man?
Hello, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm very good. Very, very pleased after watching this movie. Very,
Good.
very.
I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that for sure, bro.
I mean, the first thing, sorry, hi, I'm the Nerd Man. And yes, I've had some back and forths, and we don't necessarily agree on everything. But I want to say, like, just our heartfelt thank you to everyone who's been fighting for the Snyder Cut, because what I watched yesterday was, for me, it wasn't perfect, but it was something that I've been looking forward to see since childhood. I always thought the Snyder Cut was going to be better. I thought, come on, how can it be worse? Like,
right, yeah.
And I had problems with Zack Snyder's former movies. Man of Steel is something I have some issues with. Batman v Superman I like a lot, but I have some problems with it as well.
Okay.
Justice League, so Justice League, I was like, okay, there's going to be some things that I'm probably not going to like, but all in all, I know it's going to be like a much, much better movie. And it went against my wildest dreams. Really, it was amazing. Really, really. And I think it's, for me, the best movie in the DC that DC's probably ever made, really. I mean, close to Dark Knight, but I think for me, a little bit above, because it has all the rest of my favorite heroes. So that's my introduction. I want to talk a lot about Justice League with you.
Very well done. Very, very well done. Very well done.
So yeah, I mean, this is just, I mean, like, just going through like every single character here. It's just like, there are people who are hating on this movie now who didn't like Zack Snyder before, or didn't like some of the things he was doing with the DCEU. And I'm one of those people who, I was never a hater of Zack Snyder. I've always loved Watchmen, thought that was brilliant. But I was one of those people. But you have to, don't lie about this, right? Like, it's a movie. It's a very good movie. You know damn well, if you sit down 100 comic book fans at random, 100 Justice League fans at random, to watch this film, at least 90 of them would like it. And that's how I view things, right?
If they're being honest, I think because there's a lot of, because you and I both know, man, comic book fans, like, everybody sees those things that, like, they have always dreamed it's going to be like, right? To see a Justice League movie or a superhero movie in general. And so a lot of times when people don't see those things, they get very frustrated. They get very upset. And it's not just superhero films, not DC films. It's all kinds of different fandoms. If people don't see what they've always imagined represented, then they get upset about it. But I think you're right. What I'm seeing is, and I think it's a testament to, like, the scores that the movie's even still getting, is that even people, I think, who, like you said, they haven't appreciated Zack's vision for all this. They're at a different place now, and then they come in and they see this movie, and if they're being honest with themselves, they have to look at it and go, "Dang, that's a Justice League movie. That's not just Zack Snyder, doing some, dark stuff or whatever. This is a real to life style Justice League movie." And
So I mean, I wanted to start off there and also one thing I must say, that we've got into some things together, and I don't know. I just want to make sure you understand this. When I disagree with someone, that isn't a personal I dislike you, right? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's just I disagree, right? And I will always respectfully disagree. So I've always liked your channel, always found it fun to listen to you, hear the other side of, opinions that sometimes I'm against or don't, fully agree with. But I've always liked you, so don't think otherwise. But
that's fine. That's fine, man. And I, you know what? And I'll be honest with you. I'll just start right up, man, and say I apologize to you because I know that there was one night you were in the chat and I kind of took a couple things that you said and I think I kind of ran with that just because I've watched some of your videos. I've watched your channel and I've listened to some of the stuff that you said about various topics, you know, that are obviously close to my heart. You know, with certain people and things, and look, you know, different people are going to have a different opinion and different view. My thing is like, I want you to know, I'm not upset at you. I'm not mad at you either. And even what I said there was like, I was not trying to attack you. So I apologize if it came across as that or that I was mad at you because that's not what it is.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you.
I think it is.
And this is just me being honest here for everybody. Yeah. It's hard for me to judge sometimes with the way, especially when it's via a comment, or a comment or a chat thing or whatever, like where somebody's coming at me from, because I've had so many people come at me who are not looking to have a conversation about it, but are looking to either attack me personally, tell me how I'm just an idiot, and you know, and so on and so forth, and you know, in not so many nice words. So I'll be honest with you. Sometimes, like when somebody comes in kind of hot on something, like they may not be, and I'm still, like I said, I'm still kind of surfing through that, you know, where it's like. I need to be careful that I don't take things more personally, because sometimes people just have a hot take on something. They just have a
hot take Tuesday. I still have to get you that t-shirt. I need to figure
yeah, man. You know, so sometimes people just have an impassioned view themselves, and they're not necessarily meaning that towards me, but it just comes across that way to me. And so, you know, so yeah, man. So we're good, man. Don't think that I don't think that you hate me. I don't think that, you know, you dislike me or whatever. Yeah. But I appreciate you saying what you said. So
yeah, you know, that's cool, man. I mean, I want to talk about like just with you. Just I think it will be interesting for people to listen to, just from the perspective of somebody who was a bit iffy about Zack Snyder and why, and then like, you know, why this Justice League is so impressive to me. But yeah, I mean, the first thing I just want to, you know, like start off with is, so I've always had a problem with the depiction of Superman in Zack Snyder movies. It's been my main point of contention. And it's really difficult to kind of describe or, you know, talk about what I mean in a little kind of, you know, box there. But I agree with you that, you know, I think people are way too precious about interpretations. I think it is fanciful and absurd to want a Chris Reeves Superman in 2021. I don't think that will work. I think Chris Reeves was marvelous. I love Chris Reeves. Again, we have shared that Superman is both our favorite superheroes. Like the Trinity, basically for me, are like the top superheroes. Then, you know, Flash, Shazam, all of those guys. But yeah, so I get that Man of Steel, for instance. Let me talk to you about Man of Steel, right? That I get why everyone likes it. I think that technically, you know, the action, you know, everything like that, the music, the score, the cinematography, all of that is very, very good. Where I had a problem with it is the writing. And then so I would put things in two kinds of critiques, which is like a fanboy critique, which doesn't really count. That's just, I wouldn't do it that way. Right. Mm-hmm. So it's something that I look at a film and I say, I wouldn't present Superman that way. That's a fanboy critique. That's a subjective critique. And then there's objective things that are about the film itself, where it was like the dialogue, the plot holes, certain leaps in logic and stuff like that. That's what, and I don't want to talk about it for too long, but that's where I had a problem with Man of Steel, mainly from the thing of the way it presented Superman, I feel was much more Dr. Manhattan, right? So this is my subjective critique. It was a little bit more Dr. Manhattan than it was Superman. I feel like Snyder was still maybe trapped and influenced by him doing this wonderful Watchmen movie, and still in that line of logic, and seeing Superman more as an alien than an American immigrant, like the great American immigrant. And he was devoid to me of humanity, and I didn't care what was happening to him. So by the time it comes to like a 45-minute, hour-long action scene at the end, I was a little bit divorced from what was going on, because it's two invincible people just punching each other and destroying a bunch of crap, right? But BVS loved the film. I thought it was a great political thriller. Everyone talks about Civil War being a political thriller. I think BVS is the political thriller that was really, not Civil War, the one before that. But I think BVS is a great political thriller. Again, didn't like Superman in it. But in this movie, Zack Snyder did something different for me for once, and I think it worked really, really well. And that is, he put the Justice League in the movie, rather than kind of like Watchmen-esque versions of the characters.
Okay.
He actually put the Justice League, and in 2 minutes of watching Cavill come back on that farm, I was completely invested in this Superman and emotionally connected.
So let me ask you a question about that then. Because the Superman who comes back, and I'm trying to say this because I've said that I'm not going to do spoilers until but the Superman that comes back is pretty much the character. I mean, he's the character that we saw in Man of Steel. Yeah, because when you're talking about the alien part of Superman, like or of Clark, okay, Kal-El, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I don't get the alien part of Clark except for what the world sees on the outside. But Clark, the entire time, I think that's Clark's, that's his struggle, is because yes, he knows that well, up to that point, honestly. Okay, so in Man of Steel background, he doesn't even know really where he comes from. He knows that he was on a ship, but he doesn't know any of that background. He doesn't know anything about Krypton. He doesn't know anything about the backstory of where he come from, about Jor-El and Lara and all that stuff. He doesn't know anything about that until Zod shows up. So that whole time, he's Clark, man, and it shows him growing up. That's what I love about the flashbacks, because it shows him as a kid in school, where it's not about him being an alien. It's about him being a kid in a classroom where his powers manifest, and he doesn't know what to do with it. That's not about being an alien to me. It's about him.
That's a really good scene, man.
It's about him being this kid and being so vulnerable and terrified and running and hiding in the closet, where his mom has to come and talk him down, and that sets up later, for other things, where he has to revisit that moment, and so there's that, and then there's even from there, it's like with him on the bus with his friends and everything, when the bus goes over and he saves the bus, right? And then coming to terms with some of that stuff, because yes, he is that ultimate, American immigrant stuff. But see, that's the total vibe that I get from Man of Steel, is that because that's why I'm completely disconnected from what you said there, because that's all I see is that he's Clark. And that's what I actually love about Man of Steel, and why I walked out of Man of Steel going, this is the Superman movie that I always wanted to see, because I loved the John Byrne revamp in the 80s.
Oh, did you?
In 86. That's my Superman. And see, that's what I love.
I think Man of Steel is more based on Earth. It's got John Byrne in it, but it's got a lot of Earth 1 Superman.
Yeah, maybe, but I'll be honest with you, man. I totally see that. I totally see that John Byrne thing, where they finally made Clark the real person. Because in Man of Steel, later on when he's discovering who he is, right? He's never really Kal-El in that movie. Because he doesn't really have any connection.
So that's the thing. A lot of people say is that that Zack Snyder had planned that he wasn't going to be Superman by the end of the movie. It's like this is his first day. He's still learning to be Superman, right?
Yeah.
That's the idea of the arc.
Yeah, so he's never really Kal-El because he doesn't have any connection to his alien heritage. And so he's Clark, and that's what I see him the entire movie fighting for his humanity. Even in the face of General Zod showing up and and calling him out and doing all those things, and him discovering the ship and and having a suit and all these other things. It's like through that whole thing he is fighting for his humanity. That's why there's like powerful scenes in there where he goes back and he and he's
you're right. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Like when Zod shows up, for example, right? Like where does Clark go? Does Clark go off on some quest or whatever? He's been on this, I love the fact that he was out on a search to kind of find himself and figure himself out, for a long time. But then when Zod shows up, what's he do? He goes home. He goes to his pastor of all people. And my gosh, look, as a minister myself, I can't.
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, yeah. I can't imagine.
I didn't know that. That's great.
Oh yeah. I'm a pastor. I've been a minister for many years. So I can't imagine if that was all really going down, that the guy that's happening to comes to me. Like, I'm finding out that there's aliens. Okay. I'm discovering that all myself. And now who's been a kid. I've seen this kid grow up. He's grown up in my church. Like I've been there for all these things for him. That kid shows up and
Clark Kent. You think the pastor knew Clark Kent? I don't think he knew him. I think that Clark just went to a random
no. I definitely think he knew.
You think he knew?
Wow, absolutely knew, because that was Clark.
But then he's just admitting that he's Superman to somebody.
Well, but in Smallville, in that version of Smallville, I think most of the town, there's a large portion of the town. I mean, Pete Ross obviously knows, and I know in the greater continuity, Pete Ross knew, Lana knows, there's others who know. But look, I think that they made it pretty clear. It was pretty well telegraphed. What's that?
You think the town knew?
I think a lot of people in town knew,
because
especially when Zod shows up. Especially when Zod shows up and blows up the town. Yeah. But
this is the thing though, because Superman is still trying to keep his secret identity, I presume, by the end from the government and stuff like that. But then he states that I'm just a boy from Kansas. Yeah. And I always thought that was really, because it was one of those things in the film that happened quite a lot where I was like, that's a leap of logic there. That character seems silly to me, because why would you narrow down where they can find your identity if you've just broken a $1 billion satellite just to hide it?
I agree with that. That's one of the weird things that I will agree with you is in Man of Steel, is when he says, I think, and I've talked about that with other people on stream and different things, is like, I think it's a very weird thing for him to say. I get where it comes from, because I think that Clark still has a little bit of naivety about himself, where he's not thinking about the fact that okay, I just showed up, I got this suit on, I'm flying around, I just saved the entire planet. Look, you're not going to find me. I'm from Kansas.
You just narrowed it down a lot. Can I ask you a question? Do you like Man of Steel more than BVS, or the same, or how would you?
I love BVS. I just saw BVS the Ultimate Edition again in a theater 2 weeks ago here in Detroit, and I gotta say, for as much as I love BVS, I absolutely love BVS, and there were parts that I cried in here. My son, his favorite movie. My son is 16. His favorite movie has been Man of Steel.
You're not that old, are you? Your son's 16.
Yeah, man. I got an 18-year-old too. I got an 18-year-old. I'm 44. I'm 44.
Looking good, brother.
So, thank you, man. I'm 44, but my son, he's 16, and his middle name is Jor-El, by the way.
Yeah.
And
wow.
Yeah, and he told me after seeing after seeing BVS a couple weeks ago that Man of Steel had been his favorite superhero movie.
Mm-hmm.
BVS now, after seeing that on the big screen, the Ultimate Edition like that on the big screen again, and now being a little bit older and being able to take in some of it more, he said man, he says, Dad, he says, I think BVS now is my favorite superhero
Yeah.
movie of all time. I love BVS for what it brings to the table, and look, I have defended BVS from the very get-go to a bunch of
Me
people
too. Me too.
who have attacked that film over.
I
and
had
over
a channel before the current channel where I did a lot of content on BVS, breaking down like all the criticisms being way too harsh. How can you criticize a movie for being too dark? I don't understand that. All you have to do to invalidate that criticism is to say, well, there's good dark movies. That's all you have to say.
Yeah.
There's not Sin City is a dark movie. It's good. So your criticism's invalidated. You can't criticize a movie for being too dark. It's ridiculous. You criticize it for the script.
And there's so much. There's so much that happens in that movie that I think that people don't even like. You can tell that people don't that they're just not paying attention to what's going on. You know,
right?
I mean, like people will harp on Martha, and they'll
Martha scene. They don't understand it. He had a PTSD flashback. Basically, it was like he basically realized at that moment that he was Joe Chill. He had become Joe Chill. He'd become the people who killed his parents. And that was what that scene was getting at. And I think anybody who loves Batman lore should have known. I think there's some clunky things with that scene, don't get me wrong, because I don't know why Superman's saying Martha, like it's his mum. I feel like Martha and Clark are close. I don't know why he's calling her Martha. So I think there's a few clunky bits to that. But in general, the idea of it, I completely get. And I don't understand why everyone's like, oh, yeah, they just became best friends because it said Martha.
Yeah.
So what if her name was Susan? It's like, dude, that's...
But to answer the question... But to answer the question, I think that if you pin me down and you say I gotta choose one over the other, I gotta go with Man of Steel. Because Man of Steel means so much to me as a movie. Between Clark and his father, the connection there, because
I can see that.
anything with fathers and sons really gets
resonates
to me.
with you.
And it really resonates with me because I didn't have my dad back in my life until I was in my late 20s. I played catch with my dad for the first time when I was 35, right? So, so that was like a long time coming. That was a long time trying to develop that relationship and get to that point. And then I love seeing. I think one of the things I love, because we were talking about Christopher Reeve, I love the Christopher Reeve movies. I grew up on those, man. Those were my jam, man. That was how I was.
But they don't work in a context now.
But it's not real. It's not realistic. Like, and I finally heard somebody say this about the Marvel movies, and I get it now because I know that Kevin Feige has talked about how like every time they make a Marvel movie, they watch, Superman the movie.
One.
And so it is, because it's this romanticized version of superheroes that the world just accepts them, which I look at Superman and I say, well, if Superman showed up tomorrow in real life and some guy just had these godlike powers, everybody would absolutely freak out, and they would take the exact same route that the Batman takes, that Bruce Wayne takes, in saying, hold on, we got to figure something out, because if this guy turns rogue, what if this guy is lying to us?
I've never had a problem with that aspect of the movie. I like that. I like that aspect of Man of Steel, and I like that aspect of, obviously, like,
and I love that. I don't think
they did it enough. I think if you compare it to like something like Independence Day, when the aliens come, like the city goes nuts, it goes crazy, everyone's driving. You don't really see that in A Man of Steel, and I don't think the scale of it, of like, oh, aliens have just arrived, really kind of like presented. Like, the government are running around after Lois and doing stuff, but you don't see people like going, until the world engine actually starts destroying shit. You don't see really people in a panic. It's almost like they're all right with aliens coming. All right, some guy goes on the news and he's like, says, oh, Lois knows who he is and Lois should give him up. But it doesn't seem to me like, holy shit, like aliens are here, and that's my kind of thing.
Well,
with
I
that.
don't think that they show a lot of what's going on. They show a little bit, but most of the stuff that they show is like people at the Daily Planet seeing that, seeing the Zod transmission, for example, right? And being like, you could tell that there's a fear, but there's not necessarily a panic.
Yeah.
Like we're just going to run out into the streets because here they come and they're like, hey, this is the deal. So I think that it's more of a thing of like, well, who is this? Because Zod presents them with a mystery. It's not just, hey, we're aliens and we're here and we're going to kill you. It's not that at first. It's, hey, we're aliens. We're
and
here.
We want the person
for a guy. We're looking for a guy, and if you give him to us, we're all good. And we're, it kind of paints that picture, like to people, like kind of trying to throw them off and just wanting the world to give up Kal-El. And so the thing is, I think at that time, from that point on, for most of it, all we're seeing is really the military. We're seeing, the newspaper, trying to look at, the angles and stuff and having to do what journalists would have to do, and we see that with journalists who go into war and into, various parts of the world where there are major scary things going on, but they have to kind of
keep their composure.
I
understand that.
But Man of Steel is just very, very personal for me, and I really love seeing Superman discovering himself throughout that entire movie, from being a kid to being a young man to being then on, like you said, on the job the first day as Superman. And trying to work his way through that, and even taking on Zod, growing and learning through that battle, even, and then I'm going to be honest with you, one of the most powerful moments in cinema, I think, is when he kills Zod, and then the impact that has on him. We've never seen anything like that before. Like look, we've seen Batman shove a bomb down a guy's pants and then walk away smiling as it blew up and the guy died. We've never seen death impact a superhero like that moment. And so when I hear people like mock that moment, man, it so throws me off, because I'm just like,
I mean,
that's such a powerful moment for me.
Look, I wanted to talk to you about Justice League because I want to celebrate Justice League, but I love the passion behind your defense. I was just going to say that the reason I was asking you about Man of Steel and BVS, right, is because I just saw a significant improvement in the writing department. I think David Goyer as a writer is very, very hit and miss. I think what is his name, Chris Terrio, is a much, much better writer. And I think Zack Snyder really has proven through Watchmen and this film in particular that he's really a filmmaking genius. But he's a genius. Sometimes geniuses have too many ideas, right? They have too much going on in their head, too much that they're trying to communicate. And I think when he's paired with a great writer who can really put down a strict storyline, like in the Justice League, because I don't think there's anything. The only critiques I have of this Justice League film are fanboy critiques. They're critiques of, I wouldn't have done it like that. I have nothing on a story level as a critique of this film. It moves. It's kind of energetic. It's got heart. It's got soul, and it feels really, really easy to watch. And so the things that as I said, I don't like about it. I don't want to go into spoilers.
Yeah, I know. I know it's hard.
Can we talk about the what's it called, the Nightmare thing, because and the future plans for Zack Snyder's Justice
we could talk about like the stuff that's in the storyboards and stuff like that. I mean, he talked about that was going to be the future.
Right. So basically, if I look at the Justice League film, I think that there's a lot of I don't know this. I don't know who's responsible. It's either Zack Snyder listening to fans' critiques, or maybe the studio maybe making Zack Snyder compromise in a few places. But I think all of the body of the movie up until the Nightmare sequence is just excellent. The stuff that Flash does the way Flash moves in this movie, it's just a genius way of capturing that movement. Wonder Woman is on point. Shout out to every single one of the parents in this movie, from Hippolyta to Dr. Silas to, you know, all of the support. I even like Amber Heard in this movie. Like, it was really like crazy.
Funny.
But
that's funny.
But where I think that Zack Snyder then had free reign was on the reshoots, right? It was Zack Snyder again, free reign. And as you said before we came on the video, like, you're willing to see it, you're willing to give it a go, but you feel deeply a little bit uncomfortable with where that scene looks like it's going, especially if it's the second movie.
Yeah, not just the scene, but like when I hear that that the entire second movie would be nothing but that, I'm just, it gives me some pause to kind of say, okay, what is that movie? It's not that I'm against it, and it's not that I would look at it and go, okay, I don't like this. It's just,
what is it exactly? Yeah.
What is it exactly? And then, but it would kind of take me to a point where, like, we've seen this full arc where it literally goes from the innocence of Man of Steel to the turning the corner at BVS.
I have a problem because I know,
and then Justice League kind of bringing it to fruition with all these characters coming up, facing something like Steppenwolf and Darkseid behind the scenes, and then bringing that down to the end of what Justice League is, and then the bottom completely falls out. Then you see with the Nightmare, and then my only thing is you gotta restore it at the end. You gotta, so that you have this full arc that it comes up, it turns the corner. They win, but the bottom falls out then, and obviously something's still wrong there. And now, how do you come up out of that? And so yeah.
I mean, it's always possible, but but look, put it this way. I'll do it like so that I don't go back into Man of Steel. But put it this way, I feel like this is the first time we've seen the Justice League. This is the first time we've seen Superman, and they're fun. Wonder Woman's fun. Wonder Woman was fun from her own movie, but like Flash is fun. Wonder Woman's fun. Superman's fun. Cyborg is excellent. Shout out to Ray Fisher. He did a tremendous job in this movie. So I want to see a little bit more of that before we go into a dark, twisted, world where Batman and Superman are once again at conflict. We kind of did that already. Like, we kind of did that with BVS. We've kind of deconstructed Superman and had him say, I don't believe people can be good in this world, or everyone can turn bad in this world, or something like that. He says in BVS.
Yeah.
We've had that, and that broke my heart watching that as a Superman fan. I'm like, Superman, don't say that. Yeah, I love the movie, but like those little bits were just like daggers to me. I'm just like, nah, Superman would never say something like that. But fair enough, he's done it. It's in the past, but now we've got this. And I just think that Darkseid is better than Thanos.
Look, I just real quick, 187. I love you, man. I know that you're a huge Marvel fan, but look, dude. Thanos. My problem with Thanos is Thanos does this. It's just over. You don't see the real impact of it. You don't really see the deaths. You don't see those things. Darkseid has literally taken over hundreds of thousands of worlds, and I don't even have to see that, but I already know that Darkseid like mutilated everything. Like the Darkseid. Look, like I said before, I get it. Yes, maybe Thanos went and became a farmer at the end, and I know Jarbo talked about this earlier tonight that his thing was just to come in, do his thing, and leave. But like, you can actually question, is Thanos a bad guy in that movie, or is he just trying to do something that he thinks is going to help somehow by kind of pruning the universe, where it's like Darkseid, he just wants to kill everybody or enslave everybody, and that's it. That's his end game. He ain't even trying to to play anything else, man. Yes, Film Gob. There you go.
Yeah, I was just saying that I just want Zack Snyder to just stay in this lane for just a little bit. Let it build up for 2 movies. Let them go on a couple of adventures together. I wish there's some things I wish for the film. Going back to Man of Steel, I'm not a big, Justice League murderers kind of guy, so there's certain things I have a distaste for, but the main thing was just like seeing that last scene. I was like, yeah, that's an interesting movie, but I don't want, Wonder Woman, Harley Quinn, and Lois, dead essentially, just to further the story of the conflict of men, like Superman and Batman. I don't,
Don't you think though that even if they're saying that the Justice League 2 would be this nightmare thing, obviously we have to get there, right? Because we're not because I can't really get into spoilers about it, but we see part of the nightmare scene, and then we're kind of brought back from that a little bit. And we get, this ending to Justice League that is this other thing. And I feel like, man, by the time that we ever get a Justice League 2, it would start off obviously where Justice League 3 ends, which is not in this necessarily this horrible place. It's still that premonition. It's still that idea of this is to come. So you have to tell that story. I think that what you're saying is like they do some stuff. They take some stuff. So that's how you intro your movie, that they're being the Justice League. They're doing that, but you're probably not going to get a full movie of that because that's not the arc. Like if they were trying to do the Marvel thing, okay, now Marvel would definitely do that because that's what Marvel has done, where it's like Marvel, they're like, hey, we're going to get way out here one day, but for now we're going to give you whole movies where nothing really progresses. It's like you get 5-10 minutes of actual progression just so that hey, that big Avengers movie is still coming one day. Where I think with Zack's thing is like, hey, I got 5 movies. Whatever anybody else does besides my 5 movies, that's on them. They can tell all those stories. They can tell all those great, superhero stories where everybody's together and doing their thing. But for now, this is my progression. So in the next movie, you get this start probably. I would see it as a natural thing. You get this start, they're doing their thing. Maybe they have a couple of adventures. They save a few things. Maybe they face a character. I think there was there was one Justice League thing. It might have been the first episode of Justice League Unlimited or something like that, where like Starro comes and like you find them mid battle, like they're fighting Starro, or some kind of weird thing, that the Justice League is doing, that's some kind of lighthearted thing. And then no, you know what it was? Was it Apocalypse War? Was it that movie? I think that maybe starts off with Starro,
the Justice League fighting Starro, really? I think maybe there was a little scene of it or something. You might be right.
It kind of starts off with this lighthearted thing, like, hey, here's the Justice League. They're fighting all this stuff, and then all of a sudden, like, all hell breaks loose, and all of a sudden they're like, oh my gosh, we're thrust into the middle of this very serious thing, and so so I could see that, and then that I see that, then obviously the bottom drops out, and we find out how it deteriorated into the nightmare.
Yeah, I got you, man. But there can only be one. Let's be real about it. If we're gonna have Justice Leagues in the cinema, and I'm not quite there with Restore the Snyderverse in terms of Snyder being in control of the DCEU like he was, like being the architect of the DCEU. I'm certainly up for seeing sequels to this movie, to this. Directed by Snyder and seen in IMAX. I want to see this film in IMAX, and I think it will make a lot of money actually if they put it in IMAX.
The only thing I would say about that, man. Yeah, the only thing that I would say about that is like, look. So when I say restore the Snyderverse, my first, yes, Film Gob is here. What's up, Film Gob? By the way, Film Gob, man, at the center of everything that's going on, man. Always
This film
love seeing you on there last night, man. What a moment to behold from the inside for sure. I'm sure for you. We talked about it tonight. I'd love to talk to you about that. But okay, so what was I saying?
You were
there?
saying about the restoring the Snyderverse.
Oh yeah,
in terms of him being the architect.
with restoring, my first priority is allow Zack Snyder to finish his versions of Justice League 2 and 3, whatever that is, whether it's actual 2 movies to finish out this thing and then step back, or whether it's, you know, a mini series or 2 mini series or whatever, you know, special series, whatever. Do that. That's my number one priority. Although I will say this, it's not necessarily my stance that like Zack Snyder has to run the DCEU. But I will say this. I'm also not against the idea of him having creative input into. Look, first of all, I will say I'm not against Zack Snyder having that kind of creative control and kind of being the Feige. I don't think that he wants to do that, though. To be honest with you, I don't think
he was doing it before, though. Like that's the thing.
He was, but he was doing it over his 5 films. He would, he will produce, right? And I guess that's what I'm saying. Like I would rather see him do like what happened to the movie Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman, that first movie is a far superior film.
Wonder Woman 84 is my least favorite.
Wonder Woman 84 without Zack Snyder's direct input and oversight.
So there's a little bit of controversy with that, because basically Zack Snyder helped on that movie for about 3-4 days. But Alan Heinberg actually came to him with the story. And then actually, you know, like it or not, Jeff Johns and Patty Jenkins really, like, after basically Alan Heinberg put in the final draft, was Jeff Johns and Patty Jenkins who reworked the script to what we see in the movie now. So yeah, Snyder had influence, but like that was Patty's movie. Patty just made one good movie and made one bad movie. That's basically what happened. It happens to the best of us. Snyder made The Watchmen. He made Sucker Punch. I know you might like Sucker Punch, but like that's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes you have one good one. You know, it's like saying Nolan was responsible for The Man of Steel. You know, it's not. I just don't.
But hold on. Though we're finding out more and more that it absolutely was Nolan that had a huge input and influence on the fact that Zack Snyder was able to make.
He was able to make it.
But that's what he was doing, though. But that's the thing is he was being a producer. So Nolan was absolutely a hands-on producer for that. And look, Zack was definitely a producer and a huge influence on that first Wonder Woman movie.
I think he's an influence in the sense that I think Patty Jenkins probably liked what Zack Snyder was doing and wanted to take certain aspects of that.
Exactly, because it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious once it was thought that Zack was not continuing and Jeff Johns had more of a role in that production value and being able to influence where the DCEU was going with this more lighthearted, you know, kind of thing. You go from literally Wonder Woman being back in World War I and basically you know, taking on a whole army by herself, like manhandling people and taking on Ares, the god of war, and being willing to do what needs to be done to win that fight. And then her also in BVS saying, look, I've fought things from other planets before. Like I ain't scared of nothing. Like she's you know, willing, I mean, slicing and dicing, right? And then obviously, you know, we can't get into all the stuff that we just saw in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but that's a true back to true form. You also saw the Crimean War stuff that Zack originally envisioned, where she was definitely a warrior goddess, where she was definitely like she had no qualms about being an Amazonian, But then,
But that's not. I mean,
and look,
sorry.
I liked Wonder Woman 84. I liked
Did
Wonder
you?
Woman 84, and I
Wow.
defended Wonder Woman 84. Jarbo
Wow.
and I actually have a debate that we did, and some of it is tongue in cheek for me, where I was kind of giving Jarbo a hard time, and we kind of did it. But I enjoyed it. But when you look at it and you do that, and then all of a sudden, like in the 80s, because it's the 80s, she's like, well, I'm not going to fight you with a sword. I'm going to beat you with love.
But that is Wonder Woman. Look,
but that's not Wonder Woman.
My problem with Wonder Woman 1984.
Wonder Woman hasn't been written like that.
Wait.
Let me.
I read a lot of Wonder Woman.
No, I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying that's not Wonder Woman. That's.
But wait. Let me just. I get the interpretation that Patty was going for, but she didn't do her research. I know for a fact she didn't go and read the comics, because if she read the comics and understood the nature of Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman is never a defensive fighter. For instance, she never has to. She just goes straight on and goes through people. But in terms of the lasso and not using the sword and shield, I was fine with that. But I don't need her swinging around everywhere and doing all of that Spider-Man bullshit. She fights impact, and yes, she may try not to hurt people, but she'll do it in style. And that's the problem. That's what was lacking. She should have gone in the, what's it called? The White House scene. She should have been going through 40 guys. She should have shown that even without my powers, I am that badass.
Yep.
That can do and go through these guys without a sword, without a shield, all of that, and I would have been totally there for that. And if she had a badass fight with Cheetah, and then went up to Maxwell Lord and said, I'm going to persuade you with reason rather than punch you into submission, I would have been all there for it. But she needed a good boss fight first. You can't just, so that was my problem. And obviously there's a lot of stuff in that movie.
Oh, yeah.
That's just so I completely agree with you. Yes, Wonder Woman isn't written like it is in 1984, but I think she was trying to go for that, Wonder Woman who puts a hand out of peace before she fights. But if you don't take the hand of peace, she'll fight you,
So I want to address this comment here from Patrick. So here's the thing, man. Here's what you got to remember. Just because you have somebody who executive produces and oversees something does not mean that other directors aren't going to get a time to shine. Zack Snyder is responsible for Wonder Woman. Zack Snyder cast Gal Gadot.
Yeah, okay.
Zack Snyder established who that character was. So yes, Patty Jenkins, even though she made her own movie, Patty Jenkins is doing a movie based upon a character that was established by Zack Snyder in BVS.
Right,
and then help craft who that character was going to become. Okay, and so then from that we got that first Wonder Woman movie. So I'm not saying that Zack needs to direct every DC movie.
No, I know you're not saying.
No, I'm saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to other people though in the chat too. Like, I'm not saying that Zack needs to direct every movie and personally tell everybody what they have to do and whatnot. For every film. I'm saying, obviously, he's created a universe here where if you're going to do things within that universe, you have to respect the universe that you're in. Otherwise, just go reboot the entire thing, right? Let him finish his 5-movie arc, reboot the entire thing. Don't do it. But see, this is why Wonder Woman 84 and Aquaman to some extent suffer a little bit. And I love Aquaman. But
I think after seeing Zack Snyder's Justice League, I'm pissed off that we didn't get the Aquaman that was going to happen from that.
Yeah,
that was
that's
much
the
better.
thing.
Did you see Volko in that? He was so much better than in the Aquaman movie. I was just like, it was going to be some dark, creepy,
That's the thing.
It was great.
That's the thing. Jeff Johns, and others wanted the best of both worlds. They wanted to be able to take Zack Snyder's world that he had created, because Jason Momoa was a huge hit as Aquaman. So, let's take that Aquaman and let's put him in this type of world. Let's take this Wonder Woman and now change her, because everybody loves Gal Gadot now, and they want to see her be Wonder Woman. So we're going to take her out of this world that Zack has created and now put her into this other kind of thing. I'm not saying that Zack has to have complete like final stamp of approval on everything. I'm just saying respect the universe that you take. For example, you know what it'd be like? It'd be like saying this movie is we're going to set a movie in the Richard Donner Superman universe, right? So we're going to set this movie in there, and then all of a sudden you got Ben Affleck's Batman coming through, killing everybody, and like everything's it'd be sweet. I would love it. But it would be weird. You know what I mean? Like it would stand out. It would stand out, right? It would not make a lot of sense. Or like having other characters that like totally kind of undermine that world that was created. And so even though it'd be cool to see on some level for some fans, on other levels, it would be like, this doesn't fit. This doesn't fit the world that was created for these characters. So that's why I say, like, if you just want to do that, reboot the whole thing.
I think you're kind of right, but but I think DC especially lends itself, because the characters come from such different worlds. You've got Superman from Krypton, Wonder Woman from Themyscira. You've got Billy Batson in his, with the Rock of Eternity. They all have very different worlds. It's very different from Marvel, because Marvel was created by essentially a couple of guys, Stan Lee and his partner and stuff like that. So they're all set in New York. The world is very ubiquitous. It's very same. But the worlds of DC are very vastly different. Batman's very, very noir. Superman comes from the city of the future. It's just like diametrically opposite kind of world. So I think there is place for directors to try and express the different worlds that they come from in DC. Like have Zack Snyder have his own kind of like vision of how the world will be, and then have like say one person I want to actually shout out, because it's the one person I really wish, if you could do anything about Restore the Snyderverse, if you'd mention Rick Fumiyawa's Flash movie in future, I'd be really happy, because that movie I think sounded really dope, pun intended. But,
yeah.
But yeah, he's, I think that you can have that. But what I would like to always keep from Snyder and Patty Jenkins, and I think in Shazam, and I think in Joker, I think those movies have a lot in common, and BVS as well, is that they're always, no matter what's going on, like, or what the how would you say, the larger than lifeness of the superhero that's being depicted, it's always grounded in something real, right? So even like Shazam is grounded in that foster family dynamic. It's like we're not living in a Marvel
I love
world.
Shazam, by the way. I love Shazam. I love Shazam. So, hey, look, if there's any film that I think can actually get away with doing what that movie did, it's Shazam, because Shazam is basically, Shazam is a kid who gets these powers. So I would have no problem with Shazam being a part of the Snyder,
I think it would be
and
great.
I love the fact that I do too. I'm just saying I have no problem. Like if they continue down the line and and they're in this comes out more. I do want to say one thing.
Can I just finish the point? Just because I want to ask you this, because I think there's a through line between something like Batman v Superman, Joker, Wonder Woman, Shazam, and BVS. I think those 5 movies, and now Justice League, those 5 movies all have something in common, which makes them such critical which makes them critical or commercial successes, right? And that is unlike Marvel, they set it in a universe that somewhat resembles our own, right? The dynamics, the technology, the society that's around them is the present society. Whereas Marvel, you have like hovercrafts going, you know, in the sky. You've got weird technology from that doesn't exist. It's clearly not our world.
Yeah.
These movies set it in our world, and they base it on like some kind of theme, you know, like the Joker, mental health issues, you know, Wonder Woman. It's quite dark in places, you know, like the where it shows like how war, like how much of a tragedy World War I is. So it has that much more impact when these larger than life superheroes do things in a world that resembles ours. I think it's just so much more engrossing and emotional, and nothing against what the MCU is doing. I think it's fun and whatever, but I think that's where DC should always, that's its identity, man, you know. And I think Zack Snyder had the right idea. I just don't like some of the ways he's executed it along the way. But I've always stood up for like putting them in a kind of more realistic, more grounded world, like at the very least, like, you know, that resembles ours in terms of where we are historically at the moment, you know. Do you understand what I mean?
No, I absolutely, man, absolutely, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, I appreciate that's what you would like to see, and you know, and that's we're seeing, you know, and like, and as we said before, like, you know, I don't think anybody's going to be like 100% like this is the way I would have done it. This is the way that, you know, that I would have seen it. You know, this is what presented with. What the only thing that ever bothers me is people like who are just like, you know, who will attack Zack personally and say, you know, well, Zack's trash because he's not making the movie that I want. Zack's an idiot. Zack doesn't understand these characters. That one blows me away so much when they're like, Zack doesn't understand comics, and I'm like, come on.
I mean,
you can say a lot of things. You say a lot of things.
I wouldn't say he doesn't understand comics. I would say that the way he's presented certain characters, I put it this way, I just feel like Man of Steel, like even beyond just like wanting to see Superman, I think if a more traditional Superman was, and I need to be careful with my words when I say a more traditional Superman, because I know that presents an image of the Superman, you know, who, you know, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like a Superman, his dad would encourage him to definitely not let kids die, or Superman who would, where, you know, Park Kent would say, you know, you've got to go out in the world, you've got to find out like what's happening with humanity, and then you can grow and become more of a person, rather than one who says, no, just stay on the farm, hide, you know, don't show anyone you're special. Well, I think if that Superman was in there with the morals and whatever that he has, the incorruptible Superman, even if it was more grounded and he had doubts.
I believe that Zack was working towards that, because he's even said
I get that.
Because he said, I was even working toward it. The thing about this Superman that's different is by the time this Superman gets there, he will have earned that, and he will have learned the lessons that got him there, instead of just like popping out with that. Like that, hey, I just popped out and I'm Superman, and I've got all these morals and I've got all these things. Because I'll be honest with you, you know what one of my favorite parts of Man of Steel is, and you just alluded to it, is when Clark says to his dad, well, what was I supposed to do? Just let them die? And Clark's dad gives him the most honest answer I have ever heard in a movie like that, because you know what? It's not the fluff. Hey, with great, you know, power comes great responsibility. Son, you've got to do all these things, right? Like, he doesn't do that. He doesn't give him the pad answer. He doesn't give him the motivational speech, right, that other dads give. And you know why I appreciate that? Because I'm a dad of 3 boys, and sometimes
and you would tell your kid, if he had powers, that maybe he should let a kid die.
Listen to me. If I knew that my son was an alien that came from another planet, and that if my son exposed himself to the world by saving anybody, okay, and that I know what this world's like, that they would come and dissect him, tear him apart, study him, because our world would be absolutely afraid of that. I'm not
You wouldn't say I'm proud
Pa
of you for
Kent.
saving those kids.
No, hold on.
You wouldn't say
Pa
that.
Kent. No,
I'm
hold
so
on.
proud of
Hold
you
on.
for saving
Hold
them,
on.
but you gotta
Hold
be
on.
careful.
Hold on. Hold on. Pa Kent never tells him that he should have let those kids die.
I didn't say that.
No, I know.
I
But
didn't say
what
that.
I'm saying though is Pa Kent doesn't. He never tells him that he's not proud of him for saving those kids. In fact, he tells him the opposite. He says, "Look, I'm happy that." He says, "But
He doesn't say that. He said
I
maybe.
can't tell you."
He said
No,
you've got to be careful, Clark. Maybe
he
you've
says
got to
he
be
says
careful,
he
Clark.
says maybe because he's being honest. He's being a dad who's looking
but
out
you-
for his
he
own
never
son.
says- he
I
never
don't
says-
have to look out. Listen, I don't have to
Careful.
look out for your kids.
Mhm.
If that's my son, and I know that he's an alien, and I know that if he's found that if the government found out that my 15-year-old boy picked up a bus and saved a bunch of kids, I may be very proud of the fact that very proud of the fact that he saved a bus full of kids. But in my head, my fear is for my son. And anybody who tells you anything different and just says, "Oh, hey, just go out and start saving people." Yes, go out and use those powers. Go out. Yes, you did the right thing. You should have absolutely done that. Anybody who says that is a liar. They are a liar. Or they're either a liar. Hold on, I just want to finish answering what your question was, because they're either a liar or they're too naive and they would end up getting their son absolutely killed. They would get their son taken over by the government. The government wouldn't have to wait for a 33-year-old Superman to tell him that he lived in Kansas, because they would already know it. They'd be there. They would dissect him. They would tear that kid apart, rip him from the family, and that would be the end of the Superman movie in real life.
Okay, can I answer to that?
Yeah.
I'll answer to that. Pa Kent is supposed to be better than us. He's supposed to be better than real dads.
Why?
Let me answer.
Okay, but why?
Let me answer. I'm gonna answer that. I'm not saying that that in real life you wouldn't have doubts and trepidations about putting your child in such danger. I think there's better ways Pa Kent could have answered that to be more in line with the Pa Kents we've known in past. But my point is that if Superman landed at your door or my door, he would grow up to be, at least in my door, because I'm an asshole. Like if he landed at my door and I had to bring him up, hell yeah, Superman would probably end up being a dictator of the planet. But that's the beauty of him landing at the Kents. It was special because just by providence, he landed at the Kents, the all-American family that has the best of American values. And if he had landed anywhere else, that's the whole beauty of the Superman story. If he had landed anywhere else, if he had landed in some, other place in America, some, like in LA or like in, with some other family, the likelihood is Superman would have been a selfish prick. He landed at the best parents in the world. And that's the myth of Superman. And so that's why in the myth of Superman, the Kents have been better than us. Now, does that mean you can't have a different interpretation? I would say, yeah, you can, but make sure it's better than what's originally there. Because if it isn't better than what's originally there, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. You could have just made him say, I don't know, but I'm proud of what you did, son, but you gotta be careful. Or something along those lines.
Throughout the movie. Hold on.
In that particular situation, he doesn't say
Throughout the movie, he tells Clark that he's proud of him. Throughout the movie, he tells him that. He instills that in Clark throughout the film. You're talking about a specific moment where Clark did a specific thing where literally a family came to the house and said, "We know what we saw."
Right.
My child saw Clark do this, X, Y, Z. I don't care who Pa Kent is. Pa Kent is a man Paul Kent, yes, I agree with you that yes, there is a certain value system that obviously that the Kents had, and that's part of the Superman mythos in the story. But that doesn't just come from nowhere, and no father is perfect, and no father will always give the exact right answer. I'm saying that when Clark asks him in that moment, he doesn't tell Clark, well, yeah, you should have let him die. He says, I don't know. Because I don't know what the right answer is. He says, I don't know who you're going to become one day, Clark, but whoever it is that you become one day is going to change the world. And
you see what you just said there? You see what you just said there? That's a million times better than what was said in the film. He said maybe.
That's what he said.
He said maybe. That's what he says. No, he says maybe.
You've got to be careful. Okay, you spoke over what I said. He said,
okay, sorry.
So Clark asks him, he says, well, should I just let him die? He says, maybe, I don't know. But he goes on to tell him, Clark.
He doesn't say I don't know, though. Just to say, like, in textually, I understand that might be the subtext of what he's saying, but he doesn't actually say I don't know. But is that fair to say?
Do we need to go back and watch it like everybody
if
thought?
I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, I'm just saying. Do we need to go back and watch it and see exactly what he said? Maybe we can do that. Maybe we'll give you some homework, or maybe we'll do some homework for it and come back to this another time. But I'm just saying, like earlier, everybody was convinced. Everybody was convinced, literally a couple hours ago, man.
I was wrong about that. So I might be wrong about this.
That Lois still said the "you smell good" line, and we know that didn't happen. So I'm just saying this. We all know what Paul was saying. He said maybe, but then he goes on to tell Clark, you are going to change the world. Whatever man you choose to become, he's telling Clark, you have to make those choices. Paul can't make those choices for him. He's telling Clark, he is actually preparing Clark to be his own man by telling him, you have to make those decisions. Me and your mom, we're raising you the best that we can. Okay. But in the end, look, there are no perfect parents. There are no, we can all look back at our parents and say, oh, you know, you hear the people who go, oh, my parents were awesome. They were fabulous. They always did it. But in reality, if you go back and ask those parents and you say, well, what was your key? Like, were you always confident that you were telling them the right thing? Nope. We were winging it, because that's what parents do. Parents wing it. Some do it better than others. Some make better choices than others. And you know what? And some, like for me and my kids, I'm there for my kids. My family is very tight knit. I know who my kids are, but I'm very honest with my kids too. Look, through this whole pandemic thing, my kids were coming to me, dude, and asking me questions, man, that I never thought I'd have to answer for my kids. And you know what? There were a couple of times where I had to be honest with my kids, and I had to say, I really don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
We're facing something that I've never faced before. And yeah, man, Pa Kent, he was absolutely facing that. He didn't tell Clark that he should just let those kids die. Okay. He was trying to steer Clark in the right direction. And if anything, he was telling Clark, you need to be careful. When Clark gets mad at the bullies and is going to go beat him, he says, what did you want to do? He's trying to take that out of Clark and get Clark to step away from all of that and step away from the powers and everything else and become a man regardless of all the powers.
That's a good scene, but that scene should have been after the bar or before the bar scene where that man throws a cup at him. I think it would have been more powerful if that scene was connected with that. But I was going to say that I see what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, right? But I want to just, can we agree that in some sense, Alfred in Batman Begins plays the same or similar kind of parental role as Pa Kent in Man of Steel? Is that fair to say?
In Batman
Begins.
Probably. Alfred is a father figure to him.
Yeah, he's a kind of father figure in a kind of way, right? To Bruce Wayne. Now, Bruce Wayne comes up with, pun intended, the most batshit crazy fucking plan of all time to become he's gone off and trained and whatever. And he meets Alfred, this father figure of his, and he comes up with a crazy plan to become some master avenger of the night and probably get himself killed. But we can't think of it in that, because that's what would happen in real life. That's the reality of it, right? But this is a superhero movie, and it's about a hero's journey, and there's a particular thing that that figure, right, that fatherly figure or motherly figure in terms of Hippolyta or Antiope, there's a certain kind of thing that they're supposed to do, which is they're supposed to encourage the hero, and it makes them better characters for it. So when Alfred is, when Bruce Wayne comes up with this crazy suicidal plan that should essentially get him killed, Alfred nonetheless has to, guide him to becoming that hero, and always, make sure that he's staying morally upright even when he's going over the line. That's what the position of that character is supposed to be. And it's powerful when that's done right. And I think again, you can say Antiope with Wonder Woman. It's like Wonder Woman is going to get ever closer to going off to face Ares if she trains her and, whatever. But she's there to encourage her. Really, she should just want Diana to just stay on the island as a little princess and don't, just be pampered by the Amazons. But I'm going to encourage you to be the hero. I can see it in you. That's what you want to do. And she encourages it. And I just think that kind of thing is just lacking a bit in Man of Steel. And it's, as I said, as a technical movie, I think it's so great. But I just think.
Well, I'll tell you, Nerd Man, where I feel you fall short on that. All right, and here it is, and we've gone now for an hour and 2 minutes. I am at 5 hours and 49 minutes in this stream. So I'll just say this, and we'll agree that we'll pick this up another time. But I'll say this. I think that Double MJ has a good point here, and I think the problem is we as fans, we have the benefit of knowing where these characters end up. We have the benefit of knowing where a young Clark ends up one day. We have the benefit of knowing where a young Bruce Wayne ends up one day. But I would say this: in Batman Begins, yes, Alfred is that character, but then he's not, because then in many ways, Ra's al Ghul kind of takes over that and turns Bruce Wayne into a killing machine, into a well-oiled warrior, right? Yeah. That comes back to Gotham with a totally different outlook on everything. Yeah. And it's bent on revenge. Okay? It's absolutely bent on revenge, and it has nothing to do with Alfred's
in Batman Begins, when he comes back or before he goes off.
Well, he goes off.
Before he goes off, it's revenge. When he comes back, I don't think it's revenge.
Well, when he comes back, his whole thing is he's. I mean, that's Batman's story. He's going to strike fear and terror into the hearts of criminals, and he's going to go after. He's going to cleanse Gotham, basically, of all those people, and that's why at the very end, he realizes it's not. What does he say? It's not what I. Great line. There's that great line, and I'm exhausted because it's literally 6:14 in the morning right now, and I've been up all night.
It's not what you do that. It's not what you do that.
That defines.
It's not what you. It's not what you are inside, but what you do that defines you, or something like that.
Something like that, right? So, but he has to go on this huge journey that really has nothing to do with what Alfred has done. It's like he's had to experience all this himself and go from the point of being angry young man that, yes, Alfred tried to come alongside. But like one of the stories of Nolan's trilogy is Bruce in many ways ignores Alfred and Alfred's pleas for Alfred when Alfred
in the last movie.
Yeah, well, like, because Alfred even goes to him and says, look, I buried 2 Waynes. I don't want to bury a third. It is not my wish to do this. If you want to go do this, you're going to have to go kill yourself, because I'm not going to stand back and just do this because Bruce is literally like, screw this. I'm just going to do whatever I want. Now, here's the thing with Clark's dad and with Pa Kent, and then I got to get going. But I think yeah, we put a lot on Pa Kent and a lot on these parents in these things, because the reality is like what Double MJ here says, Man of Steel is not about being a superhero movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's not at all. We agreed when we first started having this conversation that this is about putting Superman in the real world. Well, that is not just about putting Superman in the real world, but from beginning to end. It's not just about what we agreed on, that if an alien showed up tomorrow with all these godlike powers, that everybody would flip out and they wouldn't just go, "Hey, yeah, look at the guy in the big blue suit," like they do in Superman the movie, right? And they're just like accepting and wanting an autograph, right?
Hey, Jim.
Right, exactly. We agreed with that part, right? But the thing is you can't have both. So if you're going to say, well, this is a real world application of how this would go, it's not just about when he shows up as Superman. It's also about what he is when he's a kid and how his parents react. And the reality is in that moment, Paul Kent is not condoning not doing something to help somebody. He's telling Clark that he has to be mindful of the decisions that he makes, of who he helps and how he helps, right? And to craft that in the right way, because if you just openly start doing stuff, son, you're going to draw attention to yourself that you're not ready for right now. Remember what Clark says? He says, my dad did not think that the world was ready for me. He says, but he knew that one day they would be, but I would be ready by the time that the world he would hope that I would be ready by the time that the world found out what I could do, because the world wasn't ready for what I could do. Let me just finish because I'm on a thing. So, you know, that's what he even says is my dad. What's he tell Lois? He says, my dad believed that if the world knew what I could do, right, they would not understand me. They would. And so that's that's the thing is Paul Kent didn't know the answer to Clark's question because he's a dad and he's not perfect. And so, yes, I know we have this glorified version of what but we've seen that in every other thing, the perfect Pa Kent where Clark, you know, if Pa Kent's
we haven't seen
alive,
it really since the 70s. I mean,
we have. Did you watch Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman? Both of Clark's parents were still alive.
Wait. I think when we're talking about on film, we're talking about a different thing.
I'm talking about all of it.
I love Lois and Clark.
I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about all of it, man. We've seen that though. We've seen that done.
No.
But like, not. We've never
but that's
seen.
Because Lois and Clark was actually quite big, but we're Superman fans, so we eat up all of the Superman, you know, kind of thing.
Sure.
But when it comes to film is the thing that is the most popular medium to put these characters out.
But man, we've
anyway,
only had one version. So let me just finish my thought here, because we've only because we've only had. It's not like we've had like it's not like Batman where we've had many different Batman.
Exactly.
Right, we've had Christopher Reeve, we've had Brandon Routh, who was a continuation of Christopher Reeve, and then we've had Henry Cavill. Okay,
Exactly.
So the thing is, though, is if you look at the entire vernacular of Superman, right, and so because we only have those two, even if you only have those two, you have one that showed the dad who like has the pep talk, right, and then has a heart attack and dies, and then you show a dad who is a real. Those two movies are totally set in different types of worlds, where now you got a dad who is being realistic about it and is approaching it like a real dad in the real world, whose son was an alien and he was terrified for his son's well-being. But also, if you look at the grand scheme of Superman stories, all the cartoons, Lois and Clark, everywhere where Clark has his parents always give him these pep talks and he feels better and then he goes off. Like it's never really like that where Kevin Costner's character sits him down and says, "Look, son, I don't have all the answers for you. I can help you, guide you along." But see, Kevin Costner's Pa Kent realizes that this Clark is bigger than him, right? He's been given an opportunity to help shape him, but at the end of the day, Clark is going to have to make that decision of what kind of man he's going to be. And so that's why he's telling him, it's like, I don't know.
I don't mind that part. That's not the part.
So he's just being honest. He's just being honest. And he's letting him know what's at stake. Just like this comment says, he's letting him know what's at stake. That it's like, you know what? You could very well run out there and start saving people.
Yeah.
But you need to be careful that you understand what that means. Right?
Okay.
Because Clark is a kid saving that bus. He did not do that in a way where he was running out and doing it in a way that was cautious about what he was doing. he was only thinking, I need to save these people, so I'm just going to run out here and do it. Superman can save people, but it doesn't mean that he has to risk his entire, everybody around him, right? That's why he develops a new persona and a secret identity, so that it protects those that he loves, so that other people won't necessarily be.
I've got you, man. I understand fully what you're saying. All I'm going to say, because I know you've been on here for 5 hours and you know to get some rest. All I'm going to say to you is that I get all of that. And I'm not trying to say that, I understand how a film like Man of Steel was made, and that's not. But in terms of the, Park Kent, essentially, I think that you could have still had a little bit of both. I'm not saying that Park Kent should have been saying, put on a cape and become Superman. I'm just saying Park Kent should have instilled, you should have seen just scenes of him just instilling some of those values, some of those really, really great values into Superman. Okay, let me just finish.
I'm gonna go back and watch the movie.
I think we did. I think we did a bit, but I think it could have just been a little bit more. But anyway, what I was going to say is, to finish it off on a very positive note, Justice League, right, gets all of that right to me. Every problem I've ever had with any of these things, I loved it when I heard the part. Well, God, I can't do spoilers. Park Kent in this movie is good. I really like him. But also I was going to say a shout out to Barry Allen's dad. In this movie, I was just almost, because I love the Flash. Flash is one of my favorite characters. I was almost in tears. I was like, that's him. So I just think you can have both, the best of both worlds. I think it's easier than you think, Enosh, to have, because it's done in this movie. He did it. It's the realistic dads who are just, and mothers who, again, Ray Fisher's mom, brilliant in this movie. All of them did their thing, and you saw that. He basically did it.
Okay. At the risk of everything, though, you talk about Ray Fisher, Cyborg, Victor Stone, right?
Yeah.
Silas Stone in this, shows a dad who's trying to do the right thing for his son, but in the process is like most parents. They're trying to do the best thing for their children, but sometimes they get caught up in trying to do the best thing for their children, and it actually detracts and takes away. And then it's like the parent who goes out and works to their selves to the bone to provide for their kids, which is a very noble thing and a very great thing. But then they get caught up in making the money and being able to provide the most extravagant things, and then they're actually absent from their children's lives, and so they don't have the connection with their kids. They've provided everything for their children, and they think that they're instilling these great things. But look at the relationship between Victor Stone and his dad Silas, where at the end, there's some things that happen. But the reality is that relationship as a whole is very rocky. And that's one of the things I love about Justice League, is that it actually fleshes out that story instead of Cyborg just being a pissed off guy because he can't go out and play football in the street. You know what I mean? Agree. He's 100% agree. It shows why he's frustrated with his dad and the mistakes that his dad's made, even in trying to protect him and save his life. It fleshes all that out. So we're on the same thing, man. So here's the funny thing, guys. Evil Chicken, I don't know what my record is. I have gone 6 hours. I used to do, when I first started doing these live overnight streams, all of my streams were 4 to 6 hours. So this is a return. But of course, back then I was doing these call-in shows all the time, and I have a hard time just telling people I'm done. Because I love having these nerd conversations.
I love it as well. And thank you for having me on. And thank you for having an open conversation.
Man. Absolutely, man.
I hope we can. I'd love to, talk to you again. Talk to you on my channel. It's not the biggest channel in the world, but I'd love to talk to you on it.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
And continue this debate. But I'd love to really talk about what we love as well. I don't always want to talk about what we disagree about.
Oh, absolutely.
We both love this movie, so I'd love to just pick your brain on your favorite scenes and
Oh, sure. Sure, man.
You know,
Hey,
so
thank you for coming out. Thank you for
Thank
reaching
you.
out, man. Thank you so much, dude. I've
Epic.
enjoyed this. I've enjoyed this conversation with you, and I'm glad that we had this time. And
it was epic. You gave as good as you got, man. I love it.
well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You have a great night, nerd man.
Thank you.
And
Good
we'll
night, guys.
talk to you again soon. All right, buddy.
Bye bye.
I hit the wrong button. That's how tired I am. I hit the wrong stinking button. So I took myself out of the studio instead of him. Hey guys, this was fun. You guys are awesome, and I thank you all. What's even more impressive is if you all were here for the entire 6 hours. Because my goodness, I could totally chop this thing up into a few different videos because this was. I always love the call-in videos because everybody has awesome inputs and different things that they want to talk about, and it really is what the Poindexter Lounge was originally envisioned for. Is like I always say, it's a place where you and me and my crew can get together and talk about all the things that we love, things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and anything else, so much more. And so thank you guys for making this a fun place to be. You guys make the Poindexter Lounge what it is, and so I'm grateful to all of you. I hope that if you haven't got a chance yet to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, that you get that opportunity. I've seen it twice now. And not only just twice, but I've also gone back now, cut up certain parts and watched certain parts again that I just had to see that are must-see parts. So I hope that you guys get that opportunity if you haven't yet. And hopefully, maybe Saturday or something, maybe tomorrow. I'm not really sure, but it's already tomorrow. So probably not. It's already tomorrow for me. For those of you wondering, yes, it is 6:27 in the morning here where I am. And so I love this. I love these conversations. Thank you to everyone who participated tonight. Thank you to everyone who came on. Thank you to Matt Jarbo, who spent a couple hours here with us at the beginning of the show for sure. And this Saturday, though, I am going to be having the streams for the patrons and the members. So if you would like to be a part of the private stream, it is an opportunity where you all can come in and kind of like this call-in show, but on a smaller basis, because not everybody doesn't show up, and so I try to get as many people in here as possible. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. They're hour-long streams. We'll probably do the one of them at noon, and then one of them at like 1:15. So we'll go for about an hour, take about 15 minutes, and come back to the other one. So the members will have their own streams, the patrons will have their own streams, and those are for you guys. So bring your discussions. Well, obviously, we won't get too deep because we don't want to take away from other people in the stream. But it's just a fun time for us to get together and talk about things, and we can talk about spoilers if you guys want to talk about spoilers in there, as long as everybody's good. So yes, William's still here. Awesome. William's awesome. Yes, he is a part of us. And so I'm very, very thankful to everyone who supports the channel, whether or not you just watch the channel. Like people always have their snide comments sometimes, if there's people who support you. And look, you all know me. I've never been about money or anything like that. Look, we're not about that. We are thankful for everyone who gives to the channel. We're not all about the super chats. You guys can see I bring up people's comments who don't give super chats. I'm not hiding behind a paywall. I'm just very thankful for those who do. And if you do, you're going to get recognized. That's what they're there for. Come on. Yes, we recognize our Patreon supporters and our members. And I don't mean to talk about this too much because it's really not that big of a deal. But it's like when we had somebody come in here earlier and, and try to make that comment about me. And I kind of went off on that rant. That's why, is because this is what it is. I said it last night. When you come to the Poindexter Lounge, this is who you get. If you like me on the lounge, you'd love me in person. And that's just it, because I am who I am. and that's why you see my family, and you just see who we are. All right. So, and I hope you do like that. I hope you like us. And even if maybe you thought you didn't like us, I hope that you come around and that you realize, we're nice people and we like you, and we're just big nerds like you. That's all we are. And so there's that. Anyways, look for an announcement soon about Ray Porter coming back on the channel. Don't forget that coming up next month, we are going to be part of Justice Con. We are one of the host shows. I don't know yet what we're doing, but I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. Who knows who we may have on this channel come next month, and what topic we might be discussing. But we're one of the host channels for Justice Con, so I'm excited about that. Also, later this month, we're part of another event that's coming up on the 27th. So be looking for some information about that. I got to get all that together so I can announce that to you guys. But we're going to be a part of an awesome group of streamers who are doing some stuff for that. Let's see. Oh, what's our Patreon? All the links are in the description below. You can find it all there. But the Patreon is under Poindexter Lounge. So if you go into the description of the video, you can find the link for that. And so you can find it for the Patreon. You can find it for the membership. All those links are in there. And yep, William is both a member and a Patreon, and I'm or patron, I should say. Yeah, and a Patreon, whatever. We got great people here, and I'm thankful for all of you and smart people. I'm always amazed at the comic book knowledge and wisdom and like you guys are true nerds just like me, and that's why we get along. And so, what's up, Dallas Cowboy fan? Yes, you can find the Patreon link down in the description below. So, yeah, check that out. We'd love to have you on. We'd love to have you be a part, and I'd love to add your name to our list of Patreon supporters. All right, and our growing list of members here at the channel. So you guys get cool little you guys get videos sometimes early when I upload videos. I do a lot of live streams. So, but when I upload some videos, like the members and the patrons get to see them first, and then also we do these membership these members and patron live streams, and then also with that, you get, if you become a member, you get the emoticons, you get all that stuff. But then also sometimes I really I've been busy doing all this stuff for Zack Snyder's Justice League coming up, and I did the music video and all that stuff, so I've been hard at work on that. But I do these video vlogs, and so I'm trying to do daily that you guys who support the channel, that you get these behind the scene videos that nobody else sees, just things off the top of my head, and topics, and talking about cool nerdy stuff. And so be looking for that. I got some toy reviews to do. I got some really cool toys to show you guys here coming up. So there'll be that. And don't forget, I'm going to be releasing the Superman video where we went down to Metropolis, Illinois, and installed the brick for Zack. This right here. The brick that says, "If you seek his monument, look around you." To the family of Zack and Deborah Snyder, the Poindexter Lounge, and your many associate producers, that has now been installed in at the walkway there at the Superman Museum. And so I got a video that's going to show all that. That's how busy I've been since Dawson and I came back from that trip, that I haven't even got to do that video yet. So be looking for that video. Be looking for a bunch of other stuff here at the channel. We're just plugging away. We're just plugging away, doing our thing and having fun, because we're a bunch of nerds. So remember, like I always say, right, Scotty? Right, Scotty? Dude, it's who I am. You know that. You've been around long enough. That's how we first talked, was in one of these things, man. 6 hours, 12 minutes. Maybe I should just kind of lean back, go to sleep here like this, wake up later and just continue streaming, because that's what I do. Just take a little cat nap. Just go right into it, right? Oh man, I love you guys so much. You guys make life fun. So remember what I always say, guys. Don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. Like everybody's got a thing. Everybody, just as Nerdman and I were sitting here just talking. Like we may have some differences of opinions about how we think this should have gone or that should have gone or whatever. the end of the day, we're both fans. We both like Superman, right? So we're both passionate about it. Doesn't mean one's right, one's wrong. It just means we have differences of opinions. And that's how it is with a lot of fandoms. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who take this stuff super seriously, man. And they got to, you know, it's like we got to pose and we got to, you know, ruffle our feathers at each other, you know, or whatever. None of that matters. Look, this is nerd stuff. This is fun. That's what it's supposed to be. So keep it fun. And you know what? If anything, seek to have great conversations with people on the other side of the ideas that you have. Remember to treat everyone with respect. And if you do that, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time, stay nerdy, my friends. Bye-bye.